Whoa! Welcome to the Virtual Cheese Awards 2026. This has to be one of my favorite days of the year because it was like control madness. I'm hanging out with some brilliant people. Three of them are around me here, and the dog, Jack. And the others are on screens and are brilliant judges. So I'm so excited. It is seat of the pants stuff, but hey, that's what life's all about. So welcome to the Virtual Cheese Awards 2026. I'm Nigel Barden. Welcome to, it's the live final of the Riser Virtual Cheese Awards, where we celebrate the very best of British and this year also Irish cheeses. We're eternally grateful. Thank you very much for the ongoing support of our headline sponsor, Riser UK. More of them as well later in the day as we meet some of the stars of their company. It's a trusted partners of Riser processing and packaging equipment to food manufacturers across the UK and Ireland. And they work with some leading technology, which is really crucial, way above my pay grade. But Riser know what it's all about because they help producers improve their efficiency, consistency, product quality, while supporting the growing demand for safe and innovative food production, which is all that. So as I say, we'll meet some of them later on. Okay, other sponsors as well. It wouldn't happen without them. So the VCA, to build a VCA bursary, which is really crucial. This year is funding a number of places to attend the Science of Artisan Cheesemakers Conference in August for cheesemakers who may not be able to afford to go, but would value the knowledge gained. So that's a fantastic bursary. This, can't believe it, is the 7th year of the awards, which continue to celebrate and champion the UK and Ireland's tremendous cheese industry. Of course, we started in lockdown to celebrate them and help them out at the time to get people to be able to buy more British cheeses, because obviously the on-trade, the restaurants and the bars, they were closed. So it was a matter of making sure that they could find a home for their cheese. We have cheeses entered from all four corners of the UK and Ireland, of course, from the Highlands of Scotland to the lovely coves of Cornwall, the hills and valleys of Wales to the lush pastures of Ireland. We have it all. I know it's slightly romantic, but you taste those in the cheese, and that's what it's really important, because it's all about a place and how it's produced and the sward and, you know, what the animals are eating. The VCAs continue to be the UK, and we think the world's only cheese award, which is judged wholly online. I'm pretty certain it is the case. Started as a response, as I mentioned, to COVID-19 pandemic, when cheese awards were cancelled and producers struggled to make and sell their cheese. So it's grown into an annual award to celebrate cheesemakers, but also gives them a lovely peek behind the scenes with real live commentary from some of the UK's most highly respected cheese experts. And that is the bit that I love. I was speaking to Perry and Bronwyn earlier on, and they were just saying, thank you for lending us your time, but also what's a great, Nigel Pooley helped us out in the early days, and he said it will work on screen because these are really knowledgeable people, but also they're very good at putting over the thoughts that are going through their brain and why they really champion these cheeses, or occasionally don't, but what the difference is between a great cheese and a really good cheese, because we're right at that level as well. Tremendous exciting cheese industry we have in the UK, never been better. Last night, our friend and VCA judge Simon Ferro and his colleague James at the Courtyard Dairy, they won Affineur of the Year. That was the award handed out at Christchurch in Spitalfields in London. Massive congratulations. And I know some of our judges were there, so I hope they're not too bleary this morning. We'll be exploring some of the titans of the cheese world today. Stellar lineup of expert judges. There's conversations with some truly international cheesemakers, cheesemongers, and of course, cheese retailers. It's a great triumvirate of the three. Supreme Champion Cheese will also have a chance to be considered for a listing with Tesco this year. Huge opportunity, and we're very, very grateful for Tesco's ongoing support in the awards. Thank you, Big T. So here you go, 2026, bit of a VCA overview. Another stellar year of entries, 200 plus cheeses, 55 dairies produce them. Huge, complicated job to manage, collate all the entries and then send them to our judges. Big thank you to our facilitation partner this year, Rowcliffe, Paul Heisman in particular, Rowcliffe Supplier Relationship Manager, one of our valued judges, and we're joining us later for a Champions Cheese Masterclass. But obviously they're the ones who got it out there as well, and Rowcliffe have been dedicated to bringing the finest British and European cheeses to the marketplace for almost 60 years, and in the last few days they've been moving them all around the UK on our behalf. Commitment to seeking out outstanding produce from skilled artisanal makers across the UK. That's you, Rowcliffe, yes, and further afield. That remains at the heart of everything that they do, and we do as well. Mission is to champion artisan producers and provide independent retailers and premium supermarkets with fresh, inspiring products that delight their customers. And it's a great way. It's the world of cheese, and it's so marvelous that we can share the love with you. And today we're going to see how some of our expert judges go through the process. But first of all, let's meet the very special team behind the awards. Here she is, Sarah DeWitt in person, and Cara and Vicky are also on video link. So we've got the VCA team to talk about the awards and the new entry system. Sarah DeWitt, Vicky Rogerson, Cara Bowen. The VCA is run by a very small but beautifully formed team, passionate about the cheese industry and all who work in it, whether it's supporting technical excellence in dairies, that's Sarah, making cheese brands famous in the media, that's Vicky, and organizing events and judging a prestigious food awards, that's Cara. But a lifetime of great experience for the three of them, still so very young. Sarah, it is us, and we're here, and here we go. Here we coming. In you go.
Good morning, everybody.
That's fantastic. And here she is, Sarah DeWitt in person.
Hello, and welcome to the 7th year.
I know, I can't believe
the Virtual Cheese Awards. I can't believe it either. I think we actually had 3 within 2 years, so that's how we've managed to do it by 2026.
Yeah.
So this year I decided to kind of change everything around a bit. So we've obviously run the same format for 6 years running, and for the 7th year I was going to do a bit of a switch around. So we've reimagined it and relaunched. I spent quite a lot of time talking to people, cheese producers, judges, about if they thought that my ideas of kind of changing it around were okay. And so in the end, we decided to kind of simplify the whole process. So just a kind of summary of what we've done. So we've reduced the entry fee. So it was 40 down to 35. And then we had an amazing deal on. So you could enter 4 cheeses for £100.
Get out of here.
I know, what good value that was.
Yeah.
We have changed the kind of categories. So we no longer work with kind of categories. So we've kind of taken out the overarching categories. And we've reduced the classes down from 38 down to 22. So, but then within that, the actual classes have been broadened. So cheesemakers can enter more kind of a wider variety of cheeses within the classes to allow more cheeses to be entered. So we've got like a larger class and more cheeses to kind of judge together. So as a consequence, we've taken out so we go straight from the class judging winners. All of those class winners go into the live final. So my overall aim was to showcase more cheeses, more cheesemakers in this Supreme Final. Yeah. So that's kind of how we've done it.
Yeah, and there's 22 class winners then, and they've the ones who progressed to the Supreme Final.
To this final. So we've gone straight from the 22 class winners to this Supreme Final. So when we launched in 2022, we kind of followed the more traditional model of kind of categorizing cheeses under broad types, but this very much limited the cheeses that could be entered into each class. So as I've said, we've kind of broadened that out, so more cheeses could be put in there. Yeah, so that's how it's gone. So the simplified structure has given more entry routes, more opportunities. So what we were also finding was we were having some really brilliant cheeses in the classes, but felt that they weren't recognised. So as a consequence, we've also added in the opportunity to win bronze, silver, and golds within the classes.
Great, that makes sense.
So we've got a class winner, and then the kind of judges, depending on the actual score, can then nominate gold, silver, bronzes.
That's a great way, because then you can identify these brilliant cheeses.
The quality of the cheeses were just so good. It just felt kind of almost criminal not to recognise those cheeses. So the class judging took place over 3 days in May. We had 18 judges, 4 moderators, and the whole process took over 30 hours of judging. It was, all I would say, that it was pretty amazing. The quality of the cheeses was outstanding.
And recorded and shared online, so people could access it. Yeah, brilliant.
Vicky downloaded all of the judging panels, and they're all now available, which I think most of you have watched that if you entered. We also, so as part of the refresh, we had a new point system. So we're now judging out of 50. So 10 points for appearance, aroma, and texture, and 20 points for flavour. So it adds up to 50. So yeah, we had an amazing few days judging classes, and we're now going to talk through the judges.
We are indeed, to say, because they've given us their time. They're rather brilliant, and we want to thank them and share the love. So with the list of our judges, starting off, Sarah, with you.
The first judge we're going to mention is Charlotte Smith Jarvis. I'll put my teeth back in. Editor of Food Magazine and the British Food Magazine.
Yes, and very speciality food magazine in every way. And then, of course, James Grant. Well done indeed, Jim Bob, from Number 2 Pound Street and the Real Cheese Project. Great. If you've not been to Wendover, to Number 2 Pound Street, do go. It's great British and Irish cheeses.
And next up is the amazing Ruth Raskin from Fine Cheese Co. Amazing combo with the next judge, who I was going to mention.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Ned Palmer, author and cheesemonger. Thank you, Ned, for lending us your time. Much appreciated.
And then our Welsh judge, who keeps coming back and is amazing, is Daniel Ap Dafydd. Vas Fwyd. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly.
Vas Fwyd.
Vas Fwyd. Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, thank you very much, Daniel. You are an amazing judge, and we very much appreciate your help.
As is the Cat in the Hat, Charlie Turnbull, Academy of Cheese, and so much more. And he and I shared many a stage at the World Cheese Awards, and he is the top man. Great palate, and puts it over really well. He's a great storyteller.
And now we're on to the amazing Simon Farrow from the Courtyard Dairy, who last night won the Afternoon of the Year.
Yeah,
so huge congratulations, Simon, and please continue to come back and judge for the Virtual Cheese Awards.
I hope we're not shouting too loud, Simon, because I think there will be a night of proper celebration. Steve Parker, of course, another cat in the hat, a vision in cheese yellow, author and cheese expert. We love him. Cheesewick at the Chiswick Market and so much more. He is brilliantly a great ambassador for the cheese world and nicely eccentric, aren't we all?
So Paul Heisman from Rowcliffe. Paul has done an amazing job for us in terms of supporting, sending out entries to kind of judges and the last final one. So thank you very much, Paul from Rowcliffe, for doing the very, very difficult job of kind of pulling all the kind of samples together, organising all the boxes and getting everything in the right place at the right time. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. And Bradbury's have been really part of it and very helpful, particularly for lending us Nicola Beardmore, great judge, a great palate, and a great storyteller, which has certainly helped our awards. So thank you, Nicola the Beardmore, for everything you've done.
So now we're on to Tanny. Thank you, Tanny, for continuing to support the Virtual Cheese Awards. Tanny is now running the Scottish Cheese Academy. Tanny's been a judge right from 2020, our first award in lockdown, which he was judging. Did you remember he was judging in a camping barn?
There are children all over him. He was like Gulliver, and the Lilliputians were climbing all over him. Tanny Gill was he was like a living sculpture.
Yeah, so obviously you've probably seen Tanny traveling across Europe and everywhere, exploring cheese and doing an amazing job in terms of sharing cheese.
Absolutely, and available for children's parties. Very good at that. And then a new judge for 2026. Delighted to say from Scotland, it is Emma Johnson, of course, from Fine Cheesemakers of Scotland. Thank you, Emma, so much. Really appreciated.
And judging together with with Emma is Morgan Lambert from the Scottish Dairy Growth Board. So it was amazing to have these two new judges, Morgan and Emma, judged actually together in the same place, which is quite unusual for the Virtual Cheese Awards, but we thought that would be quite a nice thing to do. So thank you very much, Emma and Morgan, and we look forward to having you back next year. Yeah,
and the crafty of Cheeseman, it is, of course, Jonathan Piercy, and he's brilliant, and we're lucky to have him. So thank you, Jono.
Russell Haggerter from Morrison's joined us again. I think Russell has also judged right from 2020. Russell has a huge wealth of cheese knowledge and really it puts across feedback and his opinions on cheese really, really well. So thank you again, Russell.
Yeah, and he's a Viking. Check out his beard, orange beard. He is a Norseman through and through, is the Haggerter. And then finally, new judge for 2026 from Paxton and Whitfield is Danielle Bliss. So Danielle, thank you so very much indeed for lending us your palette. What a great selection of judges. Really do appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. And while we're here, let's have a quick chat as well with your colleagues, because I'd like to do that because they're here and they're on screen. And we've got Vicky Rogerson and Big Bear Corrigan as well, with us from the Virtual Cheese Awards. We've got the bow in there. How are you? Looking back with your fantastic backdrop as well. Well done for making it all happen. And Vicky, for getting the love out there and telling people all about it.
Yeah, it's a hard every year. Obviously, there's the cheese industry, so so exciting, and there's so many things that go on, and we play a very small part in this big conversation around cheese, but we love it, and the industry is amazing and so supportive, and it brings us joy just to celebrate so many great cheese producers and cheeses, and also because we're just obsessed with cheese, aren't we? And we like just eating it. I mean, it's basically we've just done it just for our own personal pleasure. Yeah, it's personal pleasure. But it's been great, isn't it?
It's been fantastic, and as Sarah touched on earlier, the actual cheeses this year have been phenomenal. I mean, the judges have been blown away. us receiving them yesterday and me unwrapping them and getting them ready for today, it's just mind-blowing what incredible cheesemakers we have, and we're very lucky to celebrate them. And backing on to all of our friends who were at the AFNA of the Year last night, thank you to all of you who are coming to help us judge again today. We know it's a real chore, but we really appreciate it. And congratulations to Steve and the Courtyard Dairy again from all of us here at the VCA.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I think we also need to shout out the moderators who are actually judging, who were supporting the judges in the class. So there was 30 hours of judging. The judges verbalised all their feedback, and the moderators laboriously writing the scores, trying to pull out information and extra comments. And so I'd like to say, so the moderators were Cara, Vicky, Daniel Tingley, and we had Jonathan Piercy as well, and you were all amazing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Hats off. And when you're not doing this, Vicky, tell us a little bit about what your cheese event company, because I've been lucky enough to see them on stage, and it's impressive. Tell us a bit about it with the great name of
Homage to Fromage. So I also did lots of cheesy things, but yeah, we launched Homage to Fromage about 15 years ago. It's a cheese events company, so we do lots of different events in kind of pubs and bars, and it's a cacophony of cheese. So you come along and you have 8 different cheeses that are all numbered but not labelled, and everyone comes along. You mustn't approach cheese until we call cheese, and then everyone can try each different cheese with crackers and chutneys, and it's all very relaxed and lovely. We really kind of support different cheesemakers, and at the end we reveal all different cheeses and what they are and their stories and their producer stories. And yeah, we've been doing it. We do it across Leeds and Manchester, Harrogate, York. Where else? Just lots of different places. Yeah, it's good fun. Again,
just the powerhouse, but obviously we're happy to welcome you in the south as well. But also going to be at the Great Yorkshire Show this year. Who just remind me of the fabulous guy that you have on stage who does a lot of that stuff for you.
Yeah, so Nick Copland is my partner who does the cheese events. He's kind of the main guy, so he does all the main events and gets very excited about everything. So he'll be doing the Great Yorkshire Show again this year. So he just kind of like bullies people around and gets them to eat cheese, and has a great time. So it's good.
Yeah, but very excited, Nick. And Cara, you've got something pretty special coming up. You've got a bigger a show coming up. Tell us more.
Yes, Nigel, I fell into cheese through the exhibition world, and mainly the wonderful Specialty and Fine Food Fair, which just helped stoke the passion and introduced me to the gang. And I've never looked back since, absolutely. But my main show is the multimodal exhibition, which is on at the NEC week after next, and is just a big beast of supply chain and logistics, and just a brilliant community to be involved with as well. So big shout out to my wonderful colleagues who support me through the judging stages as well. And anybody from Multimodal, I look forward to seeing you in 10 days' time.
Yeah. And talking of big beasts, we've got Monty the dog with us as well. That's Cara's. Oh my goodness, going to get and there you go. That's
Monty.
There's one cue, and Jack, the Spaniel lab. I'm not even going to get him on screen because at the moment he's quiet, and we haven't tranquilized him just yet. But anyway, so there you go. Wow, that's for team. Thank you very much indeed, Vicky and Cara. And jam-packed.
We wouldn't be here without you, and we love the fact that you champion us so well. So thank you.
Well, the gang of 4, and it's fantastic. And well, I'm lucky me in great hallowed cheese company. I really appreciate that. Okay, jam-packed day of cheese today. It is, of course, Supreme final day. Going to meet some of our Supreme judges, understand what they look for in award-winning cheese. There'll be the Supreme judging, which will be taken in 2 parts. 5 impeccable Supreme judges will inspect, sniff and taste all our 22 class winners, and then crown the Supreme champion 2026. So the judging panel is from Neal's Yard Dairy. We're lucky to have her again. It's Bronwyn Percival, the cheese explorer, who, of course, is the ever young Emma Young, and a great author as well, cheese tomes. From M&S, Chris Dawson, the mighty Dawson, Rennet and Rind. He's been so successful as Affaneur of the Year, but a bit like Ferran Adria of El Boui, he's no longer allowed to take part in the competition, so he judges. Ferran, of course, was voted world's best restaurant in, there you go, in the world, funny enough. For so many years running, he eventually came out of a competition. And then finally from Bradbury's, Richard Paul, brilliant Ricardo. We can't wait to join our Supreme Judges, and it's great to have you on board. Thank you very much. So it'll be cheese chats, panels, interviews, tastings, we're going to be meet the Supreme Judges. We've got Perry and Bronwyn, and they're waiting in the wings, and I apologize, but we've gone on a bit long. Then the panel, how do you create a new cheese? That's from Primrose Creamery, Jake Goldstein, and from Wakebridge Manor, Daniel Mason. A Supreme final judging part one's 11:30, 1 p.m. introducing Platter and the launching the VCA's new cheese shop. Watch this space. 1:15 big cheese interview. Aha! Fen Farm Dairy. Johnny Crickmore, really excited about that as we head towards East Anglia. And then Supreme Panel Judging Part 2, 1:45. Meet the headline sponsor, Riser UK. Without Danny Kenworthy and Adam Hobson, we would be nothing. So we're with them at 3:15. At 3:30, Champions Cheese Pairing Panel. Stephen Fleming, the mighty, talking of fine beards, from certainly from Yorkshire. It is George and Joseph's number one man, the man who set it all up in Leeds. And then from Rowcliffe, we've already talked about him, Paul Heisman, one of our judges. That's great. So they're going to be Champions Cheese Pairing Panel when we taste some of our previous winners. And around 4 o'clock, we're going to announce the winners as well. So without further ado, let's get proceedings cracking. Look at that. Bronwyn, fantastic. Neal's Yard, as ever. Loving your curtains. Great to see you. And Perry, Rennet and Rind. But we just have mentioned the Affaneur of the Year. That was a long night for you because you had to be really focused, and it means, you know how much it means. But you're here with us, and thank you. Talk us just through proceedings last night.
Yeah, so it's a big old event. Obviously, I've judged previously. I took a year off, but then this year, like, obviously judging, and the competition is getting bigger, and like we're really refining kind of what affinage means to us. So we're starting to see, you know, sort of experimental methods, but moving in a traditional way, if that makes sense, which is really, really great to see. So yeah, I was with Catherine Mead and Benji from Gormino, and judging the Gulwith Caerphillies, which is a tough old category. Like, you know, it's a bright, acidic, lactic kind of base cheese. So just see the variations, and it's just so interesting to see 10 cheeses born at the same time and all doing like slightly different stuff or absolutely wild stuff. So yeah, it was an intense day. I'm currently on a bit of a cheese marathon at the moment, so I'm quite excited about today.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate that, and thank you for sharing your excitement with us. But yeah, the cheeses are very different. It's not just one cheese that's aged; it's different ones.
Yeah, so you pick what category you have. So you've got, you know, obviously the Caerphilly, Cropwell, Baron, Rachel, and Quicks, and the categories change per year. So obviously there's judged best in class. Number 2 Pound Street did really well this year. Justin and James there, like, great to see them, and just affinage means a lot to him, so it's great to see that. And then obviously, you know, Courtyard, Simon, he just did a really great job and obviously won the competition overall. So yeah, like, the cheeses are out. You judge your best 2, like top point scoring, that goes into like a big category, and then everyone judges those 2 in each category individually, and then the winner comes out, which was a brine wash cheddar, which kind of tastes mountain style, alpine, and that was Simon's cheese. So I'm really, really pleased with Courtyard. They're great guys.
Yeah, brine wash cheddar, fantastic. And Bronwyn, everything tastes better with a good cheese. Obviously, Neal's Yard Dairy, lucky to have you, and had there, for some years the Grand Fromage that you are. But I always love, tell us a little bit about you, your backstory, and how we're lucky enough to have got you on this side of the pond eventually.
Sure. No, I sort of fell into cheese from a science background. And I think like many people who work within the cheese industry, those who've inherited a farm and a cheese business from their families, those lucky few accepted. I think nobody ever expects to go and work with cheese when they grow up. But I think, I've been lucky enough to sort of spend 20 years now working at Neal's Yard Dairy, really doing the buying, but also sort of recognizing that there are a lot of issues that people who are making cheese and selling cheese face from a technical, from a microbiological perspective, from a quality perspective, and recognizing that we have a tiny industry here in the UK. I've been quoting this nonstop since I learned it, but calculating the total number of tons of specialist cheese made within the UK industry. In 2025, we made just over 5,000 tons. And that's, everybody short of creameries making, 1,000 tons or more. So 5,000 tons for every small artisan specialist cheesemaker within the UK. And you compare that to France, where, cheese is a way of life. And you look at the production of Comté, and just Comté in the same year was over 62,000 tons of just one cheese. And likewise, you think, well, maybe that's just Comté, but then you look at Reblochon, which is a beautiful cheese. The soft wash drying cheese, that's 14,000 tons. So it puts into perspective why, French cheeses have all of this. They're a juggernaut. They have scientists, they have research budgets, they have reach, they have sales, that we could only dream of. And along with that, that infrastructure comes a lot of support that I think we need as an industry to develop organically. And I suppose a lot of the work that I'm doing is really because I've recognized that's something that's going to benefit not only us, but the entire industry, and help new cheesemakers come on board. I know you're going to be hearing from Dan and Jake very shortly, but to succeed as a cheesemaker in the UK, you have to be heroic. And I think making it necessary to be a little less heroic, because it's just a little bit less of a struggle, is going to be good for everyone.
Yeah. And if you want to have a right good read, check out Reinventing the Wheel, Milk, Microbes, and the Fight for Real Cheese, because that's what Bronwyn's all about, and so many other things. But it's a great read. And I've happily dozed off at night, just having read a few chapters, and then I go into a cheese-filled sleep. So thank you very much. While we're on that note, we're judging. Just give us a little bit of an insight, Perry, what you're looking for today, what makes cheeses stand out, how what makes a gold medal cheese, just to whet our appetite before we start.
So obviously we're judging sort of appearance, aroma, texture, flavor, and flavor is slightly weighted as usual. I mean, the thing is, there's like all that we're going to be judging on and scoring on, but there's always a moment of Virtual Cheese Awards where all that just goes away, and you just have that moment where you visually look at a cheese, you connect with it, and it just delivers in every area. And then for a moment, you got to score it, you got to judge it. But for in that moment, I think last year I kind of had that moment with Cropwell. I think that all bets were off, all scoring was off, and I just had to have 15 seconds with it in that moment because it just thought it was just fantastic. So yes, we have a structure to work to, but what I'm really looking for is that like cheese that just connects to the soul in like such a unique way. And we always get that. And looking at what I have in front of me, I think that might happen more times than one today.
Yeah, gosh, exciting. You really painted the picture, and Bronwyn as well. I mean, these are all the 22 different classes. So it's a big ask for you, but also, but you're comparing completely different types of cheese made from, different milks. And again, that in itself is, and keep your palate in trim. I know we've got biscuits to go with it, whether you find solace in apples or what it is, just to keep your palate. But the whole, quite daunting, but it must be incredibly exciting at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, and I think you nailed it when you said basically we're looking at a collection of winners, which is a great privilege for me to be able to kind of step into the glamour role and just taste a bunch of good cheese. And really, you know, I hope I'm not undermining the entire idea of a cheese competition when I say that in a way, you know, we're looking at one cheese, you know, we're looking at a bunch of cheeses, one batch, one day, how they show. This is an opportunity. I think the thing that makes the Virtual Cheese Awards so interesting is that it's really about the context rather than the number. You know, you can assign a number to a cheese and say, well, cheese A had half a point higher than cheese B, and therefore it's a better cheese. But I think in the great scheme of things, it's pretty meaningless. And whether something wins grand champion or first runner up, or, you know, just is participating in the finals class, I mean, that's a good cheese by definition. It's past the hurdle to be, you know, considered a really, really good cheese. And I think really the interesting thing about it is to gather a group of people who've tasted thousands upon thousands of cheeses and just listen to them talk a little bit about what they're seeing.
Yeah, and on that note, every cheese has its day, and that's the thing. These artisanal cheeses, you touched upon that earlier on. I still can't believe that stat. Was it 5,000 tons of this in the UK of artisanal cheese, but 62,000 tons of Comte alone?
That's right.
Amazing. I mean, thank you for that. That puts it in perspective. But but obviously we were pre-tasted, but now so the art for the cheesemakers is to get a cheese to us. But it's going to be still in great nick today, but hopefully, because it's going to bloom in all the right ways today. But this is its moment. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, that's it. I mean, Neil, Neil down in your presence, Perry, as an Affaner of the Year. But Perry, yeah, again, I mean, that's the thing is as a cheesemaker, but that's because when you entered it, you know, 3-4 weeks ago, that was one cheese, but knowing you're going to get another cheese to be sent out for today, that in itself is an art.
Yeah, there's timing, and as Bronwyn was saying, you know, like they could have all had their day where they're amazing, like supreme champion over the last 2 weeks, but we have today, and the stars have to align. And, you know, that's what makes actually competitions quite special, actually, because, you know, there's a degree of like skill, but there's also like that slight degree of luck as well, that you have to get everything to align in that moment. Yeah, it makes it really, really special. But I don't think we're gonna have a problem today, honestly. Like I'm like looking through them and I'm hungry. So that's like really great news, right?
Yeah, me too. Well, Bronwyn and Perry, we'll look forward to touching base later on. Keep your palates in trim, and I really appreciate your time and for today. And as you say, Perry, it's a great time for cheese, particularly this week. You know, with the Affaner of the Year last night, and yeah, what a great industry to be associated with, and for all of us, it's a real privilege. So. I'll let you go and do your preparations, your gargling, your mental warm-ups, and come back later on. So touch base soon. Thank you very much for being you and for giving us your time today. Bronwyn and Perry are going off hair and makeup, and not that they need it because they've already been there and they look fabulous. But now let's find out about how to make a new cheese with our brilliantly new cheese expert panel. I cannot wait. Well, here they are, Jake and Dan. Fantastic. You must think, what have I signed up for here, you crazy youths? But really exciting. And I'm lucky enough, Jake, have I not to been in that actual room where you are at the moment, at the Primrose Creamery, because I was at Welbeck. Yeah, what a great journey you've been on to get there. Just tell us a little bit about, and then we'll do the same with Dan, because he's at Wakebridge and he's guarding the manor. But yeah, Jake, about you, how long have you been open at Primrose, and you know, what you were up to before?
Yeah, so we have been here for just 9 months now, 9 months next week, in fact. And before this, I was working in cheese for other people at Neal's Yard Creamery for a few years. Before that, a place called Monkland in Herefordshire. So I very much retrained during COVID. I wanted to start, I used to have bars and restaurants and wanted to do something that didn't involve to stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning, basically. So love cheese. Cheese seemed like fun and wanted to train first. I spent a few years doing that. And I think really starting a creamery is an expensive thing to do. It was going to be difficult, but this site kind of became available quite organically. So we're based at the School of Artisan Food here on the Welbeck estate, where they did launch a training space for dairy, and it's used, and I teach here and it's still used, but the fact of the matter is they weren't using it as much as they wanted. So we're looking to lease what was essentially a fully kitted out space. And for someone like me that had about £15 to invest, having somewhere with sort of maturation space and floor drains was just half the battle. Kind of, I think I was going to start with some just really, really simple fresh cheeses, but being here on Welbeck has allowed me to kind of start with the sort of cheeses that I really genuinely wanted to make, you know.
Yeah, and there's quite a well-known cheese also made very near to you as well.
Yeah, pretty well known. Yeah, Stitchleton also on Welbeck. So we use the same milk as Stitchleton. They take all of the morning milk, and we take a very small portion of the afternoon milk. And yeah, it's brilliant because they've been here kind of laying the groundwork of fantastic milk production for the past 20 years, which again allows me to sort of swoop in at the last minute and say, I'll have some of that good stuff, please.
Yeah, well done. And having been round it is a great setup, and what a remarkable estate. We could talk all day about how incredible it is, but for you, to be better. And how far is your commute?
My commute to the dairy.
Yeah.
We're about half a mile away from the cows, so it's pretty.
Yeah.
Me personally, I'm over in Sheffield, so a little bit further.
Yeah, brilliant. That's nice. Obviously in Nottinghamshire, near Worksop is where it is. Welbeck. So brilliant. Dan, you foolish youth, fantastic. Tell us, a little bit about you and the journey that you've been on so far, and will continue to rise to dizzy heights, I have no doubt.
Hopefully. Well, I like cheese myself as a hobby.
Okay, just Dan, we're just struggling a bit there on on hearing you. Got the old Dalek mode. I don't think it's just me. So just
Okay, can you?
No, you're dropping in and out. Jake, I'm not going mad. Is that the same for you?
No, it's happening to me as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's look into that. Well, so Dan, give us a minute, because I know backstage we have Nikki and Clemmy, and they will maybe shut you down or something, and we'll have a chat with you, and just to make sure, because otherwise we want to get all your dulcet tones. So I'm going to leave that with them for a second. I say you might go off screen while they just talk through the process, just to make sure that your mic is up and running. While we're doing that, Jake, just tell us again about the actual cheeses you're producing as well.
Yeah, sure. So we make two cheeses, both lactic style, meaning they're set sort of slowly overnight, relying on acidity rather than rennet. Which is kind of it's my bread and butter, really. I was at Neal's Yard Creamery for a while, and that was the style of cheese that they make there, predominantly with goat's milk. Obviously, we're all cows here, so I really wanted to start with styles that I felt comfortable and confident at the beginning. Maybe not so much after making a few batches. The ins and outs of a new space and some new raw milk. But I think just wanted to make styles that I love to make and that I love to eat. So there's two, Eggleston, one, really a small 100-gram lactic set, wrinkly sort of geo rind, with a little bit of washing with some Minato as well, so kind of orange on the rind. And that really is more of your sort of traditional French style of lactic set cheese, where it sort of it breaks down, goes super gooey as it ages. And then the other one, Lindley, that one is enriched with Jersey cream. So that one is sort of more mousse-like. It is richer, obviously, because of the cream. We kind of put as much cream in there as we can physically get before it doesn't want to make cheese anymore. It just wants to make creme fraiche. So the idea with that is to make something super indulgent. So we've got one that's more light and fresh, and one that's really, really indulgent and creamy.
Well, having tried that with Lindley as well, I'm not sure whether to snort it, inject it, dab it behind my ears. It's an amazingly rich, beautiful, two fantastic, and Eggleston as well. And what's great is it's got real contrasting cheeses as well. I was lucky enough to taste them on the radio after I'd seen you. So yeah, fantastic. Well done. You know, I mean, to come up and be brave enough, you know, to do those. You could have gone down a much safer option. They're great cheeses. Dan, welcome back. Fingers crossed. How are you? Good. That's sounding good. So
Good.
thank
Can
you.
you hear me? Brilliant.
Yeah, excellent. So yeah, sorry. It really just about, you know, the journey you've been on, and you know, how you arrived at Wadebridge.
Yeah. Well, I started making cheese at home about 10 years ago as a hobby, really, while I was a commercial brewer. And I met my partner, Victoria, and she just said, coincidentally, her parents wanted to start making cheese on a bigger scale. And they had a series of small animal vets, and then they sold that. And they bought the farm about 9 years ago, and they got 500 milking ewes and sort of bespoke built cheese making rooms, milking parlour, which is next door. So you might hear some sheep through the wall. And then over the last 5 years, I've developed, I helped set up the business and develop the recipes, got all the EHO sign off and everything like that. And then we've been selling it for 2 years now. And we make a pressed used milk cheese that's cloth bound and matured for about 9 months, so it's got a bit of flavour to it.
And how do you get them to market? What are your routes? And has that changed as well? I mean, whether you were doing, you know, like farmers markets, whether it's been online, or do you go through other retailers, or is it a combination of all of them?
It's a bit of a combination. We sell it locally there's a few nice cheese shops around here, and quite a bit goes to London as well, just wholesalers down there. And a little bit's been exported as well, which is great. Yeah,
well done. And the Derwent Blue, really, that's, I think, again, it's that lovely. It's a blue cheese, but with it's a milder one. But again, bearing in mind, you know, you're from sheep. It's an interesting, a cheese to put out there. But well done, you. Tell us a bit about it.
Thank you. Yeah, we wanted to make something that was a bit milder than the traditional East Midlands Stilton around here, because we actually fall into the Stilton area in Derbyshire, and we wanted it to be a cross between sort of a continental style and a Stilton, basically. So that's what we went for, that sort of thing. It's not nicely blue in colour, but it doesn't overpowering with ammonia or anything like that. Yeah, it's quite accessible.
And Hey You and Hey Moo, again, whether they're actually out there or you just done that to trip me up, but tell us a bit about them.
They're yet to come, but our main cheese is Wadebridge, the pressed sheep's milk cheese.
Yeah, which again takes a little bit of aging, doesn't it? It's you know, one of those where it's one of the things you've got to wait for till you get it. I mean, and at what stage do you think, yeah, this is how I want to get it out there in the market? Because you know, the aging process, there are a few months you can make, you know, longer or shorter. What are you looking about for with Wadebridge that you know think, right, today's the day?
Well, the make is actually only about 9 hours on the day, and then that's where we sort of, I feel like I'm a custodian of the curds and the microbiology in the milk, really. So I try and steer it in the direction I want on the day, and then it sits in the store for like up to 9 months, up to a year in certain cases. And after about 3 months, you start to get a sense of where it's going. But it's almost like a rocket taking off. Once it's maturing, it sort of does its own thing, and you've got to hope that you are at a good point, really. And then at 6 months, you can really tell whether, but the flavours come in and out over the maturation period, and it changes quite a lot. So it's sort of luck as well as what I did as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably a bit like a wine, isn't it? But it has, you know, different periods where they taste different as well. So it's a matter of you thinking. And also, I suppose, how often do you make that cheese?
Every 2 days at the moment. Every other day.
Yeah. And do you use the same starters? And again, it's the same process each time, or is it, obviously because you've got variations in the year, you know, the milk that you're going to get, you know, whether, you know, the animals are inside or out.
Yeah, the milk changes quite considerably over the lactation. It starts off high protein, so the flavours come out a bit spiky, good in the summer, and then in the winter it gets high fat, so you get sort of a richer cheese, but not necessarily some of the flavours you would want when it's at its best. So you've got to work with that. The starter culture is the same. The process is exactly the same. We try and get the salt level the same, But you're right. Even though I'm trying to do all that, the cheese comes out batch to batch quite considerably different sometimes. So I know customers like a slightly saltier one. I know certain customers might like the fruitier one. So I try and sort of angle it towards which customers want which.
Oh yeah, there you go. Well, that's perfect, because that's actually you getting to know your customer base. And even within that, you know, I always think of, you know, we already talked about Courtyard already today, but you know, the great retailers are the ones where, you know, they will say it's a bit like a wine that will vary from vintage to vintage at different times of the year. Some of the cheeses will subtly change because of, you know, the different quality of milk that you're using and the different styles. So I think for me, I like that artisanal element, but it is going to be slightly different. But I suppose for you, it's just a matter of working with people who can then sell that message on your behalf. You know, you're making the cheeses, but it's great when, you know, it must be when you sit back and you go to Neal's Yard or the Courtyard and you hear someone talking about your cheese, almost maybe more eruditely than you might, just because you're making it, and you think, wow, that's great, they've really nailed it there.
That's true. Yeah, when I do go down to Neal's Yard, places like that, I see my cheese as a different thing. It's like someone else has made it, because I'm seeing it presented to how customers get it. So it's almost like I can taste it, having not had a hand in making it. So it's quite nice, really, like you say.
Yeah. And Jake as well. I think with you again, you know, you've got this really rich Jersey, you know, milk and cream and everything goes in it. But knowing that, again, you will have, you know, variations month to month, and yeah.
I think luckily my feedback loop is a bit shorter than Dan's. Our cheeses are ready to sell within about 2 weeks, so I can sort of taste it and be a bit more reactive. I don't envy you in having to kind of predict the future in a way. But yeah, you can pick. I think the way that you sort of say about vintages of wine, Nigel, is absolutely correct, and I think that that's kind of the way that we're kind of trying to portray it to our customers. Because in wine, that variation is, well, it's celebrated, really, isn't it? And in cheese, kind of, some people aren't quite as clued up. So we're working on a project at the moment with our Eggleston called Eggleston Reserve, sort of borrowing terminology from the wine world and sort of aging it further than we would our usual Eggleston. So it's more concentrated, more of an expression of the milk and of that sort of time and place. And then we're selling those with sort of batch notes that give you down to like the weather on the day the cows were milked, and kind of what sort of forage is growing at that time of year, and just ways we've reacted to that in the make to kind of give the consumer a little bit more information about the reasons why that vintage, for want of a better term, has changed the cheese so much.
Yeah, I think for both of you, that's the theatre of it all as well, giving that extra information. You know, people are hungry for knowledge, excuse the pun. But again, it's a bit like interesting, you know, but whiskey, blended whiskies, they're all looking for consistency. But actually now you're getting single casks, you're getting Glenrothes who are doing a single vintage. So they are celebrating actually the difference of the year on year. And it's a matter of you getting a customer base as well, and you know, who will appreciate that and know that it, you know, it is going to change as well. Dan, what about the process? So before actually we go into that, what were you said about with the brewery before, your background? What was it, you know, when you started actually making cheese commercially, what were you up to? Who were you with?
I started here, basically. From when we started at home, a bloke called Richard helped us design the building and all the drainage and everything like that. He knew some cheesemakers. I went to visit Lincolnshire Poacher for the day. We started doing it in 2020, so I got in touch with a lot of cheesemakers, because it was lockdown. Lots of places weren't having visitors, so it's quite difficult. So a lot of it I worked out myself in my kitchen at home, which I know sounds a bit crude, but it has actually informed what I do in here quite a lot.
Yeah, sure. Before that, though, did you say you were on the brewery side or with a brewery?
Yes, I was in a brewery in Nottingham, for about 10 years.
Yeah, which was that one?
Called Castle Rock Brewery.
Yeah.
That's well established. Been going for about 40 years. Yeah.
So did you two actually, Jake, when did you first meet? Because you're not a million miles away geographically from each other.
No, I think we were one of our closest cheesemakers. You promised us a visit last week, Dan, but we didn't see you.
No, I'll come over at some point.
And Dan, how difficult has it been? What have been some of the, you know, the oh shit days, basically, when you thought, oh my God, this is tough, or what has happened to that batch, or the actual, you know, the process you're going on, and the vagaries of making artisan cheese, and think, oh Christ, I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, like you were both saying about the variation, which is, like you say, celebrated. Sometimes you really think you're making a great cheese and you're doing everything the same, you're measuring, testing, getting the salt level right, and then it just comes out completely wrong and unintentional. So you do, but because we age it for 9 months sometimes, the point where I'm grading it with the iron at 6 months, it's had the chance to do what it wants, basically. So some cheese is incredible, and it's like, wow, I didn't even know I could make something that good. Another cheese is it's like, uh-oh, that's gone completely wrong, but you've had to wait 6 months to find out, and then try and sell it in some way as a different type of cheese.
We've been talking about the Affineur of the year, and I can imagine with some of yours, with a longer aging process, you imagine passing on some of your babies, to 10 different people to age it in different ways. I mean, that must be intriguing, terrifying, exciting. That again, you think, well, great, and then you're tasting these cheeses blind, and they're actually all quite different.
Exactly that, and the Affineur is. You can influence the cheese so considerably as it's aging, and you can also leave it to do what it wants itself as well, which is what we tend to do. But it changes considerably over the time it ages, and it's not really. It's sort of, like I said, I feel like a custodian of the cheese at that point.
Yeah. Are you ploughing a lone furrow there? Have you got people with you? How does it work? On HR, are you dealing with that?
I do a bit of everything. I do the sales, deliveries, and all the technical stuff. But David is my cheese maker here, along with me, and Hannah helps John and Heather on the farming side. And John and Heather are the owners, so they're like my in-laws basically. But my partner doesn't work here, so thankfully.
That's probably a good thing, I thought my wife and I would be a very short relationship if we worked together every day, but also you field to fork, I mean, you're on the farming background. I grew up on a farm, that side, and also to having your outlaws involved must be actually reassuring, because you've got it's a great route that you're following where you're based and the journey that your cheese is going on.
It's really good, and we socialise together, work together, and make cheese together. So well, good luck. Yeah, absolutely. That'll be that's good marriage guidance advice. Make cheese. I won't be asking you about that, Jake. You can relax. But also just about how it's been for you. I mean, it is a remarkable, say if no one has been to Welbeck, do go. I think it's 18,000 acres. It's an incredible estate, and you can stay on the property and everything. But for you to come in there, quite a big responsibility. After Stichelton, everyone knows, for you to come in, and how did you end up there in the first place? What was that conversation? That must have been remarkable.
No, it's very, very much a random conversation, to be honest. My partner's old boss was best friends with the managing director of the School of Artisan Food here on the estate. We were moving up this way anyway by coincidence, and they were sat in the pub one night, and he was saying, I've got this space at school. I really wish I could find someone to lease it out to. Cheesemakers are kind of hard to come by. And he went, oh, I know someone that's moving up there next month. Would you like to meet him? And it went from there, really. But that was a few years ago now. So it took us a couple of years of sort of development of the cheeses and getting the lease sorted and everything to get to that point. But yeah, it was complete coincidence.
Yeah, well, brilliant. What a fantastic, and having been there, I've seen you at work a couple of times. One of them, you had lots of students in. How are you dividing your time? Because these were students obviously coming into you where you are this very minute, as part of the artisan school, which is great. But dividing your time between that and actually making cheese, how do you juggle it all?
Yeah, so we teach Nottingham Trade University. We teach a module to them, cheese making here, which we do all of that January and February, so kind of our quietest cheese making time, which works quite well in terms of juggling. And outside of that, it's actually next week is the big week for teaching here, dairy wise. So we have Yvonne Larcher coming in to teach his professional dairy course that I'll support on, and then I'm teaching as well that week, just general sort of members of the public introductions to cheese making. So we'll do strategic closures throughout the year, only for sort of 1 week at a time, once in the summer, a couple of times in the winter. So for 95% of the time, it's very much cheese making. But it's nice as well to have that relationship. The school and the estate certainly aren't just the landlord. It is something that's all intertwined, and we're a team. And it's when you're starting out like me, it's very easy to be in the middle of nowhere, literally by yourself. So it's nice to have that camaraderie as well, I suppose.
Yeah, well, it was great. I really liked that, seeing, you know, students there, and you could see they were completely immersed, and you know, good luck. If you want to get hold of your cheeses, what are the best routes that people listening in now? Because it's not all about the trade. There will be some members of the public, and if they want to, you know, what's the Primrose Creamery? How can they get your fabulous cheeses?
Yes, if you want to buy our cheese, best thing to do, I'd say, be head over to our website, where you've got a list and a map of stockists, and find the nearest one to you. We've been quite lucky in getting a decent network of stockists across the country, so you should be able to find one relatively close. And if not, it's worth the journey, I promise. Yeah,
no, it is definitely. But Lindley and Eggleston, check them out. And Dan, what about you? If we want to get, you know, Wakebridge or Derwent White, all these fabulous cheeses, and the blue Derwent Blue, how do we get hold of them?
We've got some of our blue cheeses on the website. We've got a little web shop we just started up, and Wakebridge, Neal's Yard Dairy have a good website and shops in London, and they've supported us a lot. So.
Final thing, what advice? Come on, someone watching this and thinking, now they look sorted and everything. It's not just the beards and you know, the great hairdos. What about advice you would, you know, if you think it's a world, because obviously lots of people, you know, you had different backgrounds, you were in bars, you were brewing, but someone wants it, you know, what advice would you give them how to start, or who they might go and work with to find out more? Yeah, Jake.
I think mine really is that, I mean, obviously comes to the School of Bars and Food, but mine really is just that when I first started, I didn't quite realise how open and welcoming an industry it was going to be. And if you reach out to your local cheesemaker and tell them that you're interested, you have got a pretty much guaranteed chance that they're going to welcome you in, and they are going to teach you a little bit about what they do, because as a community, it's just so welcoming and people want to pass on that knowledge.
Yeah. And Dan, advice, you know, the Mason think tank, what would you suggest?
Well, I agree completely. Yeah, reach out to other cheesemakers, because everyone's happy to share their advice, and have a clear idea in mind of what product you want from the start, what sort of cheese you want to make, and stick with it, and try not to let people pull you in different directions if you really believe in it, I'd say. Yeah,
and try and go, find out a partner, you know, whose family have got a farm and they're producing good milk. I know that's absolutely right. Jake, Dan, I'm just going to take a quick, there you go. That's it, ready for your close-up. What a great joy. I still can't quite believe I'm actually doing this and talking to you here, and how it's come out of, you know, one of a great disaster of COVID, but actually there are good things, you know, but we can do this virtually, and we're going to now taste some of those remarkable cheeses. And I look forward to, Jake, I've tasted your cheeses on air. Dan, I look forward to doing so as well in the future. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you for getting the vocals right, Dan, as well. We sorted out on your mic as well. Joy, I look forward to seeing you in person, but thank you for being you. Jake Goldstein and from Primrose Creamery, and Dan Mason from Wakebridge Manor Creamery. It's been a joy. Thank you for sharing your Wednesday with us. Cheers, gents.
Nice.
Take care. Wow. What a great way to spend the Wednesday. I just absolutely check them out in Welbeck in Nottinghamshire, and Wakebridge Manor Creamery in Derbyshire. Two supremely talented cheesemakers. Hey, that's it for the moment. We've got the big one coming up. It is, of course, it's part one of the Virtual Cheese Awards Supreme Final Judging. Wow. Look at you all. It's just great. This is better than Christmas. It's just fantastic. Joy, Cara, we are.
Right.
It's terrifying me. It's going so well.
Hold on. What have you just done? What have you just done?
But you're looking great there in your Nordic, retreats. We're loving that with Monty the dog. Tell us a little bit about the process today, how it works, and then we'll say hello to our judges.
Okie dokie. So, just welcome to, firstly, our judges, and to everybody who's tuning in live to the Rise of Virtual Cheese Awards 2020 2026, we are showcasing the very best of British and Irish cheeses. My name's Cara, and I have the joy of moderating this morning's session and this afternoon. So this morning we have 12 incredible cheeses to judge and 5 expert professionals to help decide which one of these could be this year's Supreme Champion. I'd like to introduce our wonderful judges and let them tell you a little bit about what they do, and then we'll dive straight in. So if I could just start with our chief judge for the day, the lovely Emma Young.
Hello, hello. I am Emma Young. I'm called the Cheese Explorer on the old social medias, and I am a cheese writer, consultant, and teacher.
Tell us about the book, Ems. Don't be shy.
It's here. There we go. Obviously brought it with me. This is my book. I've written a book called The Cheese Wheel, and it's all about flavour. Yes, very. It's about flavour and how cheeses are linked in their flavour profile instead of just geographical location. So it's all about.
It's a brilliant read.
Oh, thanks, Cara. It's looking at cheese, see what you like and what you might want to try next.
Fantastic. If I could go next to the lovely Bronwyn Percival. Hi, Bronwyn.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn Percival. I work for Nealshire Dairy as their technical director and manage the buying and the quality side of things, but I'm also the technical chair of the Specialist Cheesemakers Association. So happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Lucky to have you. It's great.
Absolutely. Over to the wonderful Mr. Chris Dawson, live from Twickenham, I think.
Hello, I'm Chris Dawson. I retired 9 weeks ago as cheese buyer at Marks and Spencer's. I've done over 23 years on cheese.
Get out of here. 23, ridiculous.
And over 40 years in retail. So I decided to take early retirement so I could follow some of my passions, take the camper van across Europe and visit cheesemakers and cheese specialists. So I've just come back from 4 weeks in Denmark, discovering amazing Danish cheeses and meeting a few specialists, and ended up at the Salon de Fromage last week and the Affineur of the Year Awards yesterday. So I've got time now to take the slow lane and enjoy life to the full.
Sounds incredibly enticing, and you and your trendy haircut as well. That's it's brilliant. Emma, I think you've got the old fuzzy out background on, so we can't quite. So
I was told to put it on. I'm being a good girl.
I think we can't then see you. You know, when you, because I know you were showing off your bickies, weren't you?
I'm just going to product place them.
Yeah, go on. The Millers, of course, as well.
Millers. I'm excited to eat these with. I can't see them at all. Look, that's not working. Shall I take my blur off?
We'll leave that with you. Sorry, Cara, I've interrupted.
That's all right. And hello and welcome to the wonderful Richard Paul, who is judging with us for the first time this year. Thank you, Richard. Over to you and what you do in the cheesy world.
Good morning. I'm Richard Paul. I'm sourcing director for Bradbury's Cheese. Hello, Nige. Been thrown in at the deep end here and moving in the group, making up the numbers, but I'm get called a professional cheese eater. That probably just because I get paid. I'm not very professional, but I eat a lot. Just through eating a lot, I know quite a bit. But I look forward to trying some cheeses this afternoon and listening to people who know about cheese.
Well, I've been lucky enough to spend some time with you over the years, Ricardo, and you are, again, you know, everything tastes better with a good story. That's a theme of ours, and you've got some great stories, but you've also got some great cheeses that you get out there as well. You know, and you do a huge amount for the industry, and we really do appreciate that. And, you know, I mean, in your own quiet way, you know, you're there, you're sponsoring, you're putting stuff into the industry and realizing the vagaries of it. You know, it's still a tricky time out there, but you really are appreciated, Mr. P. So well done. And Bradbury's Cheese, lucky to have you. Thank you. Hey, Perry, well done. As I say, not looking too bleary after the Affineur of the Year, which I think you've just maybe picked up 3 times before. But yeah, go on. When you're not doing, you know, tell us about Rennet and Rind and you.
Yeah. So Perry from Rennet and Rind. I'm the CEO here, but also in charge of all the affinage. As Nigel quite rightly said, I've been Affineur of the Year 3 years consecutively. I took a year off in year 3 and then came back and won again. And I'm not allowed to compete for 2 years. So I took part of the judging. So yeah, day to day here, we've got 5 maturing rooms in Cambridge, a lovely shop in Stamford, which is beautiful if you're ever up there. It's a great day out and you can eat loads of cheese, unlimited supply when you come into the shop. So that's me.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you very much. And he also plays a mean game of pool. As we were in the World Cheese Awards, I'm trying to think which city was it? It was because it was Halloween.
It was
Trondheim, and they were playing anyway. There was a very good. It was a contract for selling cheese, and Perry won the game of pool. So, but
currently unfulfilled, by the way, Brindisa. So, yeah.
Yes, if you want to get one of Perry's cheeses into a Spanish specialist, well, watch this space. Okay, Cara, enough tosh from me. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Nige. As Sarah alluded to earlier this morning, the judging system has changed ever so slightly. We're going to be marking out of 50 points. So the usual taste, aroma, texture will all be awarded out of 10, but flavour will be awarded out of 20. In the revised structure this year, cheeses scoring 45 points and above were all allocated gold. So some of the classes had more than 1 gold. Those that are 40 above silver and 35 above bronze. And all of those results should be available to be seen hopefully this weekend. I think the best thing to do really, chaps, is to jump on in with our first cheese of the day, which is A11161. There we go. I'm just going to bring my one up to the camera so everybody watching from home or work can see. And if you guys just want to dive straight in there.
Visually, it's very bright white, ivory kind of coloured. I don't have any strange yeast or mould growing on it. It looks very clean and very pretty for a fresh style cheese.
I agree. There's a little whey that's come out of the bottom since it's been packaged, but it doesn't seem to be disintegrating or anything within that. So yeah.
It has the classic cheese dairy aroma. When you go in, when you smell it, it's transported to a creamery or small artisan maker. It just smells of fresh cheese being made.
Yeah. It's with a cheese like this, there's nowhere to hide, right? There's no drying. It's got a nice sort of gloss to it. There's a little bit of whey leaking out, but it's very even. Really great appearance for a cheese of this style.
Yep, held its structure, nice aroma, nice smell, lovely flavours, and nothing bad in there. So yeah, so far so good.
Fantastic, guys. Do we want to start to give it some scores for the appearance and aroma then?
Where do you want us to start, Cara? Do you want to do a circle round or?
We can do, yeah, if we start with you,
Me, okay. Great, well done, Emma. I think for me there aren't any physical faults. The only thing would be that whey, but I don't think it's a problem. I don't know if I really want to remove anything. For appearance, for me, I'd say a 9 or a 10.
Chaps?
Where is everyone sitting around that? Because I can go up or down.
For some reason, I immediately thought 8. But there's not too much wrong with it at all. But that's the number that jumped out to me in this first sort of numbering while we calibrate. So it'd be nice.
Lost the 2 points, just so we can calibrate, like you said.
So just essentially, 10 then. That's fine. Yeah. Well, like it's difficult, right? We're in this situation where we've got a cheese which is, not too complex on the appearance. So I was just sort of slightly adjusting for that, but I'm happy to adjust to 10 if we're going to, for this style, perfection.
My one comment on that is that with this cheese, it's basically curd that's been drained. It looks perfectly good, but I think we're going to be tempted to knock points off of other cheeses for very, very minor faults. And I don't think that this cheese has ever had the opportunity to get any of those faults. And I don't know whether that would be placing this cheese on an unfairly high footing, because I think
I agree.
I mean 8 or 9 is plenty, I think.
Yeah, I was going with an 8. I think the cheese that I've got slightly lopsided, but that may be typical of a fresh cheese like this. It's uneven. Again, that you may say that's typical. It just doesn't look like a 10 to me. And I take your point, Bronwyn. Other cheeses which are going to be far more matured will have opportunity to lose points because of that.
Nice, we can always come back and revise it, but I think if it sounds like 9 is round about the score that you're going for.
Are we doing half points, Cara?
You can do half points, absolutely.
8.5?
8.5, 8.5. I'll throw it in there. There's a lot of whey come out of mine, a lot of moisture come from it. So I'd feel if I've lost something from the cheese.
Aroma, you guys said, was exactly what you would expect.
Yes.
I think that's great. Akara's absolutely right. Half points are great. And the fact that you can come back, and as she just alluded to, you can revisit these later on, and once you've done your half dozen. So it doesn't. So it's not cast in stone.
Perry, do you want to lead us on aroma, mate?
Yeah, I mean, it's precisely where it should be. We've got fresh, clean, lactic, milky, slight yogurt, creme fraiche, lemony, kind of a more sort of complex lemon, I think, in that area. Really pleasant and pleasing. I can't smell anything that alerts me to being a bad aroma.
Richard, did you want to add anything?
I think it's covered all the bases there. It's clean. There is nothing there that we're not expecting. There's nothing there that's putting me off tasting it. So no, it's all ticking the right boxes.
Okie dokie. Bronwyn, do you want to suggest a score on that one then?
Yeah, let's give it a 9.
Everybody happy with that? Yep. Okay. Texture, guys. We haven't actually said anything about the texture yet.
I think it's classic of this type of cheese. It's soft, it's creamy. I think it's what you would expect.
For me, mine is a little bit stickier, a little bit more claggy than I was expecting. I was expecting it to be a little looser, but I don't think it's an issue. It looks smooth. Just what I was expecting from looking at it. I thought it would look a little bit more like a lactic curd, but mine's more cream cheese.
Yeah, there's something sort of surprisingly bouncy about it. I mean, as Emma said, it doesn't necessarily feel lactic. It's very light. It's quite pillowy, but it has a sort of bounciness that I don't associate with the lactic structure. Again, whether or not that's a knock or exactly what they're trying to achieve is, I guess, open to debate. It would definitely be spreadable. Maybe.
Well, sorry, cut you there.
Go for it.
What I did find though is there is a slight sandiness, a slight granularity. So even though it was sort of smooth, to touch, I got an ever so slight sandiness, a little granularity in the palate.
Did anybody else get that?
I don't get that as much. I get a slight lingering, but not too. It dissipates quite quickly after that as well. I like the spreadability of it. It's quite smooth, light. But I'm getting like a little bit of granular, but nothing to be concerned about, I feel.
Yeah, touch of a dry finish. No, sorry.
No, sorry. For me, the granularity would be typical of what I would think of with this style of cheese. It's almost like the gelatinousness that's just a little bit confusing to me. Like it doesn't feel true to type. But again, discuss.
I think for me as well, it's almost sitting between two different styles. So I'm confused how to judge it. For me, it's a sort of a hybrid. Is it a lactic? Is it trying to be a cream cheese? So the granularity, like you said, it's kind of typical for a certain style, but I'm slightly confused. So I think we just have to judge it on what do we think of that texture?
Yeah. So, Chris, would you like to jump in with the score for texture?
I gave the texture an 8. Very much based on the comments from what you've said as a team, and also what I thought myself.
Is everybody happy with that score?
I would have gone a little bit lower. I think for me, I would have gone around a 7.
Yeah, 7 works for me.
Yeah. Richard, where are you?
So I'm closer to the 7 than the 8. Yeah, 7's good for me.
Just 7.5 or whatever.
Yeah, a little bit. No, let's go for full 7.
7, yeah.
7.
Thank you, guys. And finally, flavour.
Oh, I think this would be really good with these Miller's Damsel crackers that are quite blurry. I really want to scoff this one later. I think it'd be great to spread it on a cracker.
So where are we thinking? Bronwyn, flavour-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I think the salt level is good. It's very clean. I wouldn't say it's massively complex. Not that, it's not easy to find complexity in a cheese that's had so little time to mature, but sometimes you can get a little bit of like extra butteriness, more creme freshiness, a little bit of carbonic spritz or something that's just going to add an extra dimension. I think it's really nice. I don't find any like overt faults, but I'm not blown away by it.
That's
Chris?
Good.
Similar to Bronwyn, I gave it a 14 because again, it doesn't have huge complexity. It's has that lemon note. It's slightly sour at the end, and I think if we're going to judge other cheeses, there'll be other cheeses which are probably better of their class and of their type. And if we overscore this, it's going to be difficult with the other cheeses.
Oh, like we say, we can always come back if we just judge it as you taste it and as a fresh cheese.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at a simple type of cheese like this, I find myself, when judging cheese like this, searching around for the things that could be bad about it. Over sour, soapy, bitterness, and I'm not getting any of that at all. So, it's really well-made cheese, but I agree with Bronwyn and Emma about the complexity level of a cheese of this style.
Okay, Perry, do you want to hazard a score?
I'm going to go 12 for me. 13, sorry.
Emma?
13.
Guys, are you all happy on 13?
Yep.
Lovely. So I will just read those back to you. Appearance 8.5, aroma 9, texture 7, and flavour 13.
Okay.
Brilliant. All right, guys, we'll move on to the second cheese then, which is A21137. It's a soft cheese.
I'm just going to leave you with it for a couple of minutes. Having had 3 children, my pelvic floor isn't what it was. So I'm going to have a quick week. Sorry about that, Cara. And
Nige.
Too much information, I appreciate it.
Way too much, buddy. So this is our soft cheese class, guys.
So I think
anybody like to jump in?
Yeah, I think looking at Perry, yours did the same. Yours is sort of dripping out the side of the box. I don't know about the rest of you. Yeah, the same. I had a really, really thick coating. It's got a little leakage, like Nige now. I think that it's got a nice geo coating, which looks lovely. I have got a couple of sort of damp looking patches, which might have just been where the packaging was touching it, but there's nothing really significantly wrong with the appearance for me, apart from the goo.
I think this is a very pleasing, beautiful looking cheese. I've got no issues in terms of its appearance. I gave it a 9. I thought it looked really, really nice.
Let's have another word from nice.
Beautiful. Cheese board.
I prefer beautiful. So nice geocoating, beautiful cheese, slight bit of leakage.
I like the box for presentation. You know, I think with this style of cheese, it really needs that support all the way to when it meets the cheese board. And I think that the packaging looks real. I mean, yes, it's a little bit cracked and there's a little bit of leakage from the bottom, but overall, I applaud its presentation.
I think that's a really valid point. So you can, they really did think about this presentation. You do want it to be right, to have that broken down texture. So the box does make it sort of hold itself together. It's super valid. Yeah.
Okay, presentation. Lovely. What about the aroma, guys?
We didn't score it. Do you want us to score it first?
No, I was just going to go, if we do the aroma and the appearance first, and then we'll do texture and flavour, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So, Richard, did you want to jump in on aroma?
Well, it's a pretty little thing, nicely packaged, as we said. Aroma's, it's delicate smells, not overly strong. Mine's held together quite well, but I'm up north and it's a lot colder up here. So,
yeah. I think in terms of the aroma, it has that sort of classic yeasty aroma coming over, which is really pleasant. You know, I'm not getting anything from the aroma that's, you know, concerning me. It's just encouraging me to dive in and taste it even more.
Okay, shall we give it a couple of scores for appearance and aroma then, guys?
Appearance for me is 9. Is it 9? 9.5?
Yeah. I gave it a 9 in terms of the one I've got.
Yeah, 9. One's on a 9, and aroma.
I think I'll be sitting around about a 9 on that. And the reason why I go down for like sort of 1 point is that could there be a little bit more behind it? You know, the one note that I get in there is like this sort of slight hay that's in there. And could that be a little bit more pronounced? But for a delicate cheese, it does really well and it's very pleasant. So I'd be around 9 for aroma.
Yeah, same. I think for me, I don't know if it's slightly cold, which is crazy in this really warm house, but it's ever so slightly muted. But what's there smells great. I'm happy with the 9 as well.
Okay. If you haven't already, guys, let's dive on in.
This also with the Miller's Damsel crackers would be most excellent.
You on commission?
We're all not. No, not really.
We should always say the things I think.
No, they do go very well with soft cheeses.
That's beautiful. You know, just sort of, it looks so thick as well, you know.
Oh, God.
I think also now we've dug into it, the aromas opened up a little bit more. I've got a little bit more from getting the paste accessible as well.
It's rich, it's buttery, it's always a bit like clotted cream in terms of its texture. It's just, you know, unctuous, ooziness, a bit of sourdough, a bit of walnut bread, and the damsel Miller's crackers will be splendid.
I've got a touch of a vegetal note, sort of like an artichokey vegetal note, which gives a slight bitterness, but I don't mind it. I don't think it's over the top. I think because it's such a rich, creamy cheese that it works quite well. It gives a nice extra element for me.
I think a bit of an umami flavour on the finish. You know, it's quite a long finish for such a fresh cheese.
For me, it's very multidimensional. It's got like loads of aromas and layers to the flavor that all kind of work together really effectively as a whole. So yeah, no, and that texture is really compelling. I think it's extraordinarily rich without feeling like they've resorted to kind of doctoring it somehow with added cream or something. It's light, but it's rich at the same time.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
remarkably clean as well, isn't it? As well, it really like lands in those kind of areas in a really precise way and doesn't overwhelm at all. So that subtlety is really great as well. But yeah, I really like it. I would be. So we're talking flavour, are we now?
We're talking texture and flavour, Perry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So texture, I go for like a 9. I really like that kind of lactic core it has, encased in that kind of, you know, the runniness that it has as well. I just think that denseness as well, and the finish is really nice as well. And like that kind of like you've had a really nice pint of raw milk or something. The way it kind of finishes. So texture I'll be 9. Flavour I might be. I'm just going to say 18 and ban that around.
Yeah. Texture I would be happy with 9.5 for flavour. I'm in the same. I'm 18 in flavour. Where is everyone else?
I mean, I think those are good. I could even bump them up a little more. Sorry, I'm talking across.
Sorry, I was just saying on texture, I'd give a 9, and on flavour, 17, 18. I was so 18. Happy with that one.
Bronwyn, what did you want to bump up to?
I mean, I think the flavor is great because it's not overtly strong, but there's so much going on. I would vote for 19 and 9 on texture.
I think, Richard, where are you?
I'm enjoying this one. It's lovely. I don't seem to have the same breakdown as you. I must be in a different time zone. Mine's still quite curdy. That wasn't me.
No, it was me. Sorry, guys.
I'm definitely not feeding this one to the dog. This is all mine. But no, I go along with you. So I mean, I'm just going to be awkward and go 18.5 just to split between all.
Let's do 18.5 and 9. 9
Yep.
for texture and 18.5 for flavour.
That's okay, boss. Sorry, Emma. I'm not taking.
No, you're good. I agree with you. I'm only here to solve the fights. I'm
not here to start one either.
18.5.
No need.
And texture was 9, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty little thing.
Oh,
Great cheese, by the way. Fantastic.
Can you add yum to the notes, Cara? Yeah, great cheese.
yes, 18.5. Sorry, could you just remind me what we gave it for aroma?
A 9, I believe.
I think it was a 9. So in theory, we've got a 9 for appearance, 9 for aroma, 9 for texture, and 18.5 for the actual flavour. Yep. Brilliant, guys. On to our next cheese then. We are on to A51096. So it's in a tub. And it's looking like that.
The first class post has finally arrived in Buxton. Look, I'm dressed now. Somebody forgot to put it in the box.
Nige, could you just pass me my phone? Thank you.
Cara, are we allowed any more information on this apart from cow's milk?
Let me tell you what I can tell you. So this one is just a semi-soft. No, hold on a second. It's not A5. It's just cow's milk cheese. It's a full-fat soft cheese.
Okay, fine. Put my nose.
Bronwyn, do you want to start us on this one?
Sure. I mean, my first thought looking at it and smelling it is this cheese? It looks a lot and it smells a lot like sour cream. It has those really kind of like heterofermentative, buttery kind of lactic acid notes to it. You know, that real aroma projection, which I like. So yeah, I mean, I'm finding it a little hard. I need to get my head around what exactly it is. And I guess full fat, soft cheese, sort of, it looks like it's been poured into the tub and then set there, which isn't something I'm very familiar with soft cheese, but you know, again, maybe as we taste it, it's all going to come into focus. I like what I smell.
The same. This is why I asked if we could get some more information. I didn't think it looked very much like a cheese, but as Bronwyn said, I like the appearance. It's got a nice ivory colour to it, a nice glossy sheen. But I am a little confused.
It's almost a bit like a cross between a sour cream, quark, and cream cheese. It has quite a cream cheese texture. It's obviously quite high in fat, because it's very rich and, again, it coats the mouth really nicely. Yeah, I was really intrigued by this as well.
It's very
it's not something you normally come across when you judge.
It's quite moussey in texture, don't you think?
Yeah, Perry, Richard, what are you thinking on this?
Yeah, it's quite
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm processing. You guys are talking, and I'm just processing and trying to work it out. Very much like the first one. It's like this rather peculiar hybrid, and it tastes nice. And in terms of our appearance, like you said, kind of like set in the plastic, which is confusing. So how do I judge it? Once again, we have this thing like the first one. It hasn't had a chance for any faults to arrive in. If I was going to say anything, the way mine was poured wasn't that clear. It had some air pockets in it, but ultimately it was a bright white, slightly ivory, maybe, like from that richness from the fat. So I'm going to be like around a 6 or 7. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yes, certainly an unusual texture, quite dense, quite moussey. In a way, when you actually put your spoon down the side of the pot and pull it away, you get a different look and feel, because the top of it, as you say, is quite unusual. And so it's got that cream look, almost cream look to it that's been poured in. But it's just very dense. I'm still a little bit puzzled by this one.
I think it's quite joyous.
I wonder if we kind of is this like a labna, perhaps? Like I'm trying to, if I kind of understood the category better, I feel like I would be in a better place to judge it.
Semi-soft cheese.
Semi-soft cheese. All right, cool.
I think because we don't have any information on it, if we sort of, I think if we score it as close to like like you said, a labneh style or a cream cheese, and look at sort of if there are any faults to it that we think are quite obvious, I think that's the only way around it. But
this is trying to judge it as a full fat cream cheese, guys.
Mine was 7 for appearance.
Everybody happy with that?
Bronwyn, do you want to bump?
I mean, maybe bump down a little, 6.
Bump down, okay.
I would have said 7. I think it looks it looks well executed in the tub.
All right, 6.5. We're doing 6.5.
Okay.
I think you can move my lips.
Okay, guys. Aroma?
I like the aroma. I like that kind of butteriness. I think it has interesting layers to the aroma in a way that I didn't necessarily find in the other fresh cheese. So I go a little higher on the aroma, maybe 8.
I totally agree with Faith. There's a little bit more complexity there that goes in. It's not just lactic and fresh. There's a little bit more depth to it. So I totally agree.
I like that buttery element that's coming through as well. I'm fine with an 8. I think 8's good.
Okay, so if we going with an 8 for this, on the first cheese we gave that a 9. So are we being consistent?
Probably not. Would we knock down the first cheese with that in mind? I might.
Yes, I'm happy to. But if we gave the first one a 9, I think now we've calibrated a little bit more. I think if we knock the first one down to maybe an 8 or a 7.5, that makes a little bit more sense in the grand scheme of things.
So shall we say 7.5 for the first one?
Yeah.
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 Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay. 7.5. And for this one, you're going for an 8, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. How about texture, guys?
I'm so confused. Okay, we can't be confused about this. We have to judge. I think it's smooth. I think it's not completely homogeneous. Mine, I've got some sort of lumps. They're not lumpies, but I think from what we think this cheese might be, I would have expected a little bit more of a homogeneous texture.
What do you want to
Definitely
give it?
Pardon?
So the texture on my one is very, very creamy. I've got no lumps that I've discovered so far.
neither.
I've got no whey coming off. And often with a sort of cream cheese, certain commercial cream cheese, you often get whey coming off the top. And there's absolutely nothing on my one.
It's pretty consistent.
My lumps aren't really lumps having a little squish around. They're just it's not a complete paste, but I think that's just it's really rich milk. It's okay. It's not lumpy. I take it back.
It's a pretty crowd pleaser of a texture. I mean, it's very silky, very light. I almost wonder whether, and I'd love to know more about the starter cultures they're using, whether they're like producing any of these exopolysaccharides that contribute to like an extra creamy flavor, or whether it's actually, extra fat in there. But it does sort of, it almost feels like it has emulsifiers, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm impressed by that texture. I think I would rate it pretty highly.
Me too. What I do want to add as well is on the mouth, it doesn't coat, it doesn't feel fatty or greasy. I think in terms of texture, I've been squishing it around, but in the mouth, it's really, really pleasing. It's a pleasing mouthfeel.
It exits in a really nice way, doesn't it? But I think I'm with you. I think like my favorite thing about this is the texture. So I would be up near 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Where are we going? 8.5, guys?
8.5, happy with that.
Richard, you happy?
Yeah, 8.5, good to go.
8.5.
And finally, flavour, guys.
It's rich, it's salty, it's got a hint of sweetness, almost a bit like condensed milk.
Yeah.
I wonder whether the salt's slightly over the top. That's probably something I'm left with at the end of the palate.
I wonder though, if it is a Labneh style, then that might be correct. But if it's not a Labneh style, it's not correct. I think for me, I don't know about you guys, but I had a very, very slight bitterness or some sort of, maybe a tiny bit of bitterness, which I wasn't expecting. But I don't know what you want to do with this one, because it does sit in between two for flavour. I think the salt depends on the style.
Yeah, I didn't get any bitterness on my one. It's quite clean finish. I think the salt maybe disguised some, if there was bitterness, Emma.
I think it's a nice finish. It's got a nice clean finish, and I'm happy to go with it again. The first when we had the soft cheese there, didn't have a clean finish. This has got a nice end to it, and
that's true.
It's very enjoyable. So yeah, it's quite Moorish.
So where are we going to go, guys? Somebody jump in for me.
I'm gonna go 16. I think it's a really nice note, but it's not massively complex. So it's a strong contender. It's really nice, but I'm not moved by it in the way say I was by the last one.
I think my gut was around 15, 16. I don't know what else you guys think, but yeah, I'm definitely in that ballpark.
I've gone with 15, so happy to go with 15 and a half.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Perry?
Yeah, 15.5 sounds perfect. Like I said, there's not much complexity. I really like that sour note that it has, and that's my favorite thing about it. But I'm struggling to dig around in that area. Really, really pleasant. 15.5 is fine for me.
Great, guys. Thank you. The next cheese we're going to move on to is A91186. So in a very cute little pot. We're looking at our raw milk cheese.
Brilliantly controlled for raw milk.
What did you say?
I said brilliantly controlled for like raw milk. It looks like my one looks so even. Like it's a really pretty cheese. Yeah, I really like it. I find it quite attractive.
It's really cute. It's like a little plump thing.
Yeah.
It's cute.
I was blown away by this cheese when I opened it. I just thought, wow. And then, you think raw milk class. It's got beautiful light tender orange color. You know, it's a delicate, you know, you see some of these very dark French cheeses, whereas this is very delicate looking.
Bronwyn, why would it be in paper in a box?
I mean, my only thought is that it's designed to be served by turning it out. Like, I could see if it were in a paper cup, that you could sort of, it would be designed for scooping.
Yeah.
And you didn't want it sort of to drain through any cracks in the bottom of the box. Otherwise, I think these boxes are food safe and you could just plunk it in there. But the fact that it was fully wrapped and then in a box,
yeah,
to me, this isn't the style of cheese like a camembert that's matured in a box. I think it would get really fuggy quite quickly. That this is almost like a packaging box. That's, you know, it's an interesting choice. I like the box, but it feels like it's a little bit beside the point.
I think a little doily, like you said, would be good. In terms of a sort of an affinage perspective, I completely agree with Bronwyn. Right now, it feels pudgy and lovely, but I wonder if it would maybe confine it a little bit too much down the line. But otherwise, it looks really pretty.
I think if it wasn't in the box, it should get squashed.
Oh no, we want the box.
I think
it was the box.
Yeah, it has to be in the box. And I think the paper is for what you said, Bronwyn, to turn it out. So you've got a beautiful cheese on the cheese board. I think if you didn't have the paper, the cheese would stick to the wood.
Fused to the box, yeah.
It was completely wrapped, though. It wasn't just a doily. So, like with certain French-style cheeses, you just have a doily. I think what we were saying is because it was completely wrapped like a camembert, it might motor it on a little bit quickly. But for now, it's perfect. So we're judging on now.
I mean, mine's completely sort of collapsed around the sides.
Maybe there's
different. Wow. Okay.
So what would we like to give it for the first two guys for appearance and aroma?
The appearance, yeah, go on, Perry, go.
I would argue mine now I have in front of me is pretty perfect. Like right now, the geo is extremely tight. The colouring seems really even. It looks inviting, attractive, cute. And I kind of feel like I'm going to get an idea of what I'm going to eat, and I'm hoping I won't be disappointed. I'll be like, I'm just going to say 9.5 actually, but for texture.
Wait, hold on, for texture.
Oh, sorry.
For appearance, guys.
Appearance, yeah.
I was going to give it a 10 for appearance. I think it's such a beautifully presented cheese.
I was sitting more around a 9. I think it's very pretty. It's cute. It's very well held together. I like the geo wrinkles with the wrinkles, but I wonder. I mean, Cara's looked very squat. Mine's got a sort of mottling of geo, and I don't know if it's B linens or annatto, but my gut's on a 9. It's not completely even, the coating in colour.
There's a little bit of stickiness. Like I have a couple of sticky patches on mine, and then other places where it's more of that kind of slightly dusted, frosted kind of geo-y look. So I think I'm with you. I mean, it is very impressive. Probably 9 rounds.
Yeah, and I think it's a good rounded 9. Again, mine, I've got areas of stickiness and areas that are a little bit drier. So again, perhaps need to give it a little bit of a leeway for distribution. But I think 9 is probably a reasonable score, is it? You must have the perfect one, Chris. Ours is slightly,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's very easy with this style of cheese, right, guys?
No, it's not an easy cheese to create, make, and distribute. Yes.
So we're going with a 9 for appearance.
Yeah.
Okay. What about aroma?
The aroma is sweet. It's yeasty. There's lovely neo notes coming from it. It promises a rich experience in the palate.
I actually prefer the aroma now I've cut it open. As you said, it's got those sort of umami, savoury elements as well. I think it's got a really, really enticing nose. I prefer it now I can smell rind and paste to just the rind.
Yeah, and there's just a nice little whiff of farm in there as well, which you kind of really want to see, like in a raw milk cheese rinse, where you get them. So, yeah, everything's nice about it, but that just faint whiff of farm is really nice. I find that very pleasant.
And I think it's also appropriate given that it's like presenting as a wash rind.
Yeah.
And so you want a little bit of that funky Barney kind of element too. Yeah.
That's what it's hinting at. It's beautiful. Okay, what do we want to give it for aroma then, guys?
Richard, where are you sitting for aroma score?
It's certainly got more than a whiff of funkiness. Yeah, it's certainly it's back up there, isn't it? It's back in the 9 area for me. It's enticing us in.
I'm comfortable with a 9.
Yeah, I'm happy with 9.
Yeah. I think what I want to add as well as a general comment is that I'm happy that it's got that aroma. There's a lot of wash dryings which are made which would play it quite safe to be a lot more consensual. I'm really excited that this smells like a barn. I think that's what you want a wash drying to do. So that for me is a real bonus.
So what we're going to score it?
9. My salt level is very high.
Yeah.
Very salty here.
Same.
Yeah.
That's a shame. That's a real shame. That's easily fixed. But for me, that it is very, very salty, unfortunately.
It's not slightly, it's very.
It's a shame because all those notes. Sorry.
We're all excited there. The look, the appearance, the smell, and unfortunately, the delivery there has just kind of slipped out of our fingers there, literally. It's just
the flavour that's there, exactly as you said, that it's
underneath it. It's there.
It's
just been masked by salt, unfortunately.
That's such a shame.
Big shame. Big shame. And I like salt, but there's too much there.
We haven't done texture yet, have we, Cara?
No.
Chris, what are you thinking on texture?
Again, I scored the texture quite highly. I gave it a 9 because I think it is a very creamy, but not too creamy. You know, there's a little bit of chalkiness there. It's my cheese, anyways, is held together nicely. It hasn't run off the board. I think, you know, as a customer, I'd be absolutely delighted to eat this from a textural perspective.
I agree. I'm sitting in the same comments and the same score, 9 for me.
Yep, agree.
Everybody in agreement?
Yep,
absolutely.
Fabulous. So it's 3 9s so far.
I'm so upset about that salt level because the flavour is really good. But unfortunately, in competitions, that's how it works. And we have to judge on what's in front of us. But it is very easily fixable. But we have to knock it down considerably because that is overpowering everything else.
Yeah.
So where do we want to go on?
14? 15?
I think because the flavour's there as well, I would have gone lower if there wasn't the flavour underneath it, but I think I'm around a 14.
I think I would, for just this case, I would argue lower. Like it scored extremely highly on the last 3 cases, but we all agree that the salt is way, way, way too much. So I worry that where it might position itself, it would come up quite high with the 9s that are there. So I would go 11 to just sort of kind of like balance that out, right?
Yeah, we give 14 some other cheeses that weren't quite as heavily almost faulted as that one. So I mean, 11, 12 is where I am as well. It's lower than what we've had so far. Sadly.
Chris, where are you?
I'm around 13.5 because I think if you had it on a Miller's biscuit, you wouldn't get as much saltiness coming through. You know, I think, yes, it's too salty, and definitely the cheesemaker can easily correct that, Emma. But it's still a delicious cheese.
I think if we think of it in terms of a medal, if I bought that and it had the medal on it, I would be upset. I don't know if that changes the scoring, but I think we've said what, between 11 and 15. Should we go for something around the 12.5?
I think 12 is fair. I think that's fair, you know. But like you said, Emma, like remarkable cheese, looks great, texture is great. Just a shame about the salt and so easily correctable. And cheesemaker takes that away. They've got an amazing cheese on their hands.
12.
Okay, guys, are we going to sit with the 12 then?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the next cheese, which is, where are we? Semi-soft cheese, A31173.
Does semi-soft count as semi-hard, like in the middle? Because I wouldn't call it soft.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it soft either. I would have said semi-hard.
Yeah. Is that glass half full though? I'm not quite sure. I think, but yeah, I don't. Seeing soft in the category has put alarm bells up, but we're judging on the cheese. I assume that's just a category choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Who wants to talk about appearance?
Beautiful looking cheese, right?
Yeah.
You know, the nettle on the outside, the sort of rind just poking through in a really nice pattern. I need to cut mine a little bit more, so I haven't got so much of the thing, but it's a really beautiful looking cheese.
I agree.
What
I
about
think
the aroma,
the rind,
guys?
oh yeah, rind is in mint condition, really nice and smooth all the way through. You know, sometimes with cheeses of this style, I would expect to see a little bit of flaky lemoniness, but I think within this context, it's really nice sort of presentation.
I do think this was in, no, it wasn't in backpack, was it? It looks like it had been backpacked. It looks like mine had been slightly compacted. I don't know if that will affect the texture, but maybe not at all. It looks very beautiful. Yeah, like you said, an even covering of the nettle coating on the outside, and the texture in the middle looks great too. The colour's nice too. I can't fault it really.
9.
Appearance wise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you bring it down on?
Higher, guys?
What's it brought down on?
That's my question.
I think what brought it down from a 10 to a 9 is the fact that it's fast packed, and so you've got that sheen on the cut surface.
Okay, if we can't judge it on the backpack
if that
side
had been
of it.
flow wrapped, you wouldn't have had that glossy sheen on the.
I think sheen aside, the backpacking for me it looks like it has condensed the paste ever so slightly. Not much, but I'm okay with a 9. I think that would be the only reason to have knocked it really.
Yeah, that's in fact as close. Yeah, there's normally slight fleck to it, a slight openness to the texture. That's kind of come quite dense and solid. So it's just spoilt that natural appearance. If you when you cut it in half again, when you get to the middle, you get a little bit more of that break into it that looks a little bit more real, whereas it looks almost, dare I say, that shiny and plastic look, which isn't the best visual, because there's a beautiful, nice cheese when you get in the middle there. Now that's a little bit of fleck and break in it, and it's beautifully dressed. I mean, the way they dress it with these leaves is unique and very pretty.
9.
9.
Yeah.
Aroma then, guys?
I haven't got a lot. It's quite muted. It's clean, but I haven't got loads. I'm going to cut it right down the middle and sniff it in case it is a package.
No, it does feel quite muted when I've cut it in the middle. You know, you're searching around quite a bit for that sort of, yogurt lactic kind of area. The rind obviously has a little bit more sort of subtle mushroom that's in there, but I am digging around quite a bit in there to find what I need to find. So that's where I would say it's not as powerful as I was expecting.
It is clean, however, so I'm probably sitting around like an 8, 7.5, 8 maybe.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
8 I was comfortable with. I think it's of its type. You're not going to get a huge aroma from this cheese.
Yeah.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm with him. It's 8. It's a muted aroma, which is quite a nice phrase, but you get that little bit of that greenness, hint of moldiness from the nettle, which just adds a little bit to the flavour and the character. That almost like a little bit of bitterness.
8. We good with 8?
Cool. Okay, texture, guys.
Breakdown in the mouth is very nice, very smooth, very creamy, very pleasant. Again, muted flavors. It's not deep flavors, but there's clean. There's a nice tang there.
I do find it rubbery.
Yeah.
It could be that you know.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be. The vac packing to that level throughout the cheese, to be honest. But yeah, pleasant texture. I've just got slight issues with the rubber.
Yeah, it feels, and whether that, as you say, is an artifact of how it was packed, or just this batch being a little bit less demineralized than maybe it would be in other batches. It's fairly light. It's really easy to eat. You know, when people talk about a session cheese that you can kind of pop without thinking about it too much, this isn't gonna upset anybody. It's really nice. It's like yummy. I'm not sure it's profound.
Where do we want to sit with that then? 7.5, 8?
7.5 sits well with me.
7.5.
Yep.
Yeah, my gut's saying 7. Okay, we're all agreed. Perfect.
Was that 7 or 7.5, guys?
7.5.
7.5, yeah.
Thank you. And finally, flavour.
Is it going to be the same kind of figure? It's not quite profound. It's very pleasant. It's nice. It's easy going. It's an easy eat, but it's not profound. I'm liking that word.
Yeah, I agree.
I just feel like I need a little bit more from it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it feels like the aroma muted, the flavor feels slightly muted as well. And you can see those typical, you know, lactic, fresh kind of notes just struggling to get out. And they lean more into like sweet, and just the balance feels really muted. I'd go maybe like 13, 14. I'm just putting a number out there, see how we feel.
I was being mean, 7.5 that meant out of 10, but hey, I'm sorry. So 14, 15, that's the right level.
13 seems too low to me. I think, yeah.
14, 15, yeah.
15?
I'd say 15 because I think it's a good example of its type. It's not as good as it could be. We've seen better batches in our experience, but there's nothing negative there. I think it's a nice balance of salts coming through.
Yeah. It's a nice, well-made cheese, but it's never going to give a strong strength. It is a mild, easygoing cheese. So, yeah, 15.
So where are we going? 14 or 15, guys?
14.5.
Everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah, fine.
Brilliant. Thank you, chaps.
Cara, are we okay for time? Do we need to talk faster?
We're doing all right, actually. Doing all right.
So
I'm just going to recap that for you guys. You got a 9 for appearance, 8 for aroma, 7.5 for texture, and 14.5 for flavour.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. The next cheese we're moving on to is A20, cheese made from Farm's Own Herd.
It's 1069, right?
1069. Yeah.
Oh, voila. Exciting. So we have what looks like a camembert style, if you will. I don't know what the rind is just yet. It could be Geo or Penicillium, but it looks like a bloomy-esque style for now. That one just came in paper, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
A wax paper.
My coating's quite even. I have got some pug-like wrinkles right at the extremities, but nothing major.
What did you say? Pug-like?
Pug-like. Like a Shar-Pei, like the dog jowls.
No. Right.
It's not cheesy at all.
I really like the balance of the rind. The geo is very apparent. It hasn't been carpeted over by a thick layer of, I mean, it looks proper.
Yeah. It's like, very appropriate, really clean,
It looks
nicely.
really traditional too, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I think it's, it's good. I feel like I would be like 8.59.
Richard, where are you at?
8.5 is good for me. Yep.
Anyone want to bump?
I was going to say 9 for appearance. The one I have is really even. You know,
Mine looks like a 9, I think.
I can't find much fault with the look of this. It's
the only fault I have got now, looking at my pug-like wrinkles again, I have got a couple of cracks where it has slightly elephant-footed, but I don't think it's too considerable. I'm a 9.
There was some craters.
I think we should judge the inside of the cheese as well for the appearance, and I feel like that's a really nice kind of like shiny but controlled breakdown, which I really like. I'm kind of tending towards the 9 on this, just in terms of balance.
Majority
goes.
goes.
I don't know.
Yeah. 9.
9.
Lovely. How about the aroma, guys?
It was a tad ammoniated when I opened the wrapper. Like it really was quite piercing. Again, maybe that's going to even out in the eating, but I felt like I wasn't getting much other than the ammonia from the breakdown.
Agreed. Mine hasn't dissipated. I unwrapped this one a long time ago and it's still quite ammonia.
I had quite a strong aroma, ammonia aroma, almost like, you know, if you go into a horse stables,
a bit farmyard,
you get that similar twang coming. But that for me takes it down somewhat in terms of its aroma.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cheese from Farm's Own Herd, this one, isn't it, Cara?
Yeah.
You know, so I would expect like a little bit more kind of like farmyard coming in there, but I kind of think that it definitely, I agree, moves into the ammoniation quite heavily and hides anything that's underneath it. And that power is quite strong. So, I think that ammoniation just spoils it a little bit. So I'm going to be around about like 6.5, 7.
I was thinking 7.
Yep, Bob on. Yep, I'm with you there.
Yep.
You happy with that, Perry?
Yeah. I'm just throwing 2 scores out, so
I'm around 6.5, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 7.
Breaking the ice, you know.
Thanks, mate.
It's not 6, 7. We're okay. Oh, did I say that?
Don't do it.
Sorry.
Have yours all broken down completely through to the centre, or have you got?
I've got a slight core on my one, but it's still very, very creamy.
Incredibly creamy.
Slight core on mine as well.
You can't really see with my camera; it's rubbish. But I have got a fairly significant core.
I like it with a bit of a core. You know, I wouldn't necessarily think of that as a fault personally. I like how light it is, even where the core persists. It's quite sort of soluble. It doesn't feel rough or tough. And I think the texture of the breakdown is really, really lovely.
It's very true. That core doesn't interrupt with the texture, does it?
No.
It's firm but still soft. It's not a crumbly. It's not a kind of a chalkiness to it. It's smooth.
I also do quite like a little chalk line here and then, but don't tell the French. I'll get listed. But yeah, you're right. It's soluble. It melts nicely in the palate. Do you find the rind distracting? Do you think it's a little bit different, or it integrates well?
I think in the great scheme of these styles of rind, it's pretty. It integrates really well. I'm happy to, you know, with how it combines with the totality. I like.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't think it's chewy. It hasn't.
Chewy,
it's got an extra element. So I think it's quite nice. It's got a little bit of texture to it, but we want that. I think it's not over the top. The texture for me is quite nice. I'm around a 9. Sorry for saying nice. Anyone?
So I haven't picked anybody else up on it, so.
I would give this a 9 for texture. I think it's a really good example of a artisan camembert.
Glossy and creamy, yeah.
Oh, 9. Perfect.
Okay. And what about flavour, guys?
I think it tastes great, actually. It has this kind of like weird element where it feels like it's quite courageous in actually the elements that it has, but also restraint at the same time. Like it kind of holds really well when you've got that kind of, you know, cabbage, brassica kind of like notes that should sort of subtly come in there. The ammoniation I can't taste at all actually in the paste. That's like great news. And the finish is really nice. And that slight bit of bitterness just balances the whole journey out for me. I really like it.
Bronwyn, what do you think?
Yeah, it's hard to find much fault with this. I think this compares really favorably with a lot of French camemberts that I've tried before. Like, I think this kind of kicks their butt. I like how much life there is it. I mean, if I was going to be really, really tough on it, I would say just want it turned up a little bit more. Not turned up in that like ammonia spiky, like, you know, angry way, but just, I don't know, it feels, yeah, it's a bit restrained, it's a bit muted, and it feels like everything else is in place. I just want it to follow through on that promise a little more. It's a very mild, distraction, but I just think it could be more.
I wonder whether that's the ammonia that's kicking other flavors out. I love it still. I agree with all of you. I'm incredibly excited by this cheese. I think it's showing really lovely sort of traditional, like you said, camembert style flavors, but how it should be. I love this cheese.
The one thing I would say here, I agree with all your comments in terms of rich, cabbagey, it's very Moorish, but I just think there's too much bitterness coming on the end for me.
At the end.
I've had some fabulous camemberts which don't have that level of bitterness, and I think that for me, like we're saying, too much salt is a negative. For me, there's slightly too much bitterness, and that's dominating for me at the end of the palate.
I do have to agree with Chris. I am left with bitterness. It's for me, it's not over the top, but that is what I'm left with, which is not great. But overall, I think if you just eat the whole thing and keep eating it, like when you eat a really spicy curry, you'll forget about the bitterness. But I do want to score this quite highly. I think it's a great cheese.
Do you want to kick us off with the score then, Emma?
17.5.
That works.
For me, it's around there, whether it's half a point, either way. Again, I'm left with the bitterness. I'm with Chris. I'm quite bitter averse. So everything else is good. That creaminess, the paste, that glossiness, the richness. Even as you said, the curd, the so-called curdy bit in the middle isn't curdy. It's that core is still smooth and creamy. But I'm just left with that bitterness in my mouth, which is just taking the edge off for me. But everything else is bob on. So sitting on the fence, 17.
17 for me.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Bronwyn, Kerry, where you at?
Yeah, go for that. That works.
That's
Sure.
fine. 17.5 maybe. I don't know, like somewhere around there. I'm very happy to go with the group or with Emma.
All right, we're doing
Go with
17.5.
them. Go with them. You're the boss.
17.5, Cara.
Okay, could you please just repeat for me what you gave it for aroma?
9. I can't. No, it was ammoniated. Sorry, excuse me. No, it was 7.
7. So we've got 9 for appearance, 7 for aroma, 9 for texture, and 17.5 for flavour.
Yep.
Ducky. Next one we're going to move on to is used milk cheese. So it's class A6 and cheese 1041.
Do we have to judge in order, Cara? Just a quick question. I'm assuming yes, but this is a blue.
And it looks pretty full on.
And it looks like it's going to hurt.
Yes.
Guys want to leave it to last? I'm happy if you do.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah.
I'd say looking at the cheese, it looks frightening. It's very discoloured.
To say it's a bit of a beastie, but it looks good.
Emma's doing the job. Thank you.
All right. In that case, we're going to move on to cheese made from Farm's Own Herd, which is A21 1059.
This one's definitely not been vacuum packed.
Just again for the viewers, if for whoever's watching, yeah, it hasn't been vacuum packed, but it has been cling filmed and then papered, wrapped. So I've got a mega sheet. I'm going to cut right in the middle for this one.
Yeah.
Just going to give it a little scrape.
Giving it a scrape, but I think I'm still going to whack right in the middle to get no cling films.
Ooh, yum. I'm just going to turn the lights up in here, guys. Sorry. Righty ho.
What do your rinds look like, guys?
Yeah, nice even rinds.
It's got character. There's a little bit of damage on the base, but I would expect it for a cheese that's yeah, a little bit more aged, a little bit more affinage going on, a little bit more time, you know. So yeah.
Looks to me like it might have been cloth bound, and I wonder if that explains a little bit about what looks like maybe a little bit of mite incursion on the bottom.
Mine, yeah, I agree. I think it was probably, it looks on the side definitely like it was cloth bound. Mine's flaking ever so slightly, but it hasn't encroached on the paste at all. I just wanted to see if anyone else has had. It looks all right. Okay. How
about aroma, guys?
Nice kind of warm caramel, very sort of round aroma, a hint of the sheepiness, a little bit woolly.
Little bit tropical fruit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny bit.
I'm getting classic cellar aroma.
Yeah.
Slight sweetness, but probably dominantly cellar.
I think it's very complex. I don't know if you all cut right into the middle as well. I've got superficially a nice sort of savoury aroma, something kind of biscuity. I've got the caramel notes that Bronwyn mentioned as well, but I have got a nice fruity aromatic element as well. So it's a lot going on for me for aroma.
Yeah, and that sheepiness is like nice in balance as well. There's just a touch of it. It's not overpowering. Is that like, and I agree with all your comments. So I think I actually really enjoy the aroma. I feel like it's going to tell me what I'm going to taste, and there's that level of complexity that, you know, we haven't discovered in other cheeses yet. I feel I like it a lot on the aroma.
Okay, shall we give it a couple of scores on appearance and aroma? Chris, do you want to kick us off on this one?
Yeah, in terms of appearance, I was going to go about 8.5. I think it's a well-made cheese. It looks well presented.
Everyone in agreement?
Yeah, I really like it. It's got some character to it. You know, the drawing in seems quite even on my batch. Yeah, I agree.
I'm fine with 8.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Excellent. And aroma, guys.
It's really enticing. I think that there are lots of things happening. We've mentioned a whole list of aromas already. I can't smell anything that I don't like on it. I think for me, it's a very, very pleasing, enticing aroma. I'm around a 9.5 to put out the two scores again.
Why not a 10?
9.5 and a 10. Yeah, I think there's a lot going on there, and to keep that control there without anything that's untoward. You know, the cave age is what you would expect, right? So it's telling you where that cheese has lived and grew up. So yeah, I'm with Emma on 9.5, 10.
Cara, what did we give A91186 on aroma?
A91186, you gave it a 9.
Is this the best aroma we've had so far?
Not for me. I mean, I think it's very, very good. I would say a 9 is absolutely fine. I'm not feeling inclined to, break the
9 ceiling yet.
No, I wouldn't go higher than 9. I think
9.
on tops for me.
Leave some headroom just in case.
9.5.
9.
9.
9. Okay. Texture.
I've got a little bit of a grainy element to it. It looks like it might have got hot, or Bronwyn, what would that be? That's just from visual, actually. I haven't even mean to touch it.
It's just quite gritty in the mouth.
And I think it's quite a common thing I think we see with sheep's cheeses, particularly ones where there's acidity development during the make. Okay. They can have a tendency to have that slightly gritty or powdery texture. I'm not sure it's a massive fault. I don't think every cheese needs to be like smooth like a Gouda.
No.
But I agree that if it's a little bit out of balance, it can just be a tiny bit distracting while you're eating it. And I feel like this is on the edge for me between like, I like the texture very much, and I'm just starting to notice that in a way that I don't particularly like. So I might knock it down a little bit, but overall, I mean, it's quite continuous. There's not a lot of openness within the paste. It doesn't look at all blown or anything. It's like, I would say very good, but I agree with Chris that there's just that little gritty edge that maybe could be toned down a tad.
I'm quite distracted. I think for me, the we mentioned another cheese which had a slightly sandy, gritty, granular element. For me, I can feel it crunching like a little bit like sand. I'm a bit more distracted maybe than the rest of you. Classic Emma. What do we want to do then? Like a 7?
7 sounds good.
For texture, yeah.
You okay with that, Bronwyn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Richard,
And
you're right.
finally, flavour, guys.
I'm in agreement there. Yep.
Flavour.
I thought the flavour was more subdued than the aroma would suggest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I had a bit of a sharp finish on it, which I wasn't expecting. I thought I'd get more of a sweet complexity.
I don't mind that sharp finish, but I do think that it is a lot more subdued. The nose promised a lot more on the palate. I think it's pleasant, but it's not saying much. I like the sheepy element. It's not over the top. I like that animal flavor coming through. There is a bit of sweetness, there's a bit of savory, but it's not overwhelming.
I'm getting a tiny tingle on my tongue. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that at all, but to me, it feels like it's quiet in a way that I would want to really push it on the maturation, but I'm not sure I completely trust it.
Yeah.
I've got bitterness.
No,
not bitter.
No.
Niggly.
Like just a little itchy on my tongue.
So what do we want to give it, guys?
I think 15 could be fair.
Yeah, I think so too.
As we're saying that, the aromas are there, but the flavors have just become quite one-dimensional that's in there. The acidity is quite interesting. I kind of wasn't half expecting that. And yeah, that like sort of little spikiness that it has with Bronwyn was saying, that like finish. So yeah, it becomes just a little bit more, slightly more one-dimensional. It's got like a slight greasy tallow to it kind of thing as well, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing, but that's why I'd give it 15.
I'm good with 15.
Yeah, okay.
So, Bump, or are you okay? You all right with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. On to our next cheese. We're going to have to make up a little bit of time, guys. It's A71063. It's goat's milk cheese. Lovely little log.
Quite a chunky log, actually.
Yeah, girthy. Sorry. I could feel that look, Perry, without even looking.
Yeah, mine's a little bit wonky, bit thicker at one side than the other. You know, but it's a really pretty cheese. Good geo, good ash covering on the top. Kind of what you'd be expecting. Pretty cheese.
The difference, the sort of tapered effect is definitely just the mold.
Yeah.
My coating is good. I've got an ever so slightly damp bottom, but the nothing to write home about. It's a nice even coating, good ash coating as well.
It's quite generous with the ash, I would say. Maybe I think I've got a little bit more of a minimalist when it comes to ash, and that's just an aesthetic choice. But I do notice there's a lot of ash on that thing.
Thanks very much, yes.
What would you say, 9 for appearance?
Eight and a half for the slightness.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think the ash is quite aggressive. Actually, now you say it, 8.5 is fine with me.
Yeah, I've got my little slightly wet bum as well, so I'm 8.5 too. Richard, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm 8.5. Good for me. Not so much problem with the wet bum. I think that's to do with distribution, and the weather today is not helping it.
Okay, so 8.5 on appearance, guys.
Yep.
Aroma.
I mean, it's gone down as ash rinded and ash coated cheeses do. It's gone down a quite vegetal aroma instead of that bright citrusy note, but that's what I would have expected with a cheese like this. It's okay. It's correct.
Like 7.5, 8, 8.
8, I was thinking.
Where's everyone else at?
Yeah, 8's fine for me. I think it does quite well to tame that sort of aggressive goatiness that's in there. It smells like a little bit sort of like chalk pit to me as well that comes off the cheese. But yeah, pleasant. Yeah, so I agree.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm with you there. 8's good for me.
Okay. I was going to go 7.5, but let's bump. Let's go to 8.
Okay. Texture.
We've got a couple of openings.
Mm.
As well. I just seen that visually as well. I don't know if anyone else has.
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
It feels very well drained. It's sort of very under control. Very, there's a few openings in it, but the total effect is one of it's quite dialed in, kind of ticking all the marks. I find the texture, it's a tiny bit astringent. It's a little bit grippy. It's very maybe, sometimes you can get a very clean finish on the tongue, and this one's just feeling a little bit tannic and grippy to me.
Mm-hmm. Everyone agreed?
Yeah.
Yep.
What would you score it then, Bronwyn?
On texture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
8, 7.5. Yeah. Something like that?
Yeah.
You think that's too generous?
My gut was 7.5 because of that sensation, but I think where is everyone else?
Yeah, I'll go with 7.5.
Good to go for me. 7.5.
7.5.
Okay.
For flavour, I've got something there, and I can't identify it. It's almost like there's a hole in the middle of the flavour. So it starts off with a classic acidity. It goes into a nice sort of vegetal root, some sort of macadamia nuts, but there's something that I can't pinpoint that's missing and not holding it together.
I find it very slightly cardboardy.
That's it. There we go. Thank you. Voila. That's it. Yeah.
Just where the milky sort of lactic flavor should be. It's just a little bit, yeah.
Sorry, can you explain that a little bit more, Bronwyn?
Sure. I mean, I think basically when I'm tasting lactic cheeses, I'm looking for like a juicy acidity, and like within that layers of flavor that are sort of like you've got the lemoniness, but then you've also got the kind of geo aromas over the top of them. But it has to be on something that's kind of solid. It doesn't need to be savory, but it needs to be milky. And for this one, it just has a little bit of a closed. Do you know, like if you're drinking a bottle of, it's not exactly the same thing, but if you're drinking a bottle of wine and it's corked,
yeah,
and like corkedness, like just tamps down the flavors of the bottle of wine. So you don't get the expression of everything else that's going on in there. That's what that feels like to me.
Yeah, I would always give you the same analogy, Bronwyn, of a bottle of white wine which has got warm, so you've lost that fresh acidity coming through. It's become a bit generic almost.
Yeah, it's just a bit flat and dull. It's not got that freshness, that zing, and it just seems to just go flat.
Okay. What do you want to give it as a score then, guys?
13.
Yeah, that works.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. You read those ones back to you then, guys. We have 8.5 for appearance, 8 for aroma, 7.5 for texture, and 13 for flavour.
Yep.
Lovely. On to our last 4 cheeses, guys. The next one is cheese made from farm's own herd goat, and it's A221062.
Mine is very wet. I don't know.
Mine is very wet.
Yeah.
Mine is as well.
Not just on the bottom. I've got, well, a lot on the bottom, but I've got some damp patches around the side
Yeah,
too.
I'm the same. It's all over the place.
You look, the paper this one's wrapped in is very different feel to the last one. That's probably the moisture in.
It feels like it's been wrapped inside out, like the shiny side is out, at least mine is. The geo itself just feels like it's a little bit stressed and slimy, you know, when geo gets a bit wet.
Yep.
I like the boldness of its appearance, though. Like, obviously, taking out the wetness and things like that, the shape of it, it's like got a little bit of sort of heaviness and like strength. And then, yeah, I like the cover, you know, trying to eradicate this wetness that we have on there. I like the gentle dusting that it has. It's a little bit uneven, that's hard because it's patchy. But in terms of the shape, I really enjoy that sort of size of it, I suppose.
It's here to occupy your cheese board.
Yeah, it's gonna take over. These ones are normally like delicate, aren't they? And just there, but this one's got, like, it's got character.
For me, I was worried, and now I've cut into it. I think it might be the case. I'm worried that it's not completely drained or dried. It's very, very wet in the middle as well. Might not be drainage. It might just need to have spent a little bit more time even in the séchoir to dry it out a little bit first. But mine feels very, almost like curd. When you touch the paste, you can hear it.
That's very true.
It feels wet. And it smells like it hasn't maybe been drained. It smells a bit, I don't know how to describe it. I think it's going to taste bitter. Bronwyn, can you describe that aroma? There's something on there I don't know if you get.
It almost smells like a room when you walk in and some of the cheeses have a little bit of mucor growing on them.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, I'm not actually seeing any mucor on this, but it still feels quite young, and it goes along with that. Maybe either not quite drained enough or needed more drying before it went into its packaging.
Yeah.
For me, it reminds me of walking through a wine cellar.
Yeah, it's definitely got like a wine gun kind of vibe to it, without a doubt.
And you know, I think the aroma for me is actually nicer than the look. I wasn't expecting it to be as pleasant an aroma as. For me, the appearance is quite off-putting. For all the reasons that you've described, Emma and co, you know, it's a very uneven coating and maturation of ash, you know, on the classic Valençay cheese shape.
So, guys, where are we going to go for appearance?
I think because all the wetness, we have to score that quite down. I like the shape of it, like the boldness, but in terms of the covering, we've got uneven patchiness. Maybe we go for 5.
Yeah, I would describe it as having travel fatigue. You know, I'm sure it normally looks better than it has got to us today.
I think the fatigue has come from a few make issues as well just before it, which is just it's exacerbated it more. I think 5 I'm in agreement with.
Yeah.
Chris, Richard?
Yeah, I'm with you on the 5. I think, as you say,
Yeah,
things
5's fine.
happened to that before it set off on its journey.
Aroma, guys?
I've got quite a lot of sort of a trapped way. There's an aroma on it I don't love. It doesn't have that bright freshness that I was expecting, all because of the reasons we've mentioned.
I think it's slightly difficult because obviously on the aroma you can detect problems within the cheese. Do you know what I mean? Like the aroma isn't particularly like unpleasant, but in my mind, like all the things that we're listing that have gone potentially wrong with this cheese are, you know, symptomatic of that aroma. Yeah. So I don't think it's particularly unpleasant. Like one-dimensional. There's nothing else really. I'd be around about 6. I think that's where I'm gonna go.
I'm happy with 6.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Texture, guys?
It's smooth, but it is very wet in the curd, on the paste, everywhere. The rind is ever so slightly slimy as well. All things linked again back to those issues we've mentioned. So I'm not completely enamored by the texture, but it is smooth. There's no granularity for me.
What's that meaning? A 6 or a 7?
6.5. Sorry about the half point. 6.5. I'm at.
Richard, Chris?
I'm happy with 6.5.
Yeah.
I think it's very creamy.
It's just that wetness.
Bronwyn Perry?
Yeah. It feels slightly like as soon as it is that, you know, that sort of whey kind of like rushes out, becomes quite flabby, actually, in an odd way. So yeah, I'm 6.5. So I agree.
6.5.
Fine. Yeah.
And finally, flavor, guys.
I'm starting to get some sort of rind defect flavors, a little bit of sort of soapy heat developing on the rind. Again, I think linked to entirely the same thing. It's funny because I feel like the basics of this cheese are all there, and a few little changes, you know, again, like a couple little tweaks could make this into something that was like really at the top of the charts. But this isn't it.
Absolutely agree.
I feel like this is a cheese like of a moment. It make to make what you get and how, you know, and yeah, I totally agree. So I would, that soapiness is quite overpowering, isn't it? So I would be around about 12.
Yeah, 12. Happy with 12. You know, it's, if you think about the raw milk cheese, we gave that 12 because it was too salty. I think giving this a 12 because of the faults that we described is fair.
Thank you for putting that in perspective, Chris. It's really helpful.
Bronwyn, do you agree? Do you think that's harsh?
I think 12 is actually a little generous. I might have gone 11. Do you think, you know, just, you know, we're talking about a technical issue. I think to me, I would rather eat the salty one and spread it thin than this, where there's a lot of jangle and kind of like not so nice flavors beyond the saltiness. So yeah, I mean, I'd probably be closer to, I don't know, 10, 11. But again, we're we're splitting hairs, so I don't mind either way.
11. Are we
11.
all right with 11?
Yep.
I'm not happy with 11.
Yep, definitely, for sure.
Thank you, guys. Next choose is A131070. That is, oh, that is our mold ripened cheese.
I've got a lot of ammonia on this one as well, and that one's been unwrapped for a long time. I don't know if it's the same amount, but it is ammonia, and I haven't got much else on the aroma.
Oh, nothing else.
No, I've just got ammonia.
The ammonia and wet nappies.
Yum.
I've got my glasses on.
Having a grandchild recently, I've recognised that aroma.
It is very ammoniated, unfortunately. Yeah.
Good looking cheese though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what you'd expect, true to type, like really even. Obviously, you got the breakdown going where it's been wrapped, but nice. I like this slight concavity that it has. Oh, it just fell off there. So yeah, I'm excited about it. Really, it's good.
I think this, it's got a really nice even coating, as Bronwyn mentioned in the first style cheese that looked quite similar to this one. It's not too thick. I have, again, however, got a couple of cracks on the outside, and it feels very fragile when I pick it up.
Yeah.
It's breaking when I pick it up.
This feels higher moisture than the last one.
Yeah. Yeah. My core is just sort of running away a little bit. You know, it's, I don't know if you can see that. There's a lot of sort of gappage around it.
Oh, yeah. Mine's not like that. Mine.
I've got a very thick core on my one. It hasn't really broken down.
Wow. Major differences then, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, appearance-wise, it looks lovely. Do we want to mark it down slightly on that, on the cracking, or do we think it?
I mean, it's pretty darn good. I would say it's similar. It's quite similar appearance-wise to the last one.
9?
Yeah.
Yeah, we gave a 9 to the last one.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Yep. Aroma. It is ammoniated, unfortunately. What did we give the last one for ammonia aroma?
We gave it a 7.
I think they're on par in aroma with the level. I think if we do 7, that's where I would.
That's fair. Go ahead. Yep.
Texture, have you got that solubility that we did in the, well, I'm not comparing them to each other, but for me, I haven't got that chalky heart in the middle. It's a core, but it does break down again in the mouth. It's not.
For me, it lingers a little bit too much on this one. There's a definite difference between, you know, the sort of smoothness that I'm getting, and then the lactic core just remains. So yeah, it's for me not the best texture on the palate.
Okay.
Anybody else want to chip in? It sounds like everybody's is sort of a different stage almost.
Yeah, I would say mine's underripe from the texture, but overripe from the ammonia.
Yeah.
On the aroma.
What do we want to score it? Texture, Richard, what are you thinking?
The texture, so it's not quite as broken down as the last one. So is it? I can't remember what we did the last one. Is in 8.
We gave the last one a 9 on texture, because it had really broken down well. For me, I was going to give this 7 from the camembert that I'm looking at, because it's so chalky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be around 6 or 7 because, like I said, that the core is lingering a lot. It's not breaking down. I have to just work at it a little bit, and I don't particularly like that. So yeah.
Are we good with the 7?
I think
Yeah. Go with 7. Yeah.
Okay. And flavour.
For me, this is interesting because I didn't get so much bitterness in the last one, but I'm getting more bitterness here.
I agree that I'm getting a lot more bitterness on this one.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, you can get those sort of notes that we would expect that are there, but you know, they're sort of hiding behind the bitterness, of course. So yeah, I totally agree. It's not bad though. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not like yeah,
pretty accomplished. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
would you say the bitter notes are dominating?
Yeah, a bit. Like it would make me think before going back, you know, to this again for another bite. I would. I mean, but it's still there's lots of other good parts about. I might say like 16.
I think that's generous.
You think it's generous? You go low. Yeah.
Because the other one we went 17 and a half, and I thought that had far more going for it than this one.
In that case, yeah, no, I think there's a bigger separation between them. So yeah.
What are we thinking? More like 15 or lower?
should we go 15? Because it does sound like we've all got slightly different ones. You know,
I went to
not as
15.
allied on the texture and the things like that. So yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do 15. Yeah.
Sorry, what was the texture, guys?
7.
Okay, so just feeding this back, you've got appearance 9, aroma 7, texture 7, and flavour 15. Yep.
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 Okay, so our penultimate cheese this morning, A10 1118. This is white territorial.
I've cut a significant wedge off and I've got a bit of a sulfury, eggy note coming through.
Yeah, I just got that. Yeah.
The rind has a little bit of a lipolytic, kind of almost crayony smell that I'm not super keen on.
Yeah.
What was the word you said after lipolytic?
Crayon, like crayons?
Oh, crayon.
You know, a box of crayons. Yeah. That's kind of waxy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Visually, do we like it?
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Nice colour. Presents well.
Yeah, rind looks good. Looks like well looked after, well maintained. Yeah, I think it looks like an attractive territorial. I think I'll be maybe around about like 8 or 9 for it.
I think I'm around an 8 for appearance. Yeah.
Yeah.
8.
Okay, aroma.
Fresh, lactic, touch of mineral. I struggle to get anything else from that. Like Bronwyn said, you know, that sort of crayony rind aroma that's there. You know, not particularly challenging or complex, but in an area that's really pleasant.
I get classic cellar aroma from the rind, of like a clean cellar that you're getting into rather than a really damp cellar.
I've got a bit of dry cellar, maybe. I think I also got that sort of sulfury, eggy aroma. It's dissipated slightly now, but that was there too. I think there are a couple of things which are drawing me back from a high score. I think I'm around a 7.5.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Yep.
All right. Texture. Bronwyn, you lead us.
Like, I have a lot of thoughts on this texture. I mean, from my perspective, it's a bit rough and particulate, a bit grainy on my tongue. I can fully appreciate that may be an active choice for the cheesemakers rather than a fault. You know, I think for a lot of people, that texture epitomizes what a territorial cheese should taste like. But to me, it's a little bit distracting. And even though there's lightness there, that it doesn't feel it's compacted and it's not super hard work. There's just you know, I think I'd like something that's a little bit more succulent.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yeah, totally agree. So would you be around about 6, Bronwyn?
I think so.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, I'd have to go with 6. I've gone slightly higher, but I understand your comments, Bronwyn.
Richard, you good with 6?
Yeah, I concur with that as well. I'm probably a bit more used to this crumbly northern texture, so I'm perhaps more used to it. So yeah.
You can accuse me of southern bias.
It doesn't travel that well, let's be open and honest. The crumbly territorials, those counties are all stuck together, so we don't even like to cross border up north. So it does.
It's more for us to fight about, north versus south.
Absolutely.
6 then, Cara.
Thank you.
Okay, and finally flavour, guys.
It's quite muted for me. I feel like the sort of that brightness that you can get from territorials for me is a bit lost. And there's like, it kind of leans into like more of a slight savory area, but doesn't quite deliver in that way. There's a little bit of butter in there, but yeah, I kind of feel like it misses it for a territorial for me.
I think it needs a little bit more acidity.
Yeah.
To give it that freshness and brightness to the crumbly cheese that we would expect.
Yeah.
It's like that freshness and the zing. I think as you're saying there, it's almost like it's stewed. Is the phrase I'd use, but yeah, it's like that zing and freshness.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want to give it?
Was that like a 14 or?
I was thinking 13, 14, so yeah.
14, I think.
Okay.
Bronwyn, do you want to go lower?
No, I think 14 is fine. I think, you know, it's there's a lot that I think is right about it. So yeah.
Okay, 14.
Just recapping for you guys then. Appearance 8, aroma 7.5, texture 6, and flavour 14.
Okay.
Do we want to do the blue cheese now?
That's our final cheese for this morning, guys. So it is A61041.
Wow, okay. Yeah.
And it is a used milk cheese.
I've got a fair amount of discoloration on mine.
Yes, it's quite dark in parts, to say the least.
Yeah.
Get ready, guys. I'm going to fall off my chair. This looks like it's going to be full-on aggression.
I have unfortunately got just a rind piece.
As do I. I was going to say, this is quite an aggressively cut piece as well.
Yeah.
The cheese of this age, that's not the best way to cut us all a piece. It's kind of coming. There's too much rind on that kind of size of piece.
Yeah.
If you get it in the cheese shop, you won't be happy.
I wonder whether that means that it's only double the height, or if it's just they've cut all the way down.
In which case, I feel like I judge them for not just taking a vertical slice and giving us something that's that deep. Because that's
exactly. Yeah, you want to see across the full depth of the cheese.
Yeah.
Yours looks heavily bruised.
Yeah, it's very bruised.
Okay.
The aroma is full on.
It reminds me of dog baskets. You know, it's very strong, musty.
This has been videoed.
I have got a biscuity cereal aroma that's still there, but it smells it's quite wild. Dog basket, I don't have a reference, but there is something a bit musty.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much we're suffering from being so close to the rind. I mean, it almost feels like we're getting into the stratum. It's as much rind as, you know, like a lot of rind character.
Yeah. Okay. Appearance. What do we want to score it? Oh yeah, yours is bruised too. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's very, very bruised. I'm not quite sure if this is half height or if it's just cut down to the rind, but I think that's quite a low score for me, unfortunately. Like a 4.
4.
Or yeah, mine's very bruised, or it gives the impression, and you almost think maybe the whey hasn't drained properly from the cheese.
I think there's a lot that's going wrong with this cheese, and I think 3, I think we said, it could be deemed as generous. And I think what I would say about this cheese is there's a particular customer that likes this style of cheese with a brew that's going to hurt them. So although that it doesn't fit into the confines of that area, there's a lot. Yeah.
We said 4, not 3.
Okay.
Do you want to?
I'll go with the crown. 4 is fine if you want to go 4.
3.5, Cara. Sorry.
3.5.
3.5. Yeah. It's significant bruising. It is not the best looking piece that we could have seen.
Yeah, I just don't know. Mine's quite damp as well. Quite wet.
There's quite a lot of moisture coming off it.
Yeah.
There's a lot that's going on there. And whoever the cheesemaker, I suppose, just reach out to one of us and probably we can just walk through it.
I think to get to this stage, the previous sample must have been really good, because it wouldn't have got to this stage unless it was very different from what we're seeing today. So this is another maybe travel fatigue, or maybe it's been heat abused.
It could be just a really tiny producer who doesn't have much cheese left. It's hard to tell when we have to do it on this piece. But for me, the aroma does have a few typical blue characteristics, like the sort of biscuity element, but it's quite wild and it is very, very damp.
And I'm getting quite a bit of Danish notes coming off on the aroma, which suggests that it's been over-aged for the size of cheese that it is. If we're saying that the cheese is double the height, I think it's been aged too long, and that's why you're getting these very strong, musty Danish notes.
3, 4.
Yep.
3.
Okay, texture, guys.
It's very granular. Again, from that long aging, it's as Chris mentioned, overaged for the size we think, or it's just overaged. I've got a lot of granularity on it.
Yeah, the texture isn't as bad as I was expecting, to be honest. I'm being honest, it's not great, but it's like I was expecting sort of lumps, things like that, and but actually, if anything, I probably would say at the moment the texture is the highlight. And I'd go with 4 or 5.
4. Happy with 4?
I'll do 4.
Okay.
And in terms of flavour, I've gone below 10. I think that it's very sharp. I'm getting a real burn on the back of the throat after you eat it. Danish notes again, quite salty. Just harshness that I'm left with.
Yeah. It's a type of cheese why your granddad at the Christmas table has had way too many ports and eventually wants to taste something. And you give him that and he might go, it's just got sheer aggression. That's what it's about. And there's just that burning pepperiness in there. It lingers too long, ammoniated, all those levels of don't want to put it in that category, but Picos, Cabrales, aggression. But obviously they're a little bit more refined. This is just a little bit more full on, punch you in the face.
I'd actually like to try this cheese at half the age.
Yeah.
Whether actually we were all really pleased with it. To me, it just feels utterly decomposed.
Yeah.
And it's a shame.
I also would like to know, well, we can't know, but what the piece was like that the other judging panel had, in case it was completely different. But for what we've got in front of us, I think I agree with Chris. I'm maybe about a 9 or an 8.
8. I went 8. And I think that was being generous with 8.
Okay.
Guys, everybody
8.
in agreement?
Yeah.
8.
Okay. Well, thank you, guys. That actually concludes this morning's judging. I think you'll agree there's been some outstanding cheeses, and it's been a bit of a battle with some others, but thank you for your feedback, and go and clear your taste buds, and we will see you later this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vic.
Yes. Thank all of you. That was great. That was, and I got some lovely notes there. Some of these for just one or two of the great bits where it was a cheese that reminded you of cellars. There you go. But it was a clean, dry cellar. And I always think, well, that's where we're up to with our judges who did a brilliant job. Cara, thank you so very much. I was lucky enough to taste my way through those, so I've been making notes as well. And obviously, we've got the next session to come. But in the meantime, we've got oodles going on, and it's brilliant. That was again, thank you for your moderation, Cara. That was really special, and what a great story as well behind each of those cheeses, which we might well reveal later on. Okay, thank you very much for that. But now we've got a few things to launch and tell you all about. So that's what our next stage is. And we've got some great guests as well. So please move on as we introduce to the Virtual Cheese Awards on this fabulous Wednesday in June. It is from Plata. It's the very special Jack Clegg. Hey, Jack, how you doing? I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not at all, not at all. I'm doing very well, thank you. How about yourself?
Good. I haven't caught you in the sauna. No, it's just a wooden backdrop. There you go. I just thought you might.
This is where I live when I'm building Plata. It's a box in an office somewhere, so I can keep out the outside noise. But
yeah, well done. And also, talking outside noise, are you coming to rest for a work or coming to work for a rest? Put it that way at the moment. And if so, why is that?
Oh, yes. Well, we had baby number 2. We had a baby girl 3 weeks ago. So very much so coming for a rest, but also the one thing I really do like doing, which is, well, apart from being a father as well, but building Plata and helping other food businesses, reduce some time and that sort of thing.
Where have we tracked you down? Whereabouts are you?
Despite my northern accent, I live in London these days. I've been a southerner by default for 10 years, and now I have 2 southern children, which I know a few of my northern family up in near Preston, Lancashire, the Ribble Valley, will probably be turning a little bit for that, but not to worry.
Yeah, Jack, me too. It'd be like that if you want, because I was born near Ramsbottom. And I've had 3 lads in the south of England, so they don't sound, like when I'm back in my vernacular, which is, but anyway, we're doing some missionary work and we're spreading. But I was actually born in Lancashire to Yorkshire parents, so I know. Quite spooky, very difficult. But no, welcome. I'm lucky to have you in London, without doubt. And good luck with child number 2. And of course, and Mrs. G as well, Mrs. C even, because I don't know, she might not be a Clegg. She might have kept her own name.
Oh, she is, yeah.
But what's her first name?
Isabel.
Isabel, well, congratulations. I know, of course, Jack, you did all the hard work. But no, if not. But good luck with all that. Now, Plata. I know you've been in the wholesale food sector for a couple of decades as well, surprisingly, because you still look incredibly good, Nick. But tell us a little bit about Plata, and maybe what you were up to beforehand, with Yester Farm Dairies, etc. But we'll talk about them because that's a good case study. But tell us a little bit about you before you set up Plata.
Yeah, of course. As I said, I was born into a food wholesaling business, which predominantly started in cheese back in the 80s. Probably kicking and screaming as a kid on my summer holidays, crushing boxes, loading vans, and that's really where I cut my cloth from the ground up. Did that till around 2015. Took a little career break, went skiing, did some chefing in France, and met Isabel. And 5 years after that, moved south, although I said I never would, and I never liked the South or Southerners at that point. You know, being a little local, a local lad, I moved to London and started working for food manufacturers, and it was always the same problem that I faced, that, you know, companies were doing a lot of things on Excel. There was multiple systems, and we were just entering that world, you know, where tech was creeping into absolutely everything we do, even more so now. And I decided during COVID to quit my job and go and build a tech company. I was getting married also. Didn't know anything about tech, but self-taught, and here we are. In the interim to that, I set up a cheese stall championing British cheeses out in East London. That paid the bills for a little while, so got to taste a lot of amazing British cheeses, until I eventually, you know, founded and launched Platter properly. And we've been doing that since, well, it seems like an age now, but I think properly since around 2023, 2024. You know, I've had to learn to fundraise and build tech. And ever since that, we've been working with different types of food and drink businesses, you know, removing that manual work, giving the team time back to focus on growth, and also looking at further growth and expansion. We know that hiring is hard. Tech solutions can do that, and you know, we've had clients already that have not had to press go on an additional hire. You know, some people say might be a bad thing, but coming from that world, we know how hard it is to hire, and to get the right people. So if you've got good staff, give them the tools. You know, they save 30k, which for us like a 300 return on investment using Platter. So that's what we've been doing. We've worked with around 20 companies so far, a few in the cheese world, a few in drinks, snacks, superfood, sauces. Yeah, and that's really what we've been doing.
How do you pitch that? How is it word of mouth? I'm sure you're now up to the stage where some of your, you know, devoted clients will say, you've got to chat to Jack, you know, because so we can work his Clegg magic, because yeah, it's a matter of getting in front of people. I'm sure now you are established and it is word of mouth. That has to be the best and worst form of but basically, if someone says, you've got to speak to him, because he'll save you not only some brass, but also time, which is money, of course.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, in the early days, you know, it's a lot of trial and error. For us, it was always very important to work with customers that could move at our speed. You know, being a young business with only a 4 headcount, too many people at the top, it just takes too long for us. And we really narrowed it down that the customers we've worked with are very hands-on within the business, but want to make change. And they've all got quite a similar profile, weirdly enough. And that's been the sweet spot for us.
Yeah, well done. And well, I did mention earlier on Yes to Farm Dairies, but that's a really good story. Tell us more.
Yeah, I think it was one of my it was Martin who works for us that had done some outreach. We didn't know them. Obviously, I have a network, and we'd leaned on 1 or 2 of those in the early stages while we developed our product. When we first built the product, it was focused around ordering. You know, how do orders come in? WhatsApp, EDI, and can we take that pain away, automate it, connect into your accounting or your ERP, and really smooth that journey out? And that was 2024, first half of that year. After that, we were looking at producers, you know, people that are buying raw materials, converting that into finished products, and then distributing. So East to Farm were one of the first, and obviously being a dairy company was music to my ears. And we developed a set of tools for them. The ordering tool that we've implemented with them, you know, they quoted and said, you know, what text that used to take them all day in their accounting software, they can do in 2 hours. So, you know, we instantly giving them value. We're not rewriting the wheel here. It's just getting that in front of people. And the next stage is looking at production, bringing in those raw materials. And from that, you can look at traceability, batches, and really streamline their whole operations.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just scribbling some of that. I've never rewrited a wheel, but I'm going to do that in future, I tell you. But well done to you, you wheel writer. Yeah, so just to actually succinctly then, if someone listening in thinking, you know, this is the Virtual Cheese Awards, we're going to be doing some more tasting later on, but what is it that you just do the pitch of what it is that someone thinking, well, that sounds intriguing. Just what it is initially, how they would go about contacting you, but initially what it is with the business that you can offer them, which you think will improve, most of the businesses.
Yeah, sure. So it's not about changing the business. It's about understanding what they currently do today, from orders coming in to orders going out and everything else in between. Every company has a different way of doing things. We're not forcing a software onto people. Tech has become incredibly easy to build over the last few years with AI, various tools that we use to do it. Gone are the days where you would pay an ERP company $30,000 for implementation and use 10% of it. We can take your existing workflow and give you a set of tools and give each department, multiple hours back to date, whether it's the warehouse, transport team. We integrate into various softwares, whether it's technical, whether it's your accounting, your ERP, transport providers we've integrated into. So it's bringing all those different departments into one central platform and giving full visibility to the owners primarily.
I think that was a really good point you just nailed there, because what's the point in getting all the stuff for high tech where you actually only use 20% of it, and that's it, rather than looking at what you do now and integrating the existing processes, but into a format which will actually make it simpler and quicker and simpler. Maybe not simpler, but that's the joy of a tech.
Yeah, sure. And we get a lot of comments back from customers. We always tell them to go to do the due diligence elsewhere and look at other softwares. There are 2 or 3 of us. There are a few legacy companies out there that have been around, that have built solutions for the general, but not just for food. Yeah. Our solutions are being built by people that use it daily. I could have built the tool myself and said, this is what we sell. That was never the way I intended to do it. It was to have those people, we tend to implement over a 3-month period. So, people don't have to change overnight. They come in, we work with each member of each team. It gives them trust so that they can feel comfortable using the tools. And a lot of the comments come back and say, actually, it's just really easy to use. And everybody wants it to be nice and shiny, but that's not the industry we sell to. It's got to be intuitive to the way they run their business.
Yeah, absolutely. And and you can tell them about that, the size of the business, when you know more about it, what it's going to cost, all those type of things. How can they get hold of you? What's the best way to get to Cleggville?
The best way to Cleggville, they can drop me an email at jack@weareplatter.com. They can visit our website. They can connect with me on LinkedIn. Any which way, I'm always available to have a chat. Sometimes we have a chat with people, and it's not a now, but we understand that this industry, you've got your early adopters. We feel that by 2030, every company will have to be digitized. Cost of living, energy prices, something's got to give, and tech should be able to give them a bit of breathing space to be able to do that.
Okay, well, brilliant. Good luck with that, and fantastic. Go and make that call. Go online, do whatever it is. However you get in touch with Jack, that's important, and the crew from Platter. Where's Isabel from?
She's a Londoner. She's
Oh, there you go. You see, no wonder you came to do missionary work. And what are the names of the cherubs?
We've got Oscar and Willow.
Well, Oscar and Willow, well done. We're lucky to have, good lad from Lancashire in doing his missionary work with Isabel in London. But fantastic. Platter's where you should go. And Jack, as ever, it's been a real pleasure just catching up with you. And I'm sure there will be people watching thinking, okay, let's get in touch with Cleggy. All right, take care. Thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated.
Oh, do we need to? I wanted to just quickly mention about the work we're doing with VCA.
Oh yeah, of course, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, we're going to bring them in separately, but if they are, you can do it all together, Sarah and Vicky. Then that's fine. I didn't realise we were keeping Cleggy on the line.
Well, I'll do a little introduction about it and then pass it over.
Jack, could you please do a little introduction, then, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So I mean, I've spoken to various people at the VCA for a while, and obviously been fully aware of what they do. And we had some conversations a while back about bringing in and developing a platform using Platter's existing software, but allowing the VCA to then help these independent cheesemakers get a further reach. So we're using our existing software to develop them a shop where visitors can come and find these wonderful companies. And on the back end of that, Plata provides an admin software, which we've already built. So they can manage. There's a whole host of other stuff, which Sarah and Vicky are going to delve into. But the long story short, my passion, being a dairy boy at heart, is to be able to get it in front of those cheese manufacturers and maybe let's have a call with some of those who are ready. And, the more people that are passionate about, a dwindling world, sadly, more the better, and we want to champion them and help them grow as well.
There you go, Sarah and Vicky. That was a very proper introduction by Cleggie there. Tell us how you see it from your perspective, and then we're going to go on to, of course, the VCA Cheese Shop.
Brilliant introduction. We've done it now. We don't need to do it. So basically, like I said, in our past, we've always wanted to, we've always been asked lots of times to sell cheese that would win awards at the Virtual Cheese Awards. So we did an amazing box with Felton's Farm a few years ago with champion cheese in it. And we've kind of dipped our toe in the water, but we really wanted to create a platform that worked really seamlessly. And that's why we want to work with Plata, because Jack's just brilliant, and everyone should just go and chat to him about their systems, because it's like, he's just like a big brain, completely big brain. I don't know how he does it.
Thank you.
Big brain, slightly tired after 3 weeks of a newborn. So we've always wanted to do it, and it is kind of part of our mission is to celebrate great cheesemakers and cheese producers. So we're going to be launching a VCA cheese shop. So it's going to be an online cheese shop. It's going to have 12 producers initially when we kind of launch it over summer. But it's kind of part of our kind of ongoing mission. We wanted to do it for a long time. We didn't want to do it badly. We always wanted to do it well, and it looked amazing, and it wasn't half done. So we are super proud to work with Plata. And then you can talk a bit more about
so we haven't got an actual name yet, but so at the moment we're calling it the Virtual Cheese Shop, rightly or wrongly. We have contacted 12 award-winning cheesemakers, dairies, who are going to start off launching with us. So how it will work is the cheese will be purchased via the platform and will be managed directly by the producer. It will include obviously great kind of stories and backgrounds of each of the cheesemakers and their cheeses, so that customers can read all about it and understand what they're going to buy. But in addition to obviously being available online, there's also going to be an ambassador program to support the kind of dairies and cheesemakers as well. And we're aiming for the platform to go live this summer. I haven't got an actual date yet, but it will be launched this summer, and obviously will be promoted with a full PR package and online marketing campaign. So if there are any cheesemakers out there who would like to be part of our platform program and launch with us, then please get in touch.
I've written that down. Launch this summer. Do you hear that, Jack? There you go. It does sound a no-brainer.
And I'd just like to add as well, sometimes people think that change is difficult, and we're all creatures of habit, and change is. So the one thing we've learned at Plata is try not to make too much change. So these cheesemakers wouldn't have to change the way they work. When orders are placed, we try not to change that relationship. The order can come in, they can process it. So we're offering a little bit, the least amount of friction. But they get huge exposure. Getting those cheeses in front of people that want them is why we're all here.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Well done. Check him out, Jack Clegg on Plata. Father of many too, in fact. Sarah and Vicky, thank you very much for that, and we look forward to the Virtual Cheese Shop, or whatever it's going to be called, later this summer when it's launched. And if you want to know more about it, you know where to go and contact Sarah and Vicky. And also, if you've got a business and you think, Cleggie's there, he's piqued my interest, let's get hold of him, go and check him out through Plata. Thank you so much, Jack. Sarah and Vicky, you can relax for a bit. Our Nige is here, and he's moving on because I am delighted. This is so exciting. Here he is. Less of me, more of it. I've got indeed the Big Cheese interview. he is. I can sense his aura. Sorry to keep you waiting. Apologies for that, Johnny. But I'll check you. And that is that a very, very old roof, or have you just made it look like that at Fen Farm? Johnny Crickmore is with me. Hopefully, he can hear me. And yeah, where we track you down? Are you in barn 2 or is it in the house? Oh, I don't think Johnny can hear me. There you go. Well, I can tell you a little bit about him, and I know that Vicky, who is our eyes and ears, she'll be contacting him, and I can talk a little bit about him because he's a top man. And Fen Farm Dairy, of course, it's in Suffolk, and one of the most, well, he's incredibly influential of the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because we've got to know a lot more about Fen Farm, and particularly Baron Bigod. Bigod, as in rather than Bigod, but Bigod, and we'll ask him about that as well. From his own Montbéliard cows, a third generation dairy farmer that Johnny is, and he absolutely has transformed the family business. Milk producer that he was, but into producing some fantastic cheeses, but also expanding the business in a controlled way and also getting it to some fantastic markets. So he's not there, so I'll happily jabber along, because first time you have you taste any of his cheeses, but Baron Bigod particularly is the one that people know so well. They just think, my goodness, this is a remarkable cheese, regarded probably one of the Britain's most, well, it's probably Brie style, but very much of his own Suffolk thrust that goes on to it. And it was launched so 2013, so 15 years ago, 16 years ago, and it's done incredibly well in the market. So it'll be nice to know. Johnny, I think you're back. Sorry, I was happily flanneling, but I could have talked about you for a long time, because just firstly, put me out of my misery. Tell me about where we track you down. Are you in the roof space? Is it an old roof, or
I'm in above our butter making building at the moment. So we've got a little office upstairs. So it's a 16th century barn, what you can see, what we renovated. So,
well, I can think of far worse places to basically broadcast from. But tell us about the journey as well, because what you seem to have done to me is still very much an artisanal cheese that you make. But obviously, during that time, you've expanded the business hugely. But has it been quite straightforward, that, or was it, what was the journey you've been on?
Oh, it's been bonkers, really. I mean, I had no idea what we were going to get ourselves into. Honestly, if I'd have known, I would have really took a deep breath at the beginning and really thought about it. But it's been a really amazing, life-changing experience of everything what's happened in the last 15 odd years. It's not been easy by any means, but I think we've always constantly looked at our business, constantly keep thinking about it and what's the right thing and what's the wrong thing to do. And it's just kind of led us down this path. But honestly, we didn't know we were going to get to this place. It just sort of happened as we went.
Okay, so the growth has been way more than organic. It's just but it obviously took off. So what about when it did start to take off and your cheese, you started to sell a lot more of them? What was, again, the process of thinking, well, we've only got so much of a herd, Montbéliard, obviously, so were you able to produce enough cheese for your own uses, or did you have to buy it in, or have you always done it from your own?
No, it's always been our own milk. And it's one of the things what we've been really crystal clear, which I think has been one of our strengths, actually, is we've always stuck to our guns of, like, the milk only comes from our farm. It's about our story. It's not, and where we're going to go in the future is really crystal clear. We're not going to be buying in milk. It is from Fen Farm Dairy. But I think, as sort of time goes by, you get these sort of like little step, sort of you go up a step and then you sit there for a while and you try and figure out where you are now, and then you go up another step. And I think, it's been over the years, it's been like the original cheese making facilities. We outgrew it, so we then had to spend our time working out how to build a bigger one, and then so I guess most of our sort of stalling of like being able to sell more cheese is actually being able to make enough. So, but it's like any business. It goes up in. It doesn't just do that, does it? It sort of goes up and sort of in steps.
Yeah, for sure. And if I said buying in cheese, I meant to say buying in milk. If I didn't say that, so apologies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think you did say milk.
No, obviously milk, but and also, so what's the herd size now, and what was it, say, 15 years ago?
Well, the funny thing is, it's the same size. So we've still got 300 cows. Well, actually 319 if you want to be precise. But we just, it was this, like, within a few months of like us starting to sell our raw milk. So that's where it all started, was really, we saw an opportunity to sell a little bit of our milk at the road, at the front of the farm near the road. And I think it was the enjoyment of like putting the milk which we created from our business on our farm, from our cows, and seeing that being sold to the public locally, and it just was really inspiring. And I just felt like the whole point of being a farmer is that you're a food producer, and you're there to create food for people in your area, and we were doing that. And then it just completely changed our mindset as a farmer, because farming is, you very often think about, you need to have bigger things, or bigger land, more cows, bigger tractors.
Yeah.
And actually the answer was just in the tank of milk at the front of the farm. So every day we get a tank of milk from the cows. The milk gets sucked up in a lorry, it goes off, we get paid once a month for producing that milk. Whereas what the mindset changed to looking at, what could we do with our milk to add value to it? And that's really, from raw milk then came cheese, because we thought, cheese is an obvious next step. Nobody was really making a cheese of any sort in our area. And we thought, well, we've got a little shop, we can make some cheese, sell it in the shop, sell it maybe at a market or two locally. And it just, and from that day till now, it's always been, the focus is on how do we make really great milk, which then we can hopefully make great products like cheese, butter, yogurt, and it's just been, focusing on what do we do with the milk, which was already in existence from the first place. So we haven't expanded our cows, and I don't know if I really want to expand them anymore either. I think the farm size is really nice as it is. The problem is as I've learned from the years gone by, is that if you start pushing something from beyond the size it can really cope with, you then start getting inefficiencies and things are not as good. So it's just, sometimes you just have to know this is kind of like the right size.
Yeah, biggest strength, know your own weaknesses, and knowing that your strength is making great cheese. But as you say, because you've got control over it, I see that. And actually, it's not as though you're producing lots of different cheeses. Obviously, I am calling it By God rather than Be God, and I'm right to do so, I hope.
It's By God locally, but if you move like 10 miles down the road, it's Big Odd. So I don't know. I think they're both right.
And just tell us about the origins of the cheeses that you produce, the names of them.
Well, Baron By God was we came up with that name because of our little market town where the farm sits on the edge of, called Bungay. And in Bungay stands this old Norman castle, which is called By God Castle. And when you actually look into the story of By God, and he was one of noblemen who came over in 1066 with William the Conqueror. And we just love that story of, the connection to France. And it's something which is strong with our business, the connection to France with the cows and the styles of cheese we make. So I think the other thing is, like, if you're going to name a cheese, give it a name which sounds like a cheese.
Yes.
It needs to sound like it could be a cheese. So that's Baron By God. We then made this seasonal cheese called Redwold, which launched in 2025. We've just done its second year. But the thing about this cheese is it's only seasonal, and it only comes out after Christmas using winter milk, which complements the style of milk at that time, which is high in cream. Redwold, the name come again from a local Suffolk legend, or what do you want to call it? But we all probably have heard of Sutton Hoo and the mask and the sword in the British Museum in London. And they believe that possibly that was this Anglo-Saxon king who was buried in the ship in the mound at Sutton Hoo. So we named that cheese after this character. But you know, it again, it kind
we
of
like that,
cheese.
as you say, just and also because that's available after Christmas. How long between making and getting it out to market is there? What's your maturation time?
It's probably similar to Baron Bigod. It's about 4 or 5 weeks from making it till we get it out. The cheese generally, we always try and sell the cheese about 2 weeks before it kind of hits its peak.
Yeah.
So you want to be looking at Redwold around sort of the 4, 5, 6 week zone, you know, get it perfect. And really Baron is the same. The bigger the size Baron Bigod, the kind of longer you need to leave it. So the little 250 Camembert size, you're kind of probably looking a little bit younger, more like 4 weeks. And then the biggest sort of format's more like 6 weeks.
And can you remember when, with Baron Bigod, when it went out there, suddenly, you know, people were noticing you, they were tasting it, it was winning awards. And then, you know, the phone would be going more, I mean, we're going back a few years, but however they contacted you, but obviously it was finding a lot of favors and in your flavors, you know, but that journey, and was that the cheese that you set out to make, or did it change on the journey? I've a couple of questions there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, the cheese, we always, the intention was from the beginning, before we made the cheese, or we made a cheese, we focused on making one cheese and designing the building and everything to one cheese. And that was really from us visiting some other cheesemakers and learning, you know, just sort of really listening and asking questions. And, you know, and it become apparent, like some of the great British cheeses in the UK, like people really focus on one cheese and do it well. And we tried to do that. And you know, so we did it to the detail. We went far beyond you would probably need to go. Sometimes when you do to the detail, some of the detail actually isn't necessary, but you do it anyway because you're not sure at the time whether it is. But we bought the French cows, so you know it's quite an unusual thing to just like sell half of your herd and go to France and buy these strange red and white cows with attitude and don't give us much milk. So that was a bit of an odd thing to do, but we believed from what we researched and learned from people that the milk quality was so important. So having the cows, like getting advice from a French cheesemaker, buying the cultures from France, and the detail in like the small detail in cheese, like the paper, you know, like you don't think about the paper, what goes around the cheese, but it's so important. And the box which the cheese sits in, again, is a really important step for brie style cheese. So all of those things, you know, it got us off in a good place. And sales, I think, you know, looking back, some of it is actually just story. And actually, with our style of cheese is what we're talking about today, it's so important to have story behind food. Because it does make food taste better if you know where it comes from, because you appreciate it more.
Yeah, it's not just a good story, provenance and everything, but yeah, everything tastes better with a good story. Particularly, it's a tasty story that you've been on as well. What are you milking on? What's your parlour?
It's we're going geeky, are we? So it's a 16 swing over full-wood parlour. So and the parlour. We've recently added extra things to the milking parlour, which allows us to have more understanding about our cows and the quality of the milk. So we've added this clever thing which picks up, we have a little ID, like a barcode in the cow's ear.
Wow.
When the cow goes in the parlour, the parlour understands who the cow is and where she stands, where she gets milked. It then takes the quality of the milk every milking, and it takes its fat and protein and with that it starts collecting that, and you get this really great sort of like look at all of your cows individually, so you can see your like cow superstars. And the cows what are like not pulling their weight.
Story. That's very I wouldn't say AI, but it's not, it's the actual kit. Where's that kit manufactured?
Israel.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
I
Well,
I was hoping I could say Leeds or something. No.
No, don't worry. No, I didn't think it would be. I only say that because I've spent enough I'm milking cows in herringbone parlours to know I didn't want to do it for the rest of my life. And I'm not sure,
Right.
Johnny, I don't know how many milkings you actually do, but hopefully it's not too constant, but you can farm that out, excuse the pun, to someone else.
It's more the old classic 2 times a day. So early in the morning and then late in the afternoon.
But do you still doing that or not as much?
I don't anymore.
Good.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I could easily go in the parlour and put some clusters on. I did for like 15 years, like non-stop. With hardly any time off, but no, I think my role has changed as our business has changed. So.
Of course, and I absolutely understand it. And again, I would still go and milk cows, but I wouldn't have thought of doing it twice a day. It isn't gonna, and my hands have just about healed up, from all those winters in Somerset and wherever I was working. But well done to you. What a great. So one last question. At what stage, what year did you buy in were the Montbéliards? And was your Frisian Holsteins before that? What replaced what?
Yeah. So we bought the Montbéliards in 2012, and it was a bit of a gamble. I got this contact in France, a Montbéliard dealer. And he told me I've got to meet him in Geneva airport. It was all a bit random, really. I don't know why I agreed to spend so much money with buying these cows, but anyway, he took us out. We visited all these French farmers, all was like teeny little farms, like 20 cows, and they only had 1 cow for sale. It was like, oh my God, it's like I'm going to be here forever. But we bought 2 lorry loads, 72 cows is how it worked. And we with that, we funded the cows with our own cows. So we then sold approximately 70 Holstein Friesians.
Yeah.
And that was kind of one of the like really deep, like take a deep breath, we're going to have to make this work, because we lost about 40% of our yield from those cows by replacing them with cows which gave really brilliant milk, but there wasn't a lot of it.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. And I'm loving, I'm absolutely, I hope this is the case, but the Archers followed your story rather than the other way around. And
they did, yes.
Yeah, because they went to France and of course but whether or not they actually got 72 individual cows from 72 different farms, that's a great story. And the fact that it says a lot about Montbéliards, they all got on so well. So yeah. Great. What a great story. I mean, and because everything tastes better with a great story, as we see you in your 15th century Viking converted barn and everything. But, great. More power to your elbow. I know Bob Farrand years ago was championing yours. He said, you've got to have this cheese. I mean, we are talking in very early productions, from the World Cheese Awards and Great Taste Awards. And he just said, this is a great, but you can taste the fact that it's made from great milk. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's a great story. And also that key ingredient, it's a cliche, but in all food and drink, because it's made with love. And I really do, because you care about your stock, and everything that goes with them. I won't even go into the fact whether you put them out to pasture and let them have 2-3 years and then sell them as aged cow milk. But anyway,
we do quite a bit of that as well. So yes, is the answer.
Johnny,
yeah, there's a lot of love and passion in what we do. Everybody who works in our business, they do it because they love it. So it's a great place to be.
Yeah, well done. And it's a tricky time for farming. It's for food and drink, the whole industry. But quality will out, and that's what you without doubt. And more power to your elbow for taking that big step as well. And good luck to you. And I look forward to tasting your cheeses on the radio down the line. Be a good excuse. So I've been writing all these down, but the 40% reduction in yield. I mean, what you crazy youth, Crickmore, but well done you. Fantastic. Johnny, what a great story. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry for delaying you. But
no, not
I hope you don't, if you do the next milking, enjoy it, because you won't be doing it every day. All right. Cheers, Johnny. Take care. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Oh wow, what a great, fascinating story. Brilliant. But the day has to move on because they've had a rub down with the Sporting Life. They've hung from the beams for half an hour, and Cara's limbering up to look after them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Virtual Cheese Awards Supreme Final Judging Day, Part 2. Yeah, but I don't know if you managed to catch up any of that, but what a great story as well. The fact that, you know, yield goes down 40%, but knowing that the milk's better, and just great, and still the same herd size, roughly 319 cows, but you know, 18 years on. So fantastic. There you go. That's why we're all in the industry. Great stories like that. And I loved the fact earlier on, I was just looking at some of my notes from what you were talking about earlier, saying that you went into a cellar, but it was a dry cellar. It wasn't a wet cellar. You know, it was given the different cellar types. I remember it wasn't an Oloroso sherry. It was an aging cellar, but there you go. Chris, we see that's the years of experience for one still so young on life's adventure that you are. Hey, Cara, what a great way to spend a Wednesday. Here we go, and let's bloody rock and roll with our fantastic cheese experts.
Thank you, Nigel.
Follow that, yes.
I don't know how I would follow that, actually. Other than, you know, I've got knives, I've got spoons, I've got wipes, I've got crackers, everything. I've got 5 phenomenal professional cheese people with me. For everybody who didn't manage to catch our first session, I have 5 fantastic judges, all of whom have really had their taste buds tested this morning, and looking at the cheeses that we have this afternoon, it's going to be equally as passionate and equally as difficult to come up with this year's Supreme Champion. Our head judge this year is the lovely Emma Young. Hi, Emma, who is very much doing a brilliant job in herding the loveliest cats I've ever worked with. But trying to get everybody's amazing verbals on these cheeses is quite tough. And, you know, we do this particularly so the cheesemakers themselves can understand the feedback and what professional people are saying about the cheeses, and if they want any help to engage with us. And it's proved so popular to date, which is why the Virtual Cheese Awards, which everybody laughs at the name, still goes, because we're still doing brilliant work, and couldn't do it without these lovely 5 and our other wonderful judges who've helped us along the way in the class sessions. We did forget.
All right, also these 22 cheeses that we've got, you know, through here, as you say, the cheesemakers, for the opportunity to hear, you know, your fabulous palates talking us through them, what it is about them, and how they're all good, but how they might just be increased. And I do appreciate as well that cheeses, every cheese kind of have its day. And I know that, I think it was number 12 earlier on, which just fell away a little bit, but we know that when it was judged earlier on, it would have been in better nick that day, you know, and that's just the nature of it sometimes. Unfortunately, it was still you knew it was a great cheese, but it was just on this particular Wednesday in June, mid-June, it wasn't possibly as it was good maybe 3 weeks ago. A different
Nigel,
cheese.
if it wasn't a fantastic cheese, it wouldn't have been judged and got this far so far. So, yeah, I'm really gutted for that one, producer. But, you know, we know that you make amazing cheese, because you wouldn't be here with us today if your cheese wasn't brilliant. So like Nigel says, it's just on the day what the cheese is doing. It's live stuff. So we are slightly behind today because we were talking so much about these amazing cheeses. So we're just going to jump back straight in and start off with our first cheese of this afternoon's session. There are 9 cheeses in total, and the first one is A111189, and I believe it is our Red Territorials. So a beautiful big wedge. Who wants to start? Richard, do you mind starting us today?
Looks like somebody already did. I left mine unattended in the office, and somebody's had to go to it. So anyway, smells quite fresh. I took mine out of the packet before I put the bread. It's been out a while. Bit of fruitiness there. Nice crumb. It's been a bit crushed in a vacuum there, but actually on the bit that they've already prepared for me and broken, you can see the more open, crumbly texture that you would associate with this kind of cheese. Fruity, clean, because sometimes this can, it comes out as fruity and clean. A light flavours, not too strong, but it's there. It's waiting to be woken up.
Yeah, I think the annatto colouring is quite even. You know, it's a little bit sort of more russet orange, so there's a little bit more character in that sort of colouring that's there, I suppose. Really sort of clean presentation of the cheese. I like the appearance.
Yeah, the rind looks well looked after as well on my opinion. It's definitely been looked after, this cheese.
Do we want to dive in and just give it scores for appearance and aroma then, guys?
My rind looks like it. I was going to say the cheese generally looks really good, and I would probably score it highly. My rind looks like the cheese might have gotten a little bit warm. It's a little bit sort of saturated, and like maybe some of the fat has come out of it. I don't know if anyone else's is like that or if it's just my sample, but it also, yeah, no, it's just it's a little bit different than I would be expecting for a cloth bound cheese. Anyway, I'm happy to give it like a 7.
What does your rind look like, Bronwyn? Can I see it? Because I don't know if mine's completely different piece. Mine doesn't look.
Yeah, I've got a clean piece, I think, from what I can see here.
Am I looking at the wrong cheese?
No.
It's just it looks like it's shiny and it got warm. Like it's got a lot of fat on the rind. I don't know.
It is a little bit greasy to the touch. Yeah.
Again, Bronwyn, I think maybe wasn't it vacuum packed?
Yeah.
And that
may be part of it.
That will have an effect on
Give it that sheen. There's a bit of shininess, yes.
Yeah. Did you throw out a 7, Bronwyn?
I did throw out a 7. Happy to talk me up.
I was going with an 8 for this.
Okay, I'll meet in the middle, 7.5.
Richard,
where are you?
I'll sit in the middle there. I'm fine there.
Okay,
7.5.
7.5. What about aroma, guys?
I find it a little bit mealy, if that makes sense.
I got quite a meaty aroma, almost like going into a salami factory. Very savoury, slightly meaty, not unpleasant.
I have got I don't have a really fresh nose on mine. I have something which has got a bit of sulfury note or something slightly not rancid in any way, but something that's not quite as fresh as I was expecting on this cheese.
Did you say slightly sulfury, Emma?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, do we want to give it a score, guys? Chris?
7? Oh, sorry.
I've gone for 7.5 on the aroma.
Everybody else in agreement?
I think 7.5 I'll be okay with.
I'll go 7.
Yeah.
7's fine with me.
Richard, you all right with 7?
I'm okay with 7.
Ali, 7.
Great. Moving on to texture.
I like the texture. I feel like it has a classic or a sort of characteristic lightness and crumble without being rough. Yeah, I think it's very typical, really quite nice.
Yeah, it's a nice balance between that like dryness and moisture there has. It's difficult. It doesn't go either one side of it, I think. So I really enjoy the texture.
Same.
Emma?
I agree with all of that. I think for texture, I'm sitting around an 8 maybe.
Yeah, 8 sounds good to me.
Yep.
We're all okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And finally, flavour, guys.
I thought it was a bit subdued in terms of its flavour. It was clean. It had some richness at the beginning, but I expected to have more complexity and a longer finish.
I got a little meaty note. I think that Saucisson Charcuterie Factory that came through, but I would like a little bit more freshness, a little bit more zing and zesty notes coming through.
I think that's what's quite vacant in it. That brightness, I feel like I'm really missing it. That like savory, that note that we're all getting is pleasant there, but I just want it to be wrapped up a little bit more in the freshness, to be true to its type a little bit more. So I would probably position it round about 14 to 15.
I'm good with that. I think 14 is where I was thinking.
Yeah.
Anyone completely different?
Happy with that.
Just a bit flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, just to recap on that then for you. We have 7.5 for appearance, 7 for aroma, 8 for texture, and 14 for flavour.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, we're moving on to our next cheese, which is A81104 buffalo milk cheese.
Do we want to do it in this order? Because Emma had suggested that we do the new cheese next.
I didn't want to complicate it for you, Cara. I have written it out and I can announce the numbers if that's helpful. If not, then we'll just plough through.
Emma, whatever's best for people's palates. So,
is that okay?
Yeah, just tell me which number you want to go for next and I'll find it.
It's A191198.
A191198 is the new cheese launched.
We've got a couple of blues and a smoky number in there, so I just wanted to make sure we do cheese justice. It's a handsome wedge.
It's a very handsome wedge.
Can't see much going on at the rind on the cheese.
It's almost like it's been trimmed.
Yeah, or what Bronwyn said on the last cheese. Mine looks a little bit like it's got a lot of fat, a lot of greasiness when I touch it, and it looks a little bit like mine's got a big divot out of it as well.
Yeah, I've got a really open texture with some cracks in it going through the texture.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like as I cut through it that it's like sort of like flinty in that like sort of texture that's there. The coloring's quite good. There's not a huge amount to go on for me, to be honest. That's there. It's there's not much rind activity happening, as we're saying. We've got that sort of flakiness in the texture that I can see. So on appearance, I'm finding it difficult to sort of place it, if I'm going to be honest.
I've got a little sort of translucent color to mine. It's not as bright as I was expecting. It's not dull, but it wants the volume on the color turned up a little bit, the brightness, I think. So I'm not sure if yours look dull as well.
Yeah,
a little bit washed out.
It's very dull, very pale, almost anemic, and it's not the most attractive appearance. Let's be open and honest. The color doesn't draw you in.
Okay, where are we sitting then? Around a 6 or a 7?
Maybe a 6.
Yeah, 6.
I think so, yep.
6.
On the aroma, I've got some sort of fermented aromas, a bit more of that charcuterie. I think I just want saucisson now, but something a little bit fermented coming through.
Yeah, it's quite graphic, it's quite green, it's a little bit silagey. And I don't mean that necessarily in a bad way. I think with some of these sort of cheddar style cheese, silagey notes and those fermented aromas are typical. It makes me think that it's going to taste a very particular way. So we'll be.
Yeah.
Anybody want to add any more on the aroma?
No, I think fermented, there's a slight twang to the aroma.
It's like that harsh ferment, isn't there?
Yeah.
And that does pull through to the flavor. You can kind of, it's got this kind of like aggressive Parmesan-esque kind of nature to it, but like died up to like 18 or something.
In terms of the flavor, I would compare it to a Solaire from southern France.
Yeah.
It has a very, very similar farmy twang, slight burn.
Fizz on the tongue, yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of, it's turned up to 11. I'm not sure I like everything that's in there. I think the twang, the slightly twangly thing, I mean, I guess to its credit, it's big. I'm not sure it's like harmonious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I was kind of like to have it a little bit dialed back because it's got like that juiciness in there a little bit, and it's just the aggression is full on, like double barreled, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit wet to me. Like maybe it's like just an environment where everything's going to go a little bit haywire, for better or for worse.
Yeah, quite funky.
Yeah.
Funky's good.
Did you say punchy?
No, funky.
Funky, yeah.
Funky.
Yeah, as a cheese person said to me recently, the flavors aren't holding hands together. You've got lots of individuals fighting each other in the flavor room.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like there's just one who's a bully and has knocked out all his friends. You know?
I don't think this would age much longer. I don't think it wants to age any longer. It might have been a little bit more restrained a few months back, but
it's not getting any better for keeping, that's for sure.
No. What do you need, Cara? Is it texture?
We need,
Aroma.
sorry, bear with me guys, I'm trying to capture everything as we're going. We've done appearance, so if you can give me aroma.
I think it tells you what you're about to have. I think that's like the upshot of it, that you're not really surprised, I suppose. I didn't feel surprised by tasting it. So I think I'll be around like a 6.5.
That's exactly where I was sitting. Right when you're lower.
I was gonna
Richard?
Actually, I think it's got a big aroma. It tells you where it's going. I kind of like the aroma better than I like the flavor, even if it's a bit weird, like weird and wild. So I'd go 7.
Okay. Chris, Richard.
I'm more on the 6.5. I think it's warning me on the aroma that I'm going to get a bit of a sting when I taste it.
Yeah, I'm in that same area. I was about 6, so I took it as a warning signal rather than exciting.
I agree with Bronwyn. I do think the aromas, it's interesting with the those silagey fermented elements, but I think 6.5 is probably what. Yeah, let's do 6.5. I think that's where we're sitting.
Okay, texture, guys.
For me, it feels a bit claggy. I think that wetness is what's leading to a lot of the things that I am not so keen about in terms of its kind of spikiness. And to me, it just feels a bit locked in, like it either started out too wet or it hasn't been allowed to lose moisture as it needs to while it's maturing, or some combination of that. So I'd probably mark that down. I'd maybe say a 6.
Yeah, I agree with a 6.
I agree with a 6.
So a lot of agreement going on, guys. Thank you.
We have synced now. We're completely one.
Brilliant. Okay, and then finally flavor, please.
It was very aggressive. There were some interesting flavor notes in there that, like Chris mentioned, are good in a Solaire. There were some lovely sort of fermented wild charcuterie flavors, but it is too aggressive, and that kind of overpowers the rest of what we were sensing. How do we want to score it, guys? About like 12?
I felt 12. I think it's worth saying that commercially this has some viability. This is people that come in the shop and ask for your strongest cheddar. They're going to get like what they get. It burns a little bit and they walk away happy. So it although it may not obviously score well in terms of where it is, it has like a commercial aspect that works quite well, I feel.
Yeah, there's cheddars out there called Twanger and Bite Me. I think that would probably describe this in a way. It's for not for the faint-hearted, but there are people. You're absolutely right, Perry, who do enjoy a strong, big flavour.
I mean, bear in mind, guys, this category is a new cheese launched since June 2003, I believe. So a lot.
And like I said, I think it has a purpose. I think, and I think cheese makers should lean into that purpose, and I think they do quite well.
So, what are we giving it for flavour, guys?
12.
12.
Okie dokie.
So the next cheese, Cara, tell me when you're ready. Well, for everyone else, it's A41036.
So this category is hard cheese, guys.
My rind I've got quite significant bruising in mine.
I've got the same. It's almost like a knot in a piece of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot.
Wow, that smells like soy sauce. There's some really sort of Boy, that's interesting.
It's a really delicious smell. There's a lot going on there, all mixed into one, actually, isn't there?
Yeah.
But appearance-wise, we do have a few defects that are in there. We can see obviously a lot of us have cracks and sort of some ingress happening across the cheese. That's maybe how they like it, but ultimately, it is something that when you're selling it, you will get questions about, right?
As you said, Perry, about the previous cheese, there will be customers who like this style of cheese, who like the blue or the bruising, because it gives it additional character, but it won't be for the mainstream customer.
It looks quite aged as well. The color of the paste itself is quite deep. I like it. I like that color, a deep yellow.
So what do we want to give it for appearance, guys?
It's a difficult one because I admire like you said, the age of the cheese, the sort of molds growing beneath the cloth that are there seem quite diverse, but we do have a clear defect on every single cheese. So I think I'd be around about 6 or 7, 6.5, maybe 7.
I'm a 7, I think.
I what did we give the last one?
7.
7. I like this better than
No,
the
sorry,
last.
we gave it 6. We gave it 6.
We gave it a 6. I just feel like it's less perfect, but it's better.
Yeah.
Better cheese.
To 7, yeah?
Yeah, maybe a 7.
Okay. Now, aroma, all I've got so far on aroma is, ooh, soya sauce.
It really does. It smells a lot like soy.
I believe you.
It's meaty. It's super meaty. There's something really brothy, meaty ramen soy sauce about it. It's definitely deep.
Rind smells quite mineral and wholesome as well. I like that. There's none of that lipolytic hot kind of oxidated fat smell. This is a much nicer smell to the rind.
How would you describe it? Sorry, Bronwyn. You said it smells.
It smells like a wholesome cellar smell. Who would call that dry cellar? I'm not sure, but just it doesn't smell like rancid fat, which I've gotten on a couple of the other ones.
I think that, miso kind of area is really spot on, Emma. I think that's really nice. And yeah, I think they're just the sort of maturation room's kind of must is really clean, not in a way that's just a little bit too much. So I love the flavor, actually. I really love it.
The aroma, honestly.
The aroma, sorry, the aroma. So I'll be like 9.5. I really like it.
I really, really like it. It's one of the cheeses that we've tasted today where I will remember the aroma specifically. I think 9.5 I'm happy with too.
I mean, 10.
What's wrong with it? Yeah.
I'm thinking about it. There's not much, and that level of complexity. Like, yeah, you can just get savoury, kind of like we're saying, soy sauce, but it's quite hard. It's like a proper Oriental mix in there of that area, and obviously the cave being so clean. Yeah.
10. Go on. Should we 10 it?
Come on.
10 it. Let's 10 it.
Let's 10 it.
All right, it's 10. There we go.
Hold on, guys. I know that pained some of you, but I'm typing on the wrong one again. It's an A4. Sorry, guys. Because you're jumping around, I've been typing this in the wrong column.
That's my fault, sorry.
That's all right.
Texture-wise, what are we thinking? Do we like that?
It feels a bit like a cheese that started out as corky and has broken down. I like that. I feel like it's come together. It's not sitting as particles on my palate as I'm eating it. But to me, like it's a very specific take on cheddar texture. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I like the fact that it's not sticky, it's not wet, it's not claggy. It's almost like the opposite of that. Maybe like erring on the side of super dry.
Yeah,
but I think
it's slightly drier than I would have hoped for. So I've gone from 8 on terms of texture.
Yeah, that sounds. I'm good with 8. Yeah. The flavor tastes like it smells. Yeah, the flavor is like the aroma. It's really exciting. There is a lot happening in this cheese. We have got some fresher notes as well, some more grassy elements, but it is deep, rich, and brothy and umami.
If anything, I think it's lacking maybe some sweetness and some caramel notes. It's quite there's quite a farmy twang coming through on the palate, which you either like as a consumer or you don't. So I think there are two camps, I think, in terms of the customer, and this would be definitely the artisan customer who likes this style of cheese. There'll be many customers who think this is far too strong and way out for them.
See, I feel like because the savoury is delivering on so many levels, I don't want the sweet at all. Like if I felt like that savoury was like really one-dimensional and a little bit boring, because I've got so many areas there, I feel like I'm not missing the sweet at all. It's like if there was sweetness in there, I don't know why I'd be asking for it, because I'd lose out on everything else. So I feel like I'm not missing out on the sweetness.
If I were going to knock the flavor for anything, I would say it's a little bit salty. The
Yes.
salt sitting very front and center within a load of super savory stuff. I don't think it needs quite as much salt as it's showing. But other than that, I really like it.
Yep.
Yeah, it feels quite concentrated, doesn't it? Like a really concentrated miso paste. I agree. The salt is just ever so slightly elevated, but I think everything else, it gives it a signature. I think it's all in that sort of deep, profound umami profile, which I quite like.
So should we go around 17 or 18 on flavour?
I'm comfortable with 18.
Yeah.
I don't know how other people.
I'm more 17 for the reasons I explained.
I'm probably more 17 because I like the area towards the middle, but I get towards the bluing, I'm not quite as enjoying it quite as much, and there's quite a lot of blue ingress on the piece I've got. So if I paid for that one, then I wouldn't be enjoying the bits in the corner.
Can we go down the middle, 17.5?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
$17.5. I'm just going to recap that for you guys. You've got appearance 7 Aroma 10, texture 8, and then flavor 17.5.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, guys. Bear with me 1 second.
For judges, I have put a flavoured one next, but I think it's subtle enough to go at this stage. I don't know if you're in agreement. I put A17171 next.
Okay. Deja vu. Right.
This is the big brother of what we saw earlier.
Yeah, until you're in ratchet, you got the aroma straight away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Emma, which number are you going with? Apologies, lovely.
81. It's okay. 8171171.
17. I'll find it. I'm sure it's here somewhere.
I think in terms of presentation, I think it's a really well executed piece of cheese that I've got in front of me. I gave it a 9 for presentation.
So a lot of my garlic kind of just fell off. So like obviously packaging and stuff like that. Like you guys might have a better looking piece of cheese than I do. So happy to take your lead.
Mine is peeling off, but it does look fresh. The wild garlic leaves look fresh. The aroma is quite prominent, which I think is nice. But yeah, absolutely. When you think of it in terms of a Munger perspective, you definitely need to score through it, and you are going to get a little mottling on the paste if you're not careful.
But it's got all the hallmarks of just a really well clean wrapped cheese. It's on there. It's literally just packaging. I think visually looking at the cheese, I'm seeing that compactness, which we saw earlier. Yeah. Where would you like to go on appearance?
I went with a 9 for this one. We gave the other cheese an 8.
I'm happy to follow your lead. Like I said, I've got a lot that's just fell off. So
I'm sitting more around an 8. I think that sort of compactness. I have got bits falling off. I think I'd be more around an 8. Are we okay with an 8.5?
Yep. You know,
okay.
I can only go by what I've got in front of me, and it's a well presented.
So we're going with 8.5, chaps.
Yes.
From an aroma perspective, I really like it. I think the garlic really it really melds well with the kind of lactic buttery aromas of the cheese. It feels, I don't know, like a sour cream and onion potato chip. There's a reason that's classic, and so from that perspective, it's
quite like the tea leaf element as well. There's something quite tea-like about it, but absolutely it marries really well with that lactic paste.
That garlicness and that little bit, it's quite greenness, as you say, that fresh greenness, because the leaf seems very fresh, as you were saying, Chris. So yeah, it's a nice combination, nice aroma.
It reminds me of walking through the woods in springtime, and you get that wonderful wild garlic aroma coming across. You know, it's quintessentially English. I've gone with a 9 for aroma. I think it really does deliver.
Yeah, I'm a 9 as well.
Yeah, I can go 9.
Okay, texture, guys.
It is quite compact, but slightly rubbery, but not distractingly rubbery. I kind of like it, slightly chubby baby.
I think it's quite fresh, isn't it? It comes across as quite a freshly matured. You know, it hasn't been aged for a long, long time. I think it's probably got slightly more moisture than its cousin or sister.
Yeah.
I find the texture really pleasant. It's got that pliancy to it that's there. Doesn't like sort of touches the rubbery element. It's quite compact. I don't think that's necessarily a negative thing in this cheese. I don't see it as too much compactness that makes it difficult on the palate. So I suppose I would be like more like 8, I think, on texture for me.
Yeah, happy with 8.
Yeah, I think the moisture's worked well on that, and also that garlic flavour almost carries into it there, so you just get that faintness in the middle, which often you don't get from cheeses like this. It doesn't travel through the cheese. It's just a gentle edge to it.
Which leads us very nicely onto flavour, Chris.
It certainly delivers in flavour. You know, I've gone for an 18 because I think it does what it says on the tin. It's never going to be the most complex of cheeses. It really does have a lovely memory on the palate.
Quite like the way the garlic, to me, might be just today, actually feels a little bit hot, which is quite nice. Like it feels quite raw. Shouldn't do that, but you know, like there's kind of normally a separation that's there, and I just quite like the heat that actually comes from the garlic, although subtle. Quite like it. It's, so I totally agree with. Would you say 18? I'm there.
Definite session cheese.
Definite session cheese. It's again, the garlic's not strong and the cheese isn't strong, but they rub together nicely. It's a nice combination, and they work well together.
I wasn't quite as high as an 18 myself. I think that they do marry really well together. I think the base cheese itself is very fresh, clean. The garlic leaves work well together. I was sitting more around a 17, but I'm happy to be swayed if everyone else is around an 18.
I could be a 17.
I'm kind of
sorry, Robin.
Sorry.
You go.
I think. Sorry. You go first, Chris.
Okay. You know, we gave the previous cheese 17 for flavour, and I think this has more going for it. Hence why I was going more towards the 18.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I do think this is giving more than the previous cheese, but that's me.
Perry?
Oh, no, sorry.
Go Bronwyn.
I'm not comparing it to the hard cheese. I'm comparing it to the sister cheese.
Okay, sorry.
To me, this is total apples and apples and oranges. Like they're trying to do such completely different things. And in terms of like really, really pleasing, hard to find a fault with it, absolutely, this cheese nails it. But in terms of like, I don't know. I mean, it's not a thinking cheese, and I personally feel like I want to knock it down a little bit for that, just because I think part of making a great cheese is making a really kind of thought-provoking one.
So what's we saying? 17.5?
And for me that well, yes, I would go. I'm with Emma.
Where's Richard? Where are you?
I think Bronwyn says it very beautifully. I'm not quite as delicate as that, but yeah, it's pleasant, but it's not a wow cheese. I think that we're saying it's not one that you would kind of proudly put on a cheese board and say, "Dunno, this was a prize-winning cheese I tasted last week." Don't get me wrong, it's class. It's a lovely cheese, but it's not one that you would sit at the centre of a cheese board. And no offence, it's a beautiful cheese, but it's just that it's not at that level. Sorry, Chris, I'd go 17.
Okay.
Are we going with 17?
I don't think we heard from Perry there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I take on all like the understand all the comments. It's like that weird area of actually, you know, the garlic adds such a nice little element to it, but actually at the base level, do I want something bigger, bolder, more lactic, more strong, more strength to talk about over a dinner table? Yeah, of course. And I just feel like, you know, talking it through, that is a little bit more subdued, and I think 17 is the right choice.
Okay, so can I just go back on everything with you guys? The appearance was 8.5, the aroma was 9, the texture I don't have a score for.
8. We gave 8 for the
8.
texture.
and 17 for the flavor.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. Emma.
Yes.
Which one have you chosen next?
A121180.
A121180. It's this lovely big slab.
I'm keeping mine on the plastic on my board, otherwise there's a lot of cleaning to be done. Yeah.
Just going to try and...
Now this is quite a difficult one, right? Because you know, it's a really beautiful, indulgent looking cheese. You know, you kind of know what you're going to get when you spoon this cheese or whatever it is. The problem, you know, I'm just gonna say up front, is like, how do you work with this cheese, like in like a cutting room or whatever, or on your counter? Because literally it's gonna just go to nothing on your first cut. So I'm just putting that like out there that I'm loving the look of it. I'm just trying to frame how
you can pre-pack it, Perry. You just have to pack it.
I don't pre-pack things, Chris. That's not my game, mate.
I know. I'm just giving you a different perspective.
I'm going to have to just jump in here, guys, and just say we have to take that packaging and presentation thing out of today and just judge it on what we see and what we taste and what we smell. And I know that's tricky for you, Perry. But it's just on that beautiful slab of cheese in front of you. So anybody want to jump in on appearance?
I think if you have this on the cheese board, very few people wouldn't dive in because it looks so inviting, so creamy, so unctuous. You know, whether the flavor delivers what you're expecting, not sure yet, but certainly from its appearance, you know, this would rival a really good Italian gorgonzola.
Yeah, for appearance, for me, it's got a nice even distribution of blue. The texture looks great. It's got a glossy sheen to it. I want to eat it. Yes, I agree. It's a cheese that you want to dive into.
And there's not even the faintest hint of discoloration. You know, so often I'm looking for pinks, browns, grays, whatever in the paste of this style of cheese, and it's pristine.
Yeah, pristine is a good word. Yeah, it's a beautiful looking cheese. For me, on appearance, I'm going to start you off with the 9.5 because I do think that looks a very, very pretty piece of cheese.
Well, I'm going to push back. I'm going to push back on you guys because you just said it's unctuous, beautiful, indulgent, not even a hint of discoloration, pristine.
I went for a 10. So I thought, you know, you can't get a much better piece of blue cheese from an appearance perspective. You know, it's beautifully balanced in terms of its bluing distribution. It looks creamy. It looks inviting.
Yeah, it's a 10. Of course it is. Like you said, if we're looking at appearances, it's, you know, draws you in. Like we said, no one's gonna not eat that. That's on a board. Yeah, bring spoons, eat it with your hands, whatever. You know, wash them afterwards. You know, it's a 10. I can't see any defects in mine. So yeah.
10.
Everybody all right with the 10?
Yep.
Yeah.
Aroma?
It's got a sort of nice, sweet, milky lactic note to it. Bit of typical mushroom blue mold coming through. It's not overpowering. You don't expect it in this kind of cheese. I think it smells quite nicely yogurty as well. I'm quite into the nose. Again, tricky on this one because it is a simple nose. It is a lighter mold culture. It is a lighter style, but I can't smell anything that's scaring me. I can't smell anything that is a default. It's quite fruity and aromatic.
If there's one thing, it's a tad musty, but I've gone for a 9, I think, in terms of aroma, but it looks really inviting.
Yep.
I'm good with
Richard?
a 9.
Yeah, I'm good with that. It's the smell's there. It's good. It's inviting. Yep, 9 for me.
Emma, you happy with a 9?
Yes.
Excellent. Texture, guys.
I mean, it's true to type. It has that sort of very creamy, smooth paste. I am finding a little bit of a chew in the blue molds. You do get that occasionally, but I am quite distracted on this. I am chewing through it where I want to just have a nice sort of smooth texture in my mouth.
I agree. It's the double-edged sword of that really glossy, light paste is that the blue within it sits quite heavily texturally. So, I mean, I think it's doing what it set out to achieve. But yeah, no, I think it is just a bit distracting, the texture of the veins.
Yeah, I find it like weirdly when you pop it in your mouth, like a bit kind of like minestrone, kind of like soup. You've just got kind of things like washing around, and those blue is quite distracting. So, yeah, I'm sort of struggling with it, to be honest.
Chris?
No, I get the slightly tubular blue coming through. You know, you don't expect that from looking at the cheese. You think it was all married into one, and it is slightly disconcerting. But I think it's still very, very creamy, still very unctuous. I think a lot of people can still enjoy that, but I agree, it wouldn't get top marks.
Where are we sitting? About a 7.5, 8?
I would be more with 8.
Okay. Where's everyone else?
I'd go 7.5.
Yeah, I think 7.5 for me.
Okay, 7.5 is good for me. Yeah.
Okay, 7.5.
And finally, flavour, guys.
Very bitter. I've got a lot of bitter. I know that it is supposed to be there, but it is overpowering for me. That creamy mushroom soup flavor is really nice, but the bitter is what I'm left with, and it's overpowering the rest for me.
I totally agree. I don't think the bitterness should be there. I've had many examples of this cheese with no bitterness at all.
Okay.
So it's really disappointing to see it. But yeah, no, it's a beautiful cheese, which is then just, it loses its competitiveness because of that bitterness and lose points accordingly.
Perry, what do you want to score it?
Thanks.
Someone else,
The bitterness is problem. That obviously astringency, it like runs all the way through the journey, right? It's not like a flash moment. It's from start to finish.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I would probably put it around about 13, I think.
I'm around 13, 14. I'll go with the consensus. 13.
I would go slightly higher. I think the customers still enjoy it, but yeah, it's certainly got an issue that it needs to resolve. The maker is aware of this. So yes, it's work in progress. So 14?
I can do 14. Richard, Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right. 14.
Thank you, guys. I'm just going to recap that. So appearance 10, aroma 9, texture 7.5, and flavour 14.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you going next, Emma?
We are going to A151113, the gold wrap.
Organic cheese.
This is nifty.
Has it got a little nappy? It's got a Rockford nappy.
Oh my god!
Very nice.
How clever is that?
What's that, Gary?
Good job I got my glasses on. I've been trying to eat that.
The rind's a bit chewy. Yeah, they're really good. You see it a lot in Roquefort and in lots of continental style French blues, especially. And you get Roquefort Wee on you or blue cheese wee still, but this absorbs a fair amount.
Smells lovely as well. You could just hang that in your car.
Okay.
I'll pick it out of the bin straight away.
The
What are
rind
we-
is beautiful. I think the rind is really, really beautifully kept. Even with the foil wrapping, it's got a very light but even coating of mold. In the middle, my bluing is light. It's slightly uneven, but I don't mind. I think it still looks quite good.
Yeah, I think my cheese has been over pierced on one side and maybe under pierced on another side.
Fine, so it is a problem. Okay.
That rind is stunning, though.
Yeah.
You know, there's a certain level of perfection with this cheese. Maybe not in the bluing. That is just startling, actually. Like the nappy that it came in. It's yeah.
I think if you want to hang that in your car, I want the rind as my screensaver on my computer. It's very beautiful.
Stunning.
Okay, what are we saying about the aroma, guys, other than you want to hang it in your car?
There's that like biscuity kind of element that's in there. Touch of savory. I get like a little bit of like fruit, but nothing too crazy. Really nice and like just sort of gentle, right? You know, as well.
There's a really pleasant, rich aromas that Perry's describing, but I also get a bit of a farmy twang coming through on the aroma.
Yeah, I do.
Which I've had before on this cheese.
Okay, do we want to jump in and give it some scores for appearance?
Have all of yours been unevenly pierced? Do you all have, yeah. So it's a shame because the rind is absolutely knockout stunning. However, if they're all unevenly pierced, we have to bring it down slightly on appearance.
A little bit. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a fatal flaw.
Like 9, not 10.
I've gone with a 9.
Where are the rest of you?
I could go 9 for sure.
We're going to go with a 9, guys.
Okay.
Okay, how about aroma?
I think we might be up there again.
Yeah, it's really rounded. It's enticing. It's got typical blue notes, but I really am allured by it. I think it's got some really nice sort of mushroomy elements to it. Yeah, I think around a 9 again for aroma.
Yeah.
Is anyone not a 9?
I would be 8-ish.
Okay, Richard, where are you?
8.5.
8.5 for me, yeah.
I'm happy with 8.5. I think it's nice, but yeah.
Okay, let's do 8.5.
Okay. Texture, guys.
I quite like the texture, to be honest. I feel like it has enough body that it holds the blue really nicely. So the blue, the blue mold isn't distracting. It has, my one criticism of it is that it has a little bit of a sort of overall starchiness to the texture. Like when you roll it on your tongue, it's not perfectly smooth. There's something within it that's a little bit, it's like there aren't nurdles within it, but it's a bit surprising. But I think that's a small distraction for me rather than a big distraction. And I like the kind of heft of it.
I like that fudgy element. You can leave your teeth print in it. I agree with what you said about that starchy element that's there, but not too distracting to bring it down that much.
What's
Yeah,
the
I
mouth
totally
feel
agree.
like? Anybody? Mouth feel?
My feeling here is about an 8.
I'm good with an 8. Yeah.
I'm good with an 8.
Yeah.
And finally, flavour, guys.
It's quite rounded. I like certain elements. I feel like I was expecting a little bit more from it. It is pleasant, it's savoury, it's in balance, but I want it dialed up ever so slightly. I think the texture and everything there, the structure is there to hold a little bit more power.
I slightly different view. I think it's slightly harsh on the finish. There's too much salt coming through on the piece that I have, and I'm also getting some bitterness. And normally when the blue cheese is over salty, you don't get bitterness, but I've got a bit of both coming through here, and a slight farmy twang on the finish. So I was a bit disappointed by the flavour, considering all the positives we've given about the look, the aroma, and the texture.
Richard?
For me, yeah, for me it's the salt element. For me, it's quite a salty finish at the side of the tongue. I'm getting the hint of farminess there, not so much the bitterness, it's the salt for me there. But it's nice, but I was expecting it to be a little bit more blue, a lot of blue flavour there. Is that a fair comment?
It feels rather obvious in the best respect, doesn't it? That you know what you're going to get is like that salt, broth, savoury, little touch of bitterness. And it doesn't really sort of move outside of that area. And that doesn't make it particularly bad, but I'm not sure if it makes it great, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's getting those elements in balance, and I think the salt is, for me, is just a bit too out of line with the other flavours. Anybody else?
15?
15, yeah, happy with that.
Yep.
All good.
Okay. Where are we going next, Emma?
We are doing A18181.
PDO.
Mine up. I've got quite a nice handsome wedge again. I think this looks very, I kind of just want to bite it if I'm honest. It's very appealing. The rind on mine has got a tiny bit of flaking, but otherwise looks relatively okay. Tiny bit of bruising, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? That bluing, that sort of deep colour that it has, like almost that like black colouring, feels even. The rind, yeah, a little bit of patchiness, but you expect that in the Stilton style anyway. But it looks so inviting, and even like when you pick it up, you can just feel that sort of slight wetness because you kind of like know what the texture is going to be like already, like fudge. So I'm really excited by it.
I agree. It's like surprisingly dense.
Yeah.
When I picked it up, I was like, oh, there's a lot of cheese in there.
Yeah, I go along. It's quite dense. I think certain PDO has changed its character over the years and become more dense and more creamy rather than crumbly. So you can see it's a lot easier to cut into a portion for those poor turtles that need to cut into small portions. I'm trying to do it from a block. But yeah, it's a very attractive, nice looking piece of Stilton.
What's wrong with it?
Good question. Visually, what's wrong with that one?
I'm gonna be controversial here, and I think this probably is more about like personal taste. But to me, the hue of the blue. It's a bit too dark. It's a bit too black. I'm looking at I like greeny blue. Again, I may be completely surprised by how this tastes, and it could be completely delicious. But when I see that almost like very, very dark colored blue, it's a bit sort of like,
So it's a warning sign for you.
Yeah, maybe. It's not a color of blue that I normally associate with Stilton.
Okay.
I'm like the other way with Stilton. When I see that limey green, I think bitterness, right? When I see that like a dark, almost black, I'm like savory Marmite, which is like my game. That's where I like it. So yeah, difficult one, right?
Yeah.
Where do we position? Yeah.
I don't think the video specifies.
No, yeah, I don't think it does actually.
So bringing it back in the room, guys, what do you want to give it for appearance? I had a couple of 9.5s, and then.
I mean, I'm a 10 on it, but
yeah, I'm a 10. So
I'm happy
on the appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a very well presented piece of Stilton. For some people, it might have too much blue coming through, and I can understand Bronwyn's point about the dark blue. It's just a different mold culture, I think, that's being used here. But yeah, no, it promises well.
So Richard, you're deciding 9.5 or 10. So new.
What was that?
9.5 or 10.
I've gone 9.5.
9.5. I'm in a room with no windows, so everything's fairly dark. So, for me, visually, it's a bit dark. For me, as long as it's not green. I know you mentioned there, but for me, it's a blue. It's a dark blue. I'm okay with that. I think that's a 10 for me.
10 is a 10. We're giving 10.
Which I don't give out very often.
Are we going with the 10, guys?
Sure.
10 it is then. Moving on to aroma.
It's got a real caramel element to it. I've got a lot of caramel sweetness.
I agree. It tastes, or it smells like that caramel kind of cooked milk.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
yeah, I mean, I think that's all I'm getting really from it. Actually, there's just trying to work out where to score that. I'm trying to think to add anything, and I don't think I can.
It's a very simple nose, I think.
Yeah.
The caramel is pleasant. I do like that. I'm not getting as much of the other sort of characteristics I would have expected in a Stilton style. So for me, it's a pleasant nose, but possibly could be a bit more complex.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's around maybe like a 6 or a 7.
Wow.
Oh, I'm a bit higher than that. I think I'm more 7, 8.
Okay.
Where's everyone else? Wrong.
I've gone 8 on this one.
Okay. Bronwyn?
8. Yeah, 8. It's nice.
Richard?
I'm with you, Emma. Yeah, 8's good for me.
Okay, 8.
Great. Texture?
I mean, it's almost spreadable, my piece. I know it's quite warm in this room, but mine, you can almost spread it like a paste. It's holding together very well, but it is soft and fudgy, and it breaks down quite nicely on the palate.
I think one of the strengths of that kind of British blue make is that it holds the blue texturally really, really nicely, in the way that some of those like more creamy continental style blues, they can be really like minestrone soup, as Perry said. I feel like good Stilton, I think this is holding its blue. It's very blue, but it's holding it nicely texturally. So I think that's interesting and good.
I think the texture is really, really good on this. Often you get Stiltons which are far too dry. Whereas this is, as Emma said, lovely and spreadable, but still holding its composition. I think it's a well-made Stilton, really good.
Yeah. So where are we going to go on texture, chaps?
I'll give it
I've
a
gone for 9 on this one.
I was around at 8 or 9. I can be swayed. Where's everyone else sitting?
Let's go 8.5, I guess.
Fine. Richard, you okay with that?
Okay with that. It's great texture. And it's as you said, it's managed to hold that blue nicely in the middle there, which is a nice combination, which is quite rare with cheese this creamy, to allow that flow of the air to get the blue in there.
8.5, Cara.
Thank you. And finally, moving on to flavour, guys.
After all the promise of what could be a potentially fantastic Stilton, I think it's been let down by overt bitterness.
Yep.
This is a real shame because it's the dominant flavour profile that's coming through on the palate.
I agree, Chris, and it's really interesting for me because texturally and like everything about it looks like it's fully ripe. It's completely broken down. It doesn't have any of the overt features of youth that I would associate with Stilton. That, you know, because it's always bitter when it's young, but this doesn't feel or taste young to me, but it is quite bitter.
Yeah. Totally agree. It feels totally upside down, doesn't it, really? And I felt like I wasn't going to experience that at all. So, yeah, the bitterness carries through. And there is some notes behind there, which is quite, you know, trying to come out, but that bitterness is start to finish, yeah.
So where do we want to go on this, guys?
What's that, like a 13, do you think?
Yeah.
No,
I'm processing.
No, I can see that face. Where are you? Sub 12,
Yeah.
11?
I think like 11 or 12.
Okay.
Go 12. Go 12. It's it has some positives. It's just overwhelmed by the bitterness.
It did have that caramel note coming through. It had a nice sweetness to start with, but then the bitter over to. Are we okay with the 12?
Yeah.
Okay, 12.
Okay, I'll recap, guys. 10 for appearance, 8 for aroma, 8.5 for texture, and 12 for flavour.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more to go, guys. Which one are we going with, Emma?
A81104.
So this is the buffalo milk cheese. Very wet bottom.
Yeah.
Must use cheese nappies.
Overall, though, the appearance is really nice. It's bright blues. You know, I agree with you. It's a little bit soggy around the edges, but like, I'm impressed.
I like the contrast, that sort of very ivory white color. The bluing is, it's a really nice contrast in colors. I do feel like it feels a little bit wet. I don't want to say dairy-y from the look of it, but it's got some gloss to it. I don't think it's a problem. It's going to have a high moisture content. I can't smell anything on it, which is telling me that that's an issue. I take back dairy-y. Sorry, that's not true. But it's not in any way that's dull. It just has that gloss. But I think overall, I really like the appearance, that contrasting color, and that very well kept, apart from slightly wet appearance.
That's very cool, isn't it? That like stark, almost like white and the blue, like that contrast. It's like a piece of art. I like the just sort of the abstractness of it. I just really enjoy it. And like, yeah, I mean, it's just
Is that the buffalo milk, guys?
Sorry?
Is that the buffalo milk?
Yes, yeah. But yeah, the rind just it's a really well made cheese, and you know, who's putting these together really knows what they're doing, and it's very precise.
I think I think absolutely agree, Perry. I've got a bit of a pink hue coming onto the cut surface of the cheese, which is quite typical of this buffalo style cheese. It's molds that it develops during life, and I think it's in its early infancy on the piece that I have. But it could be off-putting for certain customers if it develops more. I have seen a lot more pink on other pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I've got none in mine. I don't know I don't have any.
If I squint, then maybe a tiny bit. Now you've mentioned it on the side, but I didn't really notice it to start with.
Yeah.
Nothing obvious in mine. I just love the appearance of that cheese. It's got that mixture of ruggedness. It's got the cracks and the breaks. You've got the kind of where the cheese is being pierced. You've got the lines, but you get broken bits in the holes. So you've got that mixture of appearance of blues. It's not a kind of get with Stilton. You're almost looking for that perfect kind of spider's web, where this is a little bit more random. It's more like modern art on it rather than you're looking for an exact picture.
I'd say it's got a nice balance of blue. It doesn't look overly blue.
No.
If you think about the Stilton, there was a lot of blue in that. This looks as though it's a good balance.
Yeah, it's like a random bluing rather than an actual. Even in Golden Soil, you've got the veins that make it kind of almost patterned, whereas this is just random.
So,
what do we want to give
can't
it?
argue for it not to be a 10, but obviously Chris has got like this pink thing going on, right? So I don't know where everyone would like to go for it.
Were you a 10 before the pink comment?
I felt like I was, yeah. I just really like that starkness that it has and the precision of the rind, and I have a little bit of wetness on the bottom, but not too much,
Chris, where were you with the pink? Where would you like to score it?
I put a 9 in my mind.
Can we go down the middle then? Can we do 9.5? Is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Lovely. Aroma, guys.
Clean cereal, lots and lots of those biscuity cereal notes. Very enticing.
Yeah, an abundance of it, right?
Yep.
Not too
Really
much ammonia, nothing kind of hot or windowliny smelling. So yeah, no, I like the aroma.
Do you want to give it?
9?
9, yep.
Yeah.
9, yeah.
Texture?
I mean, the first cut, and when you cut it with a knife, when I took through it, it cuts beautifully. It is a really nice knife glides through the cheese, and in your mouth, you eat, you've got that smoothness, you've got a little bit of grittiness, a bit of softness. It's almost like popping candy. It's quite a nice mouthfeel, really.
Yeah, it just dissipates, doesn't it? It just is like a magic trick. It just goes on the tongue, and then it's just like gone. It's really interesting.
And also enough, enough structure to not fall apart when you cut it, which is very useful for customers and mongers alike. But at the same time, giving that really smooth, creamy paste, I think it's grand.
Quite rich.
Yeah.
But not cloying. For me, it's not coating or sticky, but yeah, absolutely, it's rich.
What do you want to give it for texture, guys?
It's as good as anything we've had today, so 9.5.
I was thinking more 9, but
okay.
I'm 9, I think.
Bronwyn?
I'm happy with 9, I think.
9 it is.
And finally, flavor, guys.
I think it's really good. I wish it were just a little bit fresher, a little bit brighter. There was a little bit more juicy acidity. It's just there's something a little bit, it's like really heavy on the cereal, sort of slightly low acid and I'm, you know, that probably is a stylistic choice, but if it had just a little bit more juicy lift, I think it would be really amazing.
I agree, and I think for me the salt level, as it's a blue, obviously is going to be elevated, but if it had that brightness it might be more balanced. I'm finding the salt a little bit elevated and not quite in check.
I'm finding the salt far too dominant, and it's taking the cheese out of balance, and then you're getting these slightly musty ammonia notes coming through on the finish. So you're going back to Ron when you're lacking that freshness. I think for me that's a real disappointment, because the cheese looks beautiful up front, and texture-wise it's really, really creamy. It's just the flavour is putting it down.
Yeah, I think I'm missing the distinctive like buffalo character in the milk, like right in the flavour. It's delivering on visuals, that stark almost white, delivering on texture, being like light, but I'm not getting into that area of like sort of that buffalo, you know, borderline slightly like gamey kind of area that buffalo can sit in a blue or when it's made. So I feel like it's a really nice cheese, but I'm just missing that element of the identity of the milk I find in the flavour.
Okay. What do we want to give it?
$15?
16. So, oh, did you say 16 as well, Richard?
I said 15, so it's in the same ballpark.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's similar kind of 15, 16. It's not.
I would go more 15 personally because of the comments I've made.
Yeah, I'm 15 as well.
Cool.
Bronwyn, you okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. I froze for a moment, but I'm back, and I think it's 15.
Nice. I'm just going to recap that for you. We are looking at 9.5 on appearance, 9 on aroma, 9 on texture, and 15 on flavour. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Fantastic, guys. Okay, on to our final cheese of the day, which should be A16 1148, which is our smoked cheese.
I like the rind, it's beautiful. It is a gorgeous sort of brick colour. I have got a significant halo just under my rind. I don't know if you guys do.
Sorry.
Yeah. Good looking cheese. I suppose you'd expect this. This is smoked, isn't it? Right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You'd expect that, I suppose, from smoking on the outside, that halo to begin to emerge in such a concentrated way, right? You know, the islets in there are fairly inconsistent, but they're not like really massive openings. I think it's a pleasant looking cheese. I'd probably be around about 7 on it.
Anybody else want to jump in?
It looks a bit not curdy. The openings are quite erratic, like you said. I'm okay with the 7.
Yeah, happy with the 7.
Sounds good to me.
I like. I mean, it is smoked, but I like that sort of sweetness that comes with it as well. I don't know if it's wood chips or how they've done it, but there is a sweetness to it, which I think is quite enticing.
Yeah, it's a nice smoke. It's not too heavy-handed, or it feels like it's adding complexity rather than just like slathering on a added flavor.
Yeah, and you snap a bit open, you're still getting that like freshness that's in there. and like instantly like there's like that mix kind of area of smoke and meat kind of coming together. So yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Frazzles, other crisps are available, but it's sort of smoky bacony. I quite like them.
I think it's quite a gentle smoke aroma. You know how sometimes you can get them so over smoked, it's almost like an ash. This is just a beautiful, enticing aroma.
What are you thinking? An 8?
Okay.
Yeah, happy with an 8.
Texture, guys.
I'm struggling with it a bit.
Yeah.
The texture.
It's a bit mealy.
Yeah. For sure.
I agree. Like maybe from the shape, I want to think that it's supposed to be really smooth. Like it's in the mold of a kind of cheese that doesn't want to be mealy, and this feels a little bit acidic, like a territorial, in the sort of coat of something that looks quite different. So yeah, I think maybe if we had knowledge that it was trying to be something different, maybe I wouldn't mark it down so much. But it does feel slightly off kilter.
I totally agree. Where would we position it on score, I guess, Emma?
I don't know, 6 or what do you think?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm happy with 6.
Yep, go with that.
Okay.
And finally, flavour, guys.
Just somewhat subdued. I think you get that gentle smoke flavour, which is lovely, but it's not a lot of cheese flavour coming through.
The smoke is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite acidic. It's got some brightness to it, but I don't find any harmony within it. I think that the cheese itself, if it wasn't smoked, would not have much going for it. I think it's quite subdued.
I think that's a perfect description. The harmony between the cheese and the smoke just doesn't feel like it's there. I feel like the sourness becomes quite accented in a not too sort of pleasant way. Sometimes I'm a little bit getting borderline like soapiness from that in a weird way. Yeah, I just don't feel like they've married well together, like Emma said.
What do we want to give it, guys?
15? Less?
I'm aging less than 15. Just.
I think ultimately, I think the advice would be, I would think about this like, whatever they're smoking this cheese with, does it combine with the cheese that they're making? And I feel like it doesn't, so they like need to change smoke or whatever it is.
Or maybe the starter culture.
I mean, yeah, that's a big old change, isn't it? Like, yeah, I mean, I suppose ultimately, I feel like I'm a 12 on this. So, yeah, I'll just put that out there.
Where are the rest of you?
I'm quite happy to be swayed by the group, and I think those are very good points. So yeah, 12, 13. It's fine.
12, happy with 12.
12.
12?
12.
Okay, guys. Let me just pop that one in and then review for you. Okay, so we have given it a 7 on appearance, an 8 on aroma, a 6 on texture, and a 12 on flavour. Happy with that?
Yeah. Perfect.
Brilliant. Well, amazingly, that concludes the judging for this year's cheeses. You've done an outstanding job, all of you. Thank you so much for your time and your knowledge and all your feedback. We would at this juncture also quickly like to thank our apron sponsors, the lovely Butlers, who have sponsored us for the last 6 outings. And as if the wonderful Millers hadn't been mentioned 100 times already by our wonderful judges before, thank you, Millers, for being our cracker sponsor. Guys, I'm just going to go and crush with the notes and catch up with the VCA team, and we will be announcing who you have chosen as your Supreme Champion 2026 very shortly. Thank you again.
I want to say, Cara, thank you very much. And obviously, Chris, Emma, Perry, Richard, Bronwyn, fantastic. I mean, thank you so much for lending us your pallets, which I hope are well insured, because they should be. And your thesaurus and everything that goes with it. But really, yeah, been fascinating. I've been lucky enough to taste along with the cheeses, so lucky me. And what a range, and what a, yeah, to have got through from their category winners, you can see why. And we're, you know, you're judging the best of the best. And thank you so very much. Enjoy yourselves. We'll be back, and I'm trying to think where we'll meet up. It'll be quite soon, but thank you. Thanks for us having you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Wow. There you go. It's some afternoon, and what a great way to spend a Wednesday. Really fantastic. Now, I'm delighted that we've got him here with us as well. It is the, of course, Riser. Without them, Riser UK, we're nothing. And I'm delighted to say that waiting in the wings is the one and only Danny Kenworthy, who is the sales manager for them. So, hey, it's about time we met our headline sponsor in the very fine form of Danny Kenworthy from Riser UK. Here he is. How are you? Nice to see you. Scrubbed up well.
Good to see you again.
Good. And yeah, I hope you haven't had to travel too far. I know you, but there is a bit of traveling involved.
There's always, yeah, up and down the country all the time. I'm actually based in South Manchester. So yeah, travel down today. You always try and tie it into other things. So yeah, I was down in Birmingham first and then headed down here afterwards.
Well, part of a posh Cheshire set, you and the Beckhams. I appreciate that. There you go. But
yeah.
No, it's really great to see you.
So we like down here as well. It's a nice area down here.
Yeah, it is. Lucky, I mean, in the UK at the moment, but obviously you've been watching a lot of our judges as well, and it's a remarkable community of cheesemakers. Still, there is one incredible stat, but something like artisanal cheeses. This is what Bronwyn gave me. Make up only like 5,000 tons of cheese a year. But in fact, Comte itself, I think it was, I'm got it from memory, was 42,000 tons. So to put it in perspective, you know, it's still, we've got a long way to go, but it's great, you know, and that cheese making tradition, though, I think is stronger than ever. And the great thing that out of lockdown, you know, it's been a good excuse for us through the Virtual Cheese Awards to, you know, to champion some of these fantastic producers and more. And they've gone from strength to strength, as have we. But delighted. Thank you. Third year that Riser UK have supported us. What is it about? Yeah. Why do you want to sponsor the VCAs?
Well, Riser's a family business themselves. And we linked up with the VCA. Like I say, we've been with them 3 years now. Sort of second year as sort of head sponsor, which is a great thing to be doing. I think when I first met Sarah and John Goddard and Vicky at the time, it was kind of their passion for it, I suppose, that kind of allowed the relationship to build. The way kind of Riser deals with customers is very different, we like to think, than other people. And I think getting their passion for the cheesemakers and they're linked into this world, we want to grow more and more. We're quite well into the cheese world, but we want to grow more. And it's one of those areas that we're very passionate about. We've got some great offerings. But I think joining that journey and helping the VCA grow and seeing what they're doing for small, medium, large, large cheesemakers is fantastic. And you know, you can only learn from it, from their passion for the industry.
And for those who don't know, tell us what it is that you can do for the cheesemakers, how you work in tandem with them.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Rise is we're all about process and packaging within the cheese world. So in terms of, for example, size reduction, you can do dicing, grating, strips and flakes, that type of thing. And blend cheeses on bowl choppers, that type of thing. So you've got a huge range of machinery. We're forming, we're portioning, we're also packaging, thermoforming, vac packers. There's a vast variety of what we do, but we tend to look at it different. We're like I said, we're a family-run business, and we've been going for a long time. We try to sell things. We try to look at things through. We don't want to sell just a silver box. We want to look at what's going on within that client, that customer's factory, and understand what it's all about first before we start talking solutions and other ideas. We want to see the plant. We want to see what they're doing, and then we can then work out how we can help once we know what their requirement actually is, what their real need is.
Yeah, and I think actually on that note, there are various companies that who you have worked with, JJ Sandham being one of them. Tell me,
Yes.
tell me a little bit about them from your. I know they've been on the go, not a million miles from you, in Preston in Lancashire since 1929. But
Yeah.
what it is that you work so well between the two companies.
Yes. Myself that's been dealing with them directly. JJ Sandham's, family-run business as well, so it kind of linked in very well. Chris, third generation, and Chris and Michelle that run it. Michelle's the MD, and Chris is chairman, family-run business, and they do things differently as well. They're a smokehouse, cheese smokehouse, small growing business, but very much they had issues in terms of they could. They had the smokehouses to create all the cheese they needed to, but they couldn't pack it. And they needed something to help them pack it quick enough so they could increase the volumes. And we helped them do that. And they did a lot of things manually, like a lot of people do. And we've just helped them make it easier, make their staff's lives easier. So some of for example, forming truckles, we're doing through our machinery, where it was all hand pressed previously. And you can obviously imagine hand pressing cheese truckles constantly. I don't know, 500 to 600 a day is pretty repetitive, and we take that away and make their staff's life easier. And it's great to see how they've grown since supplying them a few machines.
Yeah, and I think we've actually got a video just to illustrate that, all being well. I've got all my bits crossed. So let's run VT Nicky. I've always wanted to say that.
It's transformed our business. We're putting 4 times the volume through on a daily basis. But not only that, we're making our workers' life better. We're making the job easier for them. We're making sure that there's less lifting, less labour having to go into it. So it's increased throughput, it's making our workers' lives better, and it means we can go to market and speak to anyone because we have the abilities and the capabilities to fulfill the job.
There you go. Fantastic. And that says it all, really. For them, you made a massive difference, and well done. And other aspects of a business, that's for them. But there are, you're a wide-ranging business. I mean, what are other bits and bobs that we could tantalize prospective people with, and seeing the Sandham story, think, I'm going to get hold of Danny.
Yeah, I think you can come and see me personally next week. We're at the International Cheese and Dairy Expo in Staffordshire. Rise has got a little stand with a couple of bits of machinery. There'll be a few of our cheese experts will be there. That's a lot of what we do. We have a range of specialists. So whether it's in the cheese industry, for example, the bakery or the meat world, we've got specialists that are in that world. So one of our VMAG cheese specialists, who's a family cheesemaker, he'll be there as well, and we can talk about what we can offer. We also do things like show and tell days. Our office in the UK is in Milton Keynes. We have a huge customer centre that's like a production room, and we have a vast range of machinery that we try and showcase. So, for example, we're looking to put a cheese down in September, where we'll invite customers down, and we'll just have a showcase of what we can do in various areas that it might help them.
Yeah, if they want to know more about that and sign up for that, how can they contact you direct? How do they go about it?
Yeah, you can contact me directly. I've got a LinkedIn profile that you can find me under Danny Kenworthy, or you can go direct to riser.com on our website, and you'll be able to find all the main contact details through there.
Yeah, fantastic.
We always try and do things to increase our knowledge of what's going on in the cheese world, really.
Yeah, well, it's great, and also the fact that you and Vicky and Sarah and Cara, but you're in touch with them, and I know that relationships work very well as well with the Virtual Cheese Awards. That you could see it, and you appreciate that the three of them have got lots of experience, in the industry, and you pick their brains and vice versa. They could say, well, actually, your business will work well for these particular cheese producers because of this, knowing the different sizes and what they do, and how artisanal they are, and how complicated the business might be.
That's been the main sort of learnings from myself is seeing. I think I probably first noticed it when we joined forces with them on the Specialty Fine Food Show in Olympia in London, and seeing how they have got their Cara, Sarah, and Vicky, how they've got their relationships with their customers, and just seeing how they were and how friendly everything was. It was like everybody's just like part of a little family, if you like, in this cheese world. And my cheese palette wasn't amazing, and I feel like I'm learning more and more from some of the entrants that I've seen and some of the fantastic cheeses. It's opened my mind to a lot of things, and it helps me learn. Then speaking to Sarah, Vicky, Cara all the time, it helps me learn, so then I can potentially offer better things with some of our solutions.
Yeah, well, I also think it's great as well. I mean, from lockdown, the reason that this all came about, but you can see how well and when you've been watching the screen and to see some of the experts there, and just to give access for cheesemakers to as their cheeses are being judged, that's unique.
It is, yeah. It's great to have seen some of it today, and you see the judges and how they comment on it, and you're taking the learnings from what they, I eat a piece of cheese, and you see the kind of learnings of what's in it and what it's really about. So it's a fantastic thing that you guys do, and we're very proud to sponsor that and be part of it.
Well, without you would be tiddly squat, put it that way. So thank you very much. No, seriously, we much appreciate it. And you've done Stockport College and Longdendale High School proud with the final. I know it's a deep, dark stalk that I've done there, Danny. So, but thank you so much. And
feels like a long time ago.
I know you're going to be involved later on, but for the moment, relax, get your blood changed, hang from a beam, and we've got a few more bits to go. But I mean, Danny Kenworthy, sales manager, thank you very much. Brilliant from Riser UK. Third year that they've been supporting the VCAs. Second year as our headline sponsor. So thank you very, very much to them and all the crew. Hey, here we go. It's that time, nearly, because before that, we want to know what makes a champion cheese. How would you recognize it? How would you go about not only producing it, but also then tasting it, judging it, refining it? Only one way to find out, and that's listen to two of our great, fabulous retailers, cheesemakers in the Champions Cheese Panel. Gentlemen, there you are. Nice to see you. You're fantastic. It's a relief to see you, I have to say. Stephen Fleming, George and Joseph in Leeds on the outskirts of fantastic. Much garlanded as well, not only through the Virtual Cheese Awards, but also with the Farm Shop and Deli Awards. I've handed out many an accolade to you. You foolish youth, but thank you. I know you're going to talk us through these cheeses. Before, tell us a little bit about you, George and Joseph, how it came about, the name behind it, and also, why you set it up and what you were up to before.
Of course, yeah. Thanks, Nigel. Good to see you again. George and Joseph came about, about 14 years or so ago. I tell people this is my midlife crisis. I had a 20-year career in corporate IT, doing the thing I was best at school and at university. And I hit a point where I just fancied doing something different. So instead of buying a Harley Davidson, I decided to open a cheese shop instead. And I guess it's probably slightly safer in that regard. But it's been a great journey. It's been incredibly rewarding. The name, everyone thinks that I must be either George or Joseph. It's actually my two eldest sons. It's their middle names, which just when I was brainstorming ideas for the business just sounded right. It means something to me. It means a lot to them too. So yeah, it just seemed to click, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and just tell a little bit if they've not been before. I always think of George and Mildred, which I like. Maybe you haven't got Mildred, but there again, I've shown my age. It's a TV series that it was. But George, tell a little bit about if they've not set foot through the doors, exactly where you are in Leeds, and what you do there. Because I know you're also Academy of Cheese, Affineur, big night last night, for instance. That was very important, but also the Cheese Academy and everything. But tell us a little bit about the shop, where we can find you, and also the online.
Sure, yeah, we're in Chapel Allerton, which is a suburb about 3 or 4 miles north of the city centre on the way up towards Harrogate. A lovely community. We've got, as well as a cheese shop there, we've got fishmongers, butchers, greengrocers, lots of really good specialist food and drink retailers as well. There's an amazing wine shop there too. So we pride ourselves on making people feel comfortable when they come into a cheesemongers, because it may be something that somebody might feel a little bit, to the uninitiated, might be a bit off-putting and scary. So we go out of our way to encourage people to try cheeses. My team know a lot about the makers and the stories behind the cheeses to make people feel relaxed and that cheese is fun. What we're trying to do is to bring people together over a great cheese board, to have great time, great conversations, and that's a really big part of what we do. All about making it not stuffy. And as well as that, we do, as you say, we teach Academy of Cheese Level 1. We do all sorts of events and tastings, which again, it's all about bringing the fun. And as well as the shop, we sell online at georgeandjoseph.co.uk.
Well, we know how to track you down. Thank you very much. And also, you've got Moortown and Old Woodley golf clubs very near to you, two very fine ones.
Yes.
And lots more. But great. But cheese, as you say, it should be fun. And someone who is fun, because I'm lucky enough to have had quite a lot of fun with him over the years, is, of course, the one of the Grand Fromages, the supplier relationship manager at Roadcliffe, which is, of course, the mighty fine Paul Heisman. And Paul, thank you so very much for helping us out, getting these cheeses around the UK, which is not to make sure they arrive in great condition, but that they arrive. And well done, you foolish youth.
It's a bit of an undertaking, but it's a pleasure to do it, and I'm glad to hear they all arrived safely and in good condition was the main thing. Yeah,
no, they did. And tell us a little bit about Roadcliffe again, if people don't particularly know.
Yeah, well, we've been middling around in cheese since 1967. Anthony Roadcliffe started the business and was bringing cheeses over from France in the boot of his Ford Cortina, for those that remember those. And it started to develop a bit of a wholesale business, and really himself and more so Tim were instrumental in really helping bring a lot of the artisan cheesemakers into a wider audience to be able to sell their cheeses. So us alongside Neil Jard Dairy, I would say as well, in the early days, we were really the route to market for a lot of the new cheesemakers that were out there. And we do that bit in between the cheesemaker and what people like Stephen are looking for, which is great cheeses in great condition, got provenance, bit of history, bit of excitement to them. And we've been doing that for many years now, and I think we still do it pretty well.
I think you do it very well. And Anthony and Tim, there you go. They are, it should be fun cheese. Well, they too can typify having fun in amongst it.
Yeah, Tim's still doing his best to keep the fun in the world of cheese, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. Yes, he's stunt doubling his day. I'm trying to. What's the name of the actor? Of course, everyone says he looks like.
Bill Nighy.
Bill Nighy. There you go.
Yeah.
And obviously, much more handsome version, of course, than Bill Nighy. But anyway, very good too. But he is. The big theme of the day, Stephen, is that every great cheese tastes better with a good story. And you've got, but between the two of you, there are 3 great cheeses, but with great backstories. So, where are you going to lead us off with, Stephen, and talk us through them?
Yeah, sure. So I would say we'll start with the Witheridge in Hay, which is made by Nettlebed Creamery down in Oxfordshire. I was down there wintertime last year, where I discovered, as well as making amazing cheeses, they also knock out fabulous cheese toasties. Ones around the back, which is a superb find. When I judged a couple of years ago at Virtual Cheese Awards, this was one that came through and went on to win Supreme Champion. And it's wonderful because it's got lots going on. It's kind of got the sort of strength of a mature cheddar, but it's got the sweetness and the savoury umaminess of an Alpine style cheese. You're doing a great job displaying that there. It's a wonderful thing.
I knew I'd come in useful.
It's my glamorous assistant for the afternoon. So, you know, this is going to be grassy, buttery, bit of sweetness in there. There's loads and loads of things going on. One of those cheeses where the rind is really important as well. They coat the outer side of the cheese in hay, which helps regulate the moisture within the cheese as well, and imparts a little bit of flavour to that as well. So brings aroma and character too.
Yeah, and the key thing is it's organic milk. So the farm turned over to organic in about 2000, 2001. So all their cheeses now are organic.
Yeah, and Paul, what about the? I mean, you know, to wrapping it aged in hay. You know, I've cooked in hay before. I've never. Maybe I should age myself in hay. Maybe Fleming is 150. He's actually aged in hay. He's looking very well on it. But if that's something again, organic, artisanal, but is that a very traditional method of aging it?
Well, I think this is the first. I think I'm right in saying this was the first British cheese to be produced wrapped in hay. So Italy, some bits of France is pretty common. Some bits of Spain, Portugal, you'll see it, but it was never really something that was prevalent here. So I think Rose did a good job of bringing that first to market. When it launched, it was much bigger pieces of hay, which made life a little bit difficult, perhaps, for some of the cheesemongers to manage. But over time, they've cut it into much smaller pieces. But I think what it does, it also helps you get more flavour from it. So all those herbaceous flavours and aromas that come from it, you wouldn't get those with the bigger pieces of hay. Now that's quite an integral part of the flavour. So it's one of those cheeses where you definitely have to eat the rind.
Yeah, Stephen. I mean, as you eat the rind, yes, it's much more guinea pig hay rather than Friesian Holstein hay, possibly, in as much of the size of it. But there you go. What are you getting, Stephen? What are the notes that the hay brings? And just talk us through the actual, you know, the flavour profile.
So yeah, as Paul correctly says, the rind definitely adds to the flavour, a little bit to the mouthfeel as well. So it is giving you those kind of slightly grassy, sweet notes on there as well. Rind on cheese is something I always get on my hobby horse about with events, to encourage people to eat the rind, because so many people just chop the rind off, and I believe with doing that you're losing more than half of the experience. And this is a great example where you need the rind as well as the paste of the cheese. So yeah, so the texture-wise is fairly soft and springy, and it's really balanced. You can see why this is a champion-winning cheese.
Yeah,
there's so much going on there.
Yeah, it's one of those cheeses where you do get a wow factor moment through, and I think you and I judged it on the first rounds in 2024, Stephen, and I remember it was one that was just like me. There's a definite wow factor in every way, visually, flavour-wise. This one's quite top end of the age profile they'd worked to, so it's got some quite strong umami flavours in there as well, but not too much. So it's a really nicely balanced cheese.
And that's, Stephen, we've got two very different cheeses to follow it. Where are you going to take us first?
Oh, now there's a good question. I think we've got two fairly powerful ones here.
Yeah.
Normally I go to the blue last, but I'm tempted to maybe go for blue second and then go to the Renegade Monk third.
I agree. Yeah.
So we got the second cheese, the blue, Cropwell Bishop Blue Stilton, made down in Nottinghamshire. This, I believe, was Supreme Champion last year, 2025.
It was.
And yes, I mean, blue cheese, Stilton, great skill in producing that wonderful even distribution of blue veining throughout the cheese. And also to create something where you've got texture and flavor, which isn't too sharp or too bitter. I come across so many people who are put off by blue cheese because they've had a bad experience of something that's really sharp, really metallic. And when they try a cheese like this, they start to realize that there's actually, real mellowness of flavor in there as well. Yeah, there's lots of things going on. But yeah, the skill required to produce a cheese with this kind of balance, again, is outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I agree visually, it's always got a nice distribution of blue that goes all the way up to the rind. has always been a feature of Crop Pilot. It's always been really nicely distributed throughout the cheese.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, I took part in the Affiner of the Year competition, and we were given a Cropwell Bishop Stilton, a young one, unpierced, to pierce and mature on. And the tension in the room, I mean, it would have been present yesterday at yesterday's Affiner finals, when everyone opens up their wheels of Stilton, and you don't really know what you're going to get inside. And to get some blue, to get any kind of blue in, felt like a bit of a result, and it gave me a real appreciation of how hard it is to get this kind of standard. Yeah, not to be underestimated.
Yeah. Scales family, 3 generations in. You know, again, I mean, if ever there was, I know Cheddar's a big traditional, but particularly Stilton, obviously from that certain area, Paul, of Britain. Are your sales as good as ever? I mean, it's interesting whether the younger generation are coming and eating Stilton.
I think the younger generation, some of them are perhaps favouring some of the softer blues, you know, Cambozolas, Montenoros, those types of blues. But there are still people that once they try Stilton, they'll go back to it. And I think there's probably a generation where, you know, they've had not so good Stilton in their younger days, and they're coming back to it and realising it is good. You know, we're down to was it 4 producers? So a lot of pressure on those producers to keep Stilton very much alive. As you say, when people talk about British cheese, it's either cheddar or Stilton is what they know. And it's really important that we do keep that Stilton alive and ticking and going. So it's great that, you know, so Robin's come on board now, as you say, the next generation, doing great things there. Created Beauval, of course, which always features heavily in any judging and does well. So
tell us about creating a new cheese like that as well, about what it is you get off the block and what he's bringing to that particular cheese, as opposed to the other ones which have been around longer.
Yeah, so you want something which is going to be a point of difference, but it's got to be generational. So it's got to appeal to every age of palate. And so I think that's partly why Beauval probably works, because it is a softer blue, it's a bit mellower. Whereas Stilton's, you know, they do have that bit of sharpness still to them, bit of umami. So I think that's the key to it. It's got to appeal to everybody. So people that are buying it, plus their kids, plus their granny.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Look out for that. But and Stephen, you're not a million miles from Kirkstall Abbey, the Mad Monks. But this one, marketing wise, I'm going to hold up the package here. This is again, we're not talking generations of cheese making here, but we are talking fun. And you said it should be fun. Look at that.
Yeah. This is awesome, isn't it? It's wonderful to have this kind of thing. It's one thing I love about the world of cheese. I've been in it for 15 years or so, is you get guys like Feltham's Farm who make Renegade Monk doing stuff like this that in some ways breaks the rules and shouldn't necessarily work, but it obviously really does. A wonderfully crazy combination. It's blue, it's been washed in ale, it's a soft cheese, so you've got loads. I can smell it on the board in front of me here.
I can smell yours down the line from Yorkshire. There you go. Scratch and sniff. Fantastic.
Again, it's one of those styles that sometimes people might be a little bit scared of, but quite often the aroma is a lot stronger than the underlying flavour. This is just, I'm just trying my best to.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, it's just so soft and good. This has been out of the fridge for a while, and it's quite warm here today, but unbelievable.
It quickly runs away, but it's a very creative cheese. I mean, it's very easy to sell. It's another wash dry and pois style cheese, but you know, as Stephen says, it's inoculated with the blue, which gives it a unique point of difference. So you don't see the blue, but you certainly taste it when you're eating the cheese. A lot of thought and effort got into that. They've only been going since 2014. This cheese was created in 2017. So they're young in terms of cheesemakers and the cheeses they're making. Over-spec, state-of-the-art dairy, I have to say. It's an amazing dairy to go and visit if anybody gets the chance. Which is on a very small hosted farm, really. It was too small for them to go into anything too big agricultural-wise, but so cheese-making was something that they were interested in. Marcus did courses at River Cottage, and he ended up actually teaching at River Cottage for a while as well. So, and hats off to them for being this creative and also going into part of the market, which, you know, as you say, Stephen, it can be a bit polarizing when you get into these wash-dry cheeses. I'm an advocate; they've got to do what they say on the tin. So if you're going to do, they've got to be punchy. But yeah, you're appealing to a smaller sector of the market, and I think they've done a brilliant job in growing that sector.
Yeah. And I think that's one of those challenges I find as a retailer, that people may be a bit afraid of this kind of cheese, but again, the power of sampling and talking about it and explaining it. I've seen, you know, it sounds a bit cheesy, but if you forgive the pun, but my customers have definitely come on a journey with us in terms of how adventurous they are with the cheeses they want to eat. And if I'd have put this on my counter day one, 13, 14 years ago, I don't think we've had many takers, but now this kind of thing works, and it fills in a particular spot in the counter for people wanting something which is, you know, a bit funky, a bit weird, a bit breaks the rules, but tastes amazing.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's just, I'm doing my best to resist to this while we're talking, but it's so good. It'd be amazing with, I think, one of those buttermilk crackers that we've got here as well. And I'm thinking, you really, to go with this, you're going to want like a lovely Belgian beer, to sort of, something that's going to stand up to the cheese.
Yeah.
But on a nice warm summer's evening, I couldn't think of a better combination.
There's also Washington Pale Ale from the Stroud Brewery.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marcus Ferguson and Penny Nagel, who set it all up, getting completely different backgrounds. You know, as you say, we thought, well, they come out of other worlds. Let's go. They're not generations of cheesemakers, but they wanted to do it and took their young family onto the, you know, small farm and did it. And they've had to do it. You know, they had a massive flood. They had lots of problems to deal with. But what's great is that they don't come from that traditional hide back. They can make any cheeses. So they might do this one, and then next year they win it with a, you know, a fresco cheese, Italian style, you know, lemony and citrus, complete contrast to this. But equally as well marketed, because they do have a lot of fun. I mean, put it in the boxes as well, you know, wooden boxes like that. You think of camemberts, but it's great that they're doing this. As well. And then the next cheese are completely different. You know, it tell a story.
Yeah. And the artwork's done by, I never pronounce his name right. It's Jem Panufnik, I think it's pronounced, and he's big in the world of in dance world. He's a musician, but he's also an artist, and he does all these really, really funky artwork. So he's done all of their designs on their cheeses.
Then that would certainly make any cheese board, you know, brighten up and have a little bit of, you know, people take it and say, what's that? You know, Renegade Monk, what's all the different, you know, why is it called that? Why is it, I can't even get it in the bloody camera, but there you go. That's counterintuitive for me. I have it upside down. There you go. That's much more funky. But I'm sure for you, Stephen, when people come through, you know, the shops thinking, right, well, you know, if you want 5 or 6 different cheeses on your cheese board, and particularly if you're going for British and Irish, you know, these here, because it looks good, but it's a complete contrast to some of the more traditional cheeses that they might know.
Absolutely. And also, you know, as well as wanting something that's amazing in flavor and texture and appearance, people want the bit of sort of showing off, the bragging rights, and to have a little story that goes with when they bring it out to their friends and family, go, wow, we've got this. And it's because it's called this and it does that and the other, then, you know, this is what you don't get buying cheese in a supermarket.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's it. And you're great because, you know, you'll sample them and they can try it. And then, you know, they'll feedback, again, excuse the pun, but the information accordingly. And is that with you as well, Paul, that, you know, this is one that's gone well for you distribution wise?
Yeah, all their cheeses, you know, we dip in and out of them all the time, and we have some on pre-order basis, and but they go well, and people just love the designs. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of those ones where, you know, you do need to get it in front of people to try it as well, because it can be polarizing, as we said. But and that's the beauty of it being, you know, independent sector. You know, people like Stephen can do that, but all their cheeses are very good, and very, very different styles as well. From, as you mentioned earlier, the very fresh ones, up to the some Marcelan style cheeses, up to these really funky washed rinds. So,
yeah. 2020 was when they won it as well. But
yes.
I'm just laughing because obviously Renegade Monk, and then La Fresca Margarita also won, which was a really fresh queso type, you know, fresco cheese, and then Gert Lush, you know, which was actually Tom Kerry telling me what that meant. And if you come from the West Country, Gert Lush, it means it's really good. You know, it's really good. Of course it is. You know, I'm north of England. I've no idea, but brilliant.
Yeah.
Rebel Nun, you can imagine what the label like is for that one as well. Sister to Renegade Monk, Gert Lush, as I say, and Lucky Marcel, which is a more recent one. But of a lactic style again, but yeast ripened, and it's a bit like a French punchy San Marcelin.
Yeah, something like that style. Yeah, exactly.
But again, I'm sure for both of you, they put a smile on your face, but they're bloody good cheeses.
Yeah. And all these cheeses, it's the age-old equation, isn't it? They're amazing cheeses, but they're all made by really nice people. They've got really happy animals. And once you've got that combination, this is the end result.
Yeah, for sure. And it is, it's a reflection of the remarkable type of community. So it's like getting the relatives together that we do get on with when all the cheese makers and producers get together. They're an interesting bunch, but I don't need to tell you two that. But Stephen, great that your career path changed for our tasty delectation. What does the summer hold for you? Are you out and about? Can you get a bit of you time, or where are you going to be parading your wares next, apart from in the shop?
Yeah, so I mean, the next few weeks I'm doing more kind of food judging down at the Great British Food Awards. Done some great taste recently as well.
Yeah.
Lots of requests for talks. Me standing up and talking about cheese, and it's also wedding season, so loads and loads of orders for the big wedding cheese towers, which we love doing because it's a great way to showcase great wheels of cheese piled on top of each other. Are a showcase of people's weddings, which is wonderful. So
wedding cheesecakes,
wonderful. Hopefully, going to get away for some of the summer, which is really nice. But going to hopefully explore Scandinavia, so we'll see what kind of cheese we can find out there.
And George and Joseph and their other names as well, are thriving.
Yeah, they're doing well. Yeah, so I've got 2 more kids now coming through as well. They're a lot younger, so we'll have to find something for them to do.
How old are the new ones?
Twins. They're 9. So they're keen to get involved. I think they're realizing they get more pocket money if they help out in the job.
Quite right. Child labour, absolutely the way forward. And Paul, what about you? I mean, Roadcliffe again, an interesting journey, still around, very much so as well.
No, very busy. Still growing where we can. Markets are challenging for wherever the market working. It's got its challenges, but we face up to them and get over them as and when we can. But it's great that it's a market which is not going away. People are always going to want cheese, and they're going to want interest in cheeses. And the point Stephen made earlier is that that people are looking for those things that got a point of difference, a bit funky. So for us it's exciting. I've got a bit more, like Stephen, a bit more judging to do before the end of the year, which is always good. And chance to eat cheese is never going to be passed on.
No. Well, I think Cordoba is where the World Cheese Awards are. I'm trying to behave myself to make sure I end up there. So in southern Spain, but tough life. But also, if you look at how consumption of cheese again, compared to Spain, Italy, and France, and production, we've got the potential is huge in this country. So let's hope so. We've got great milk. No one needs to say about that from all the different animals. We've had a Buffalo Blue earlier on. That was great. But obviously sheep, cows, goats, and carry on, yak. Enough of that. On that note, Stephen Fleming, George and Joseph, thank you very much. Have a great summer. Good, enjoy your tasting and a bit of downtime. Paul Heasman, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And just give Tim a good hug or a small beer when you next see him.
Don't want a small beer as I'll give him a laugh.
Joy, thank you for spending your time and your palates talking us through those fantastic award-winning cheeses, which we really do appreciate. These are previous Virtual Cheese Award winners: Renegade Monk, Witheridge in Hay, and Cropwell Bishop Stilton. There you go. Okay. Right. This is it. We're moving on. There's plenty to get on with at the Virtual Cheese Awards. So here, let's find out more, because we're going to be announcing the winners of the Artisan Cheese Conference. Watch this space. We've got them back on our screen. Bronwyn there again. You've had a busy day. We're going to
It's been full on, yes.
Brilliant. Again, thank you very much for all your support. We really do appreciate it. Great palette and Sarah, you're with us, yeah, with a very floral background. So we're here to find out more, about the Science of Artisan Cheese Conference winners announcements. Well, there you go. I know it's happening. Well, you tell us more about where it's happening and what's involved.
So shall I just start off and then I'll just give you some background for a second. So the Science of Artisan Cheese Conference 2026 will take place on the 18th to the 19th of August. This is all organised by kind of Bronwyn and I think mainly by Bronwyn, but lots of obviously people supporting her. And it's held in North Cadbury Court in Somerset. The VCA are going to fund 3 places this year, and it's aimed to support cheesemakers who wouldn't be able to otherwise go to the conference. Would you like to talk a bit about the conference, Bronwyn?
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, I think, as I mentioned in our, it seems like years ago that we were talking this morning, but in our conversation this morning, really, it's so much of the British cheese sort of scene is filled with these extraordinary people who are doing all sorts of amazing work against great odds and without the sort of technical the technical support that cheesemakers in France, for example, have at their fingertips. It's not to say that there isn't good technical support, and obviously people like Sarah are really important to our technical backbone through things like the Specialist Cheesemakers Association. But one of the things that we have recognized over time is really important is developing these relationships between cheesemakers and technicians and the scientific community doing research on raw milk cheese and pasteurized cheese and just things that are really pertinent to the cutting edge of the industry. And so I think this might be the 7th edition of the conference. It happens every second year at North Cadbury Court, which is the home of Montgomery's cheddar. And essentially it's the goal of it is to bring in a bunch of scientists and practitioners and talk about what's new in artisan cheese, whether that's microbiology and, safety stuff, or whether it's about kind of rediscovering what British cheese making, how it works, and, all of the things that we don't even know that we don't know. So that's the premise of the conference. And so much of the success of it is about the reach and the ability to bring people from the spectrum of the entire British cheese community there. And that's where I feel like the support of the Virtual Cheese Awards has been so wonderful to have over the years because of, the competition's really generous support for bursary places. It covers the full costs for recipients to attend with all the meals and, all the sessions and everything else. And I think it makes a big difference for people being able to get there. So thanks a lot.
18th, 19th August, Tuesday, Wednesday as well. Always good, beginning in the middle part of the week. So Cadbury Court, of course, at Montgomery's, that's where you'll find them out. So those 3 places. But Bronwyn, you have all the information to let us know who's going to be picking up these bursaries. So the winners of the Artisan Cheese Conference, over to you.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it was quite an impressive group of applicants this year. And I have to say, it was really difficult to choose the 3 that we were going to award.
Very hard.
Yeah. It was truly amazing, which I think
really.
is a great sign. So in the end, we did come down to 3 winners. And they are, so the first one goes to Freya Findlay. Freya is preparing to launch a new farmhouse camembert venture on her family's Cumbrian farm, drawing on experience gained at the Courtyard Dairy, Holden Farm Dairy, the Erringtons and St. James, alongside years of work converting farm buildings into a cheese-making facility. So we're really delighted to have her with us and there. The second one is going to Rachel Hatton from Stonebeck Cheese. She's a seasonal cheesemaker there and the daughter of the people who started the farm. And she's also studying biological sciences at the University of Edinburgh. And so she combines this very interesting hands-on raw milk cheesemaking experience with a really strong interest in microbiology, ecology, and dairy farming systems. So she's the second.
And then the third one is Callum Kershaw from Mrs. Kirkham's, Lancashire. And Callum is a cheesemaker and mature with a background in chemistry. And he has over the time working at Kirkham's developed a keen interest in the science behind cheese making. And he's actively building his knowledge of cheese microbiology, rind development, and food science research. So I think all three of them are going to add incredible richness to our audience and contribute to the conversations. And we're just really excited to have them with us.
Okay, yeah. Just remind us again, 18th, 19th August, Cadbury Court.
That's the one. And tickets are still available on the website. So if you've never been to it before, check it out. It's really fun. It's basically a cheese conference that's held at what feels like Downton Abbey. And we try to have really nice food and make it a good time. And, it needs to be fun to be worth doing. And I think it's got a pretty good track record. So if you're thinking about joining us or you have any questions, scienceofartisancheese.com, or get in touch with me and we'll have a chat.
Yeah, do.
So just to second that, is an absolutely amazing setting with gardens, and the internal buildings are really, they're like kind of Downton Abbey. So well worth going for all of it. Yeah,
the complete package.
Fabulous farm shop in the grounds as well. So the whole thing. It's and it's on a ley line. There you go. So that's Smile. You're on a ley line. So that's it. That's big. We'll have a great conference.
Thank
and
you
well
so
done
much.
to our three winners, which is just brilliant. Just to reiterate, Freya Finley, who worked at the Courtyard Dairy amongst other places. Richard Hatton from Stonebeck. Well done.
Rachel
Hatton.
Sorry, Rachel. Hello. Kicking in. It's been a long day. Rachel, not formerly known as Richard Hatton, and Callum Kershaw from Kirkham's. So
exactly.
Well done to them. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. It's indeed. Now, the big one. This is it. The final winners announcement thing. Thank you again, Bronwyn and Sarah, and all our judges. It was Chris and Emma and Perry. You just did a fantastic job for us, and obviously Bronwyn. We really do appreciate everything you've done. But here we go. It is the final winners announcement. Here we go. We're going to find out who is winning what. Stick with us. It's nearly that time. We're just a busy, fun-filled, and tasty day as well. Some brilliant judging, great conversations. Seen some absolutely stunning British and Irish cheeses, testament to the skill and craftsmanship of the cheesemakers and our 5 brilliant supreme cheese judges who've done us absolutely proud. As far as we're concerned, everyone who's taken part is a winner, judges, but also these remarkable cheeses, of which there were then 22 category winners. Supreme champion will potentially win a listing in Tesco. It's just dependent on technical checks on their cheese. But the overall winner going to be offered the opportunity as well, either locally, regionally, or nationally. So that's going to be with Tesco, depending on the size and the capability of their business as well. The 2026 champion is going to join the illustrious group of British cheeses, which have gone on for great success already. We've already talked about Feltham's Farm. We've just tasted one of their cheeses from Somerset, the Renegade Monk. That was in 2020. In 21, it was La Fresca Margarita, their fresh cheese as well. 2022, Keen's cheddar, absolutely traditional, made from raw milk, extra mature. And then Montgomery, which is Cadbury Court, exactly where we've just been talking about in Somerset. It was their traditional cheddar in 23. Witheridge and Hay, the one where we've just tasted, which is a brilliant cheese and made by Oxfordshire-based dairy Nettlebed Creamery, 24. Last year, Cropwell Bishop Stilton, Nottinghamshire-based Cropwell Bishop Creamery, of course, and they've been at it for over, nearly 200 years. So really very special. Hey, it's time I bring on from Cropwell Bishop Stilton. She was here on screen last year. She, of course, it was Cropwell Bishop who won it. So less of me, more of her. I'm going to get to talk about the winning Supreme Champion of 2025. It's India Bosden. Here we go. And she was Afternoon of the Year last night.
Not quite, but I had a fantastic day there. It'd be lovely to be reigning champion there too. But it was a fantastic day. Hi, Nigel. Have you had a good day?
We have. It's yeah, I've just got my Richard and my Rachel's mixed up. So anyway, anyone can do that, you know, Rachel's but as our champion. But we've had a great day. There's a lot been going on. Obviously, great cheeses, 22 category winners. But tell us a little bit about, you know, this time last year on screen, but what it means to you and a business like yours, which has been on the go for some time, obviously, but still it's great to be recognized by your peers, particularly in a blind tasting format.
Oh, definitely. And I think especially with the Stilton winning it, it's nice that it can still be a relevant cheese. I think it does get a little bit of a bad press of being either a Christmas cheese or a not an overly modern cheese, not quite so hit with the younger generation, but we are trying our best to keep it there and keep it relevant. So entering something like this, especially something that's virtual that gets loads of a great audience as well and a younger audience, it's quite a nice thing to win.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. And, you know, as I say, well done to you for getting behind it and doing everything that you do. In fact, you are also, you're doing the Academy of Cheese. You're at what stage are you with that? Tell us a little bit about your involvement.
So I have completed level 1, completed level 2, and then just going on to do my level 3 now. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing to be part of as well. It's a wonderful thing to keep learning, that you can never stop learning about cheese. So we've all got a long way to go. Yeah. But yeah, we take part. Obviously, we did the Afternoon of the Year yesterday. We donate the Stiltons for everyone to have a go at the affinage with, and it's quite a difficult task. I think slowly it's become the category that everyone really struggles with, but actually yesterday and previous years everyone has improved so much in that first year of cutting open those blues, and it's heartbreaking. I mean, I do it every day of cutting open Stiltons, and some of them are fantastic, some of them they do their own thing and there's always something. There's lots of things that can change. So it was really, really lovely, especially yesterday, to see all of the competitors absolutely shining through with their blue Stiltons. Was great. Yeah, no, I'm sure. Absolutely. And it is, we've talked about this a few times today, this great cheese family, but everyone can get together and incredibly supportive of each other. We were finding definitely out about 2 of the new cheese makers earlier on that we interviewed in Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, but just saying how much support they'd had from the industry, which is gratifying because that might not have happened, 50 years ago. It's a lovely thing. And yesterday there was such a community of people, and you can see that everyone's so excited to see each other. Everyone's so excited to see what everyone's done. It's a wonderful industry to be part of, definitely. Yeah, and tell us about your journey. I know food and nutrition at Harper Adams, which will allow. I went to Cirencester, but we'll have the competition. But the experience you gained, what was your journey to where you are now? So yeah, Harper Adams, I did a placement year with Joe and David Clark at Spark and Hogue, and just absolutely fell in love with cheese baking. I didn't really know what I wanted to do before then. I always loved food and cooking, anything about food I was happy to talk about. But working with them, I picked because they were near home. So I'm Leicestershire based, but always grown up around here. So they were down the road, and yeah, because I wasn't 100% sure of what I wanted to do, I thought, I'll go for somewhere that's close to home. And then ended up helping on the farm, helping in the tea room, making cheese, going to all the shows, meeting, obviously, as we've already said, a fantastic community of people. And that really just inspired me to get involved. And I've worked my way around working for different companies, and then went back and started working for Cropwell. So, and it's great. We have a lovely time, and it's also a fantastic place to work. Yeah, I'm lucky to have you. Tell me about Norse. Yes, so it's our family deli. My great uncle is still running it. He is now 83. Still behind the cheese counter every single day. Absolutely loves it. Always has, and has always been an inspiration. Had every accolade that you have with cheese and wine when he was younger. Lived in France for years, learning about it, and he just lives and breathes that place. So yeah, I always go and help him. Christmas is our time. I go and cut cheese for him to go after working, trying to get as much Stilton out the door as possible, and then go there to go and cut all the orders for him. So he doesn't stay up all night cutting orders, but he absolutely would. He lives and breathes it.
Yeah, well, brilliant. As do you, and and long may your Lumreek and you're having a great time with Cropwell Bishop. But before that, I know Neil's Yard, Fine Cheese Co.
Yeah, Fine Cheese. Yeah, everywhere.
Done the cheese block, and thank you very much indeed.
Exactly.
So India, thank you so very much indeed.
Pleasure.
India Boston, Cropwell Bishop, of course. There you go. Check them out. Brilliant award winning. This was our winner last year. So much. Before you go, India, you're still there?
Yes, I am.
And also, new cheeses on the block as well. But you came up with another one, a slightly different style.
Yeah, so coming soon. Still a work in progress, but it's something that I've been working on myself. There's a little soft, sort of like a white cheese. Currently having a few issues with blue mold, funnily enough, in a blue cheese dairy. Obviously, a much smaller cheese than we're used to making, but trying to make it fit with what we do in the dairy on a day-to-day basis. So yeah, watch this space. It's coming soon.
Good luck. Thank you, India. We look forward to that.
Thank you very
much. Thank you very much. Enjoy your Wednesday, remainder of it, because we're now about to announce all the VCA class winners which were judged today. Now, these have all received a gold medal. Do you remember we've been giving out gold, silver, and awards and bronze medals? So this is was the highest scoring cheeses in their classes. In we come, and we've got just obviously today we've had Sarah is here and Vicky and Cara, and maybe making it all happen. But I'm going to just take you through the highest scoring cheeses in their classes. We're going to start with the fresh cheese, which was Felton's Farm La Fresca Margarita. And then from St. Jude cheese, it was St. Jude cheese, their soft cheese. Semi-soft cheese winner, Liner Dairy with the Cornish Yarg. The hard cheese was J&A and E Montgomery Limited. There's Montgomery's extra mature cheddar. Cow's milk cheese was Yeaster Farm. It's not Yeaster, it's Yeaster, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I think it is. It's not, it's Yeaster or Yeaster, but it's spelled Y-E-S-T-R. Farm Dairies for their full fat soft cheese. I was just asking the DeWitt there on my left. Hughes Milk Cheese, a Book and Bucket Cheese Company, Ebru Thai, the Goat's Milk Cheese, Harvey and Brockless, Clara. Buffalo Milk Cheese, Shepherd's Purse, Buffalo Blue. Raw Milk Cheese, Primrose Dairy, Eggleston, make that. White Territorial Cheese, St. Andrew's Farmhouse Cheese in Anster. Red Territorial Cheese, Applebee's Dairy, for that Applebee's Coloured Cheshire. Blue Cheese, which Cropwell Bishop, of course, Beauvale. And Mould Ripened Cheese with Fen Farm Dairy, Baron By God. Washed rind cheese, Nettlebed Creamery from Highmore for their Highmore cheese, so wash rind. Organic cheese, Cashel Farmhouse Cheesemakers, of course, for original Cashel Blue in Ireland. Smoked cheese was PD Smales and Son from Lyburn. It was their lightly oak smoked. Flavoured cheese with additions, Liner Dairy for their wild garlic yarg. Protected designated origin UK cheese, of course, Cropwell Bishop Blue Stilton. There you go. Hurrah. Well done to them. Our winner from last year. New cheese launched since 2023. Keen's Charlton Cheddar, aged for 30 months. A cheese made from farm's own herd. This is cow's milk, Fen Farm Dairy, Baron By God. Cheese made from farm's own herd, but so sheep. So that's a sheep's milk cheese, which could even be a flock. And then that's Errington cheese from Cora Lynn, and cheese made from farm's own herd goat. Goats can have herds or flocks. There you go. Errington cheese with their black mounts. But anyway, now we've gone through the category winners. We need to unveil the winners, those who have won what. So Danny Kenworthy to announce the regional winners, the final three, and the Supreme Champ. Actually, Sarah DeWitt is maybe going to do it instead. Because, okay, you're going to do it. So Danny's going to be doing the regional winners. No, I'm doing the regional. And who will do the final? Will it be Danny? Danny. Okay, sorry about that, Danny. There you go. Apologies for that. But anyway, good to see you there on the screen.
Good to see you again.
Great. So over to you. I'll
Okay, so just to clarify, I'm going to announce the regional winners. So obviously we've got English, Welsh, Scottish, Irish, and Wales. So the just to quickly, briefly do the regional, then we'll give more time over to kind of Danny to do the kind of top three. So the best English cheese was St. Jude, produced by St. Jude's Cheese. The Scottish regional winner is Cora Lynn, and this is made by the brilliant Errington's Cheese, based in Lanarkshire, Scotland. The best Welsh cheese is a cheese called Saval, and this is produced by Teffy Cheeses Limited.
Typhy. There you go. There you go.
In Welsh Wales. And then we've got the best Irish cheese is the organic Cashel Blue that is produced by Cashel Farmhouse Cheesemakers Limited. So thank you very much, everyone.
I'm saying, well, absolutely for them. Okay, and then on to the final three cheeses, and whether we have the producers with us, some of them we might well have. We'll have hopefully have some of them online. All being contacted as well. So Danny's going to help us out here because you've got the info. So over to you, Dan the Meister, Riser UK. We've got the mighty Kenworth with us.
I'm here. Right, this is the big one now, isn't it? So this is the Supreme Champion. So
we're doing third, second, first, aren't we? I think.
Third.
We're doing third first.
Silver, and then the Supreme Gold, please, Danny. Yeah.
Not too much pressure then, Len. Sorry, Danny. Thank you.
So there's obviously been some fantastic entrants that have come onto this, and so we'll go straight into. So in third place, we've got an A4 hard cheese. It's J, A, and E Montgomery Limited. So it's Montgomery's extra mature cheddar.
Jamie, fantastic.
Well done, Jamie.
Yeah.
And Nigel's got.
We know if Jamie's. Let's presume not. Okay.
I think we just need to maybe announce them all and then.
Okay, well, okay. Sorry, Danny, you crack on.
So, So jumping on. So we got in second place. We've got the A20 cheese, which is made from Farms Own Herd and cow, which is Fen Farm Dairy, and it's Baron Bigard.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Or even by God. There you go.
Yeah,
by
well
God.
done.
By God, Danny, by God.
Apologies.
Yes.
Well done, Johnny and his team. Yeah.
Okay. Are we going straight on to the Supreme Champion then?
Supreme Gold, Supreme Champion
Yeah,
for the Virtual Cheese Awards 2026.
So this is it. This is
This is what we've all been waiting for.
Supreme Champion 2026 Virtual Cheese Awards. The finest of a very brilliant field, I have to say, to all of them. Thank you. And all the British and Irish cheese producers who have entered this year. It's been absolutely fabulous. But you, Danny, you are the man. Put us out of our misery. Who is picking up the accolade of a Supreme Champion to follow the brilliant ones we've already talked about earlier on. So who is it? Supreme Champion, Virtual Cheese Awards.
I feel like there's a big drum roll coming now.
Yeah, you got a big drum roll then.
Very big drum roll. And the 2026 Supreme Champion is the A2 Soft Cheese and St. Jude Cheese in St. Jude. Congratulations.
Whoa. Fantastic. Well done indeed. Absolutely. Yeah, what a great. So Montgomery's with the extra matures in third place. Baron by God from Fen Farm in second, and then of course St. Jude, which was our Supreme Champion in the first. Well done to them. Before we go on to a few thank yous, I mean, Sarah, do you want to about those? I mean, it was great. The quality of cheeses coming through for all our category winners.
I mean, the kind of overall quality of the cheese in all the classes was excellent, and obviously that was kind of seen in the winners. So we've had 21 cheeses through, and the kind of scores. So I think we had in the first looking at the actual scores, we had 4 that were vying for silver placing. So this kind of scores are really, really high. So that they were like 40s, really, really high, very, very close, great quality cheeses. So thank you very, very much for everyone who's entered and submitting your brilliant quality cheese.
Yeah, and also you can just see that not only the quality of the cheeses, but the quality of the judges as well. And I have to say, Cara Bowen did what a great job, adjudicating and looking after it all.
Yeah, I mean, I'll reiterate, judging online at the Virtual Cheese Awards is not an easy job. It's a really stressful, difficult job to do. It looks kind of great that you're judging 21 cheeses and 2.5 hours of eating cheese, but it is a challenging judging session to do. Yeah. So amazing job done by the 5 judges that we've had, and obviously also in the kind of classes. But Cara is an amazing moderator, and thank you very much.
Oh my God, very good. So now, Danny, thank you so very much as well. You're brilliant. Without you, Riser, we would be nothing. So I really do appreciate everything that you do, and the fact that you get involved so much with the awards, that you make yourself, that you're here, the present as well. We've just been handed, indeed, the award-winning. There we go.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, cheeses that have this year's accolades as well.
So we've got first, you can't see actually.
Yeah, there you go.
So there we've got the Supreme Gold.
Yeah.
That way.
Which is the St. Jude.
From St. Jude's cheese. Then we've got Baron
By God, absolutely.
From Fen Farm Dairy. And then last but not least, the bronze is the
Montgomery Extra Mature.
Extra Mature from Montgomery's,
So fantastic. Look at that. How brilliant is that? Thank you again, Danny, and all the crew at Riser. And just remind us where you're going to be in the forthcoming, not this weekend, but the event where you're going to be. We can track you down.
Next week, we're at Staffordshire International Dairy, Cheese and Dairy Expo. Staffordshire, 24th, 25th of June. I'm looking forward to trying these cheeses now, to be fair.
Well, you're looking forward to they're all there. You can, the whole property is beginning to reek of cheese happily. Everything. Absolutely. But Danny, and you've done Stockport proud as well. Thank you very much for being you, Danny.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Also, Nikki Wilkins and Clemmy, who've organised and produced and managed the online awards, have done a fantastic job. It's a big job to coordinate everything and make sure the event flows. And we really are hugely grateful to you both. Much, much appreciated for all your time, Nikki and your team as well. Do check them out as well. Rupert Cook, A1 site for all our VCA graphics for the final. That's again touched by genius. John Goddard, Northern Dairies. He is behind the scenes wingman, supports the team and with sponsorship and general emotional support. John, that's much appreciated as well. There goes the dog. Thank you to all our sponsors. Again, Riser, Danny, much appreciated. Butlers, of course, Farmhouse Cheesy for the aprons. Tesco, Neil's Yard Dairy, Harvey and Brockles, Hadlow Edwards, Specialty and Fine Food Fair, of course. And of course, for the cheeses from Miller's, much, much appreciated. What a great day. What a fantastic day. Yeah, it's been.
And for Nigel Bardens.
Oh, yeah. Well,
always.
There you go.
We
Much appreciated.
Without you, Nigel. So thank you again.
No, well, thank you for viewing, all our judges. Have a great evening. It'll be, and we're tasting them on the radio. I'll be doing something with Simon Mayo on Greatest Hits Radio and on BBC Radio London with Robert Elms over the forthcoming weeks. But well done to all. Thank you for your entries and you fabulous producers, and also the great palates of our judges, and for hopefully what has been a really entertaining day. And thank you for bearing with us and staying with us. Much appreciated, Sarah. Thank you so much. Vicky and Cara and Monty the dog. Much appreciated.
Everyone has worked so hard, and it's a very tiny team, so it's quite intense few months. But latterly, but
it has. And watch this space for the new platform.
Don't forget to watch for the space for the Virtual Cheese shop platform. Not sure what the name is, but that's what will be coming out this summer.
Have a great Wednesday. Virtual Cheese Awards. What a great day. And thank you. We'll be back for more next year. But in the meantime, plenty to follow up, and do check us out on all the social medias and everything that goes with it. TikTok and Twitter and X and Hours is called. Great. Have a great evening. And thank you so much for being you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Take care. Virtual Cheese Awards 2026 signing off.